It was time to put an end to the matter of the people gathered in this great hall. The people were tired of the constant turmoil and asked the Saintess to resolve the situation. The girl faced a difficult choice, as the fate of the people depended on her. Meanwhile, they continued to pray for peace to be restored to the empire. Within the empire, members of various factions sought her help, while their leaders watched her closely. One of them was the Crown Prince and Swordmaster of the Allied Empire. Kyle Alexis Alida of the Allied Empire made it clear with his intense gaze that the Saintess must choose him. But besides him, the High Priest was also in the hall, a man who looked as if he had stepped out of a painting. Rayhouse de L's smile suggested that he had already prepared a place for the Saintess in prison. However, there was one more person, the blue-eyed president of the Merchant Guild. Unlike the other two, this man, Cass Lloyd, was unfathomable. No matter how hard the Saintess tried, she could not read his mind. Furthermore, messages from the gods kept appearing before her eyes. The girl felt a sense of despair, not understanding how things had come to this. The sound of these discussions made her ears ring, and she felt like she was about to break down. However, this was not the time to be dejected. It was time to make a decision. This morning, the girl woke up with a severe headache and sighed heavily. The Saintess's handmaiden, deeply concerned about her mistress's condition, came to help her. This girl's name was Annie, but in the novel, such a minor character didn't even have a name. For the past 2 days, the Saintess had been constantly asking for her name, unable to understand anything. However, she now decided to act more naturally and made it clear that she was feeling much better. Afterward, Annie invited her mistress to have lunch, bringing the food directly to the bedroom. After all, in her condition, she shouldn't even attend His Highness's banquet, even though the High Priest had sent her a dress. The real Ariel would have been frantic about not being able to congratulate the Crown Prince. This Saintess, however, said everything was fine and asked for dinner to be sent up. However, the girl didn't want to see a salad, and Annie reminded her that the lady had never eaten such a thing. The maid then immediately left to carry out the order, while her mistress remained alone in the room. The girl sat down by the bed, realizing that her sapphire-like eyes were identical to Ariel's. In her previous life, she had read a story about the righteous Saintess. Camilla's life. It was clear that she had now been reborn as a character in this book. She had been supported by 3 handsome men from different social classes, who even adored her. They all later became her husbands, which would be strange in the real world. But in this novel, it was like a harem, only in reverse, where the girl held power over her husbands. But what worried her most now was that she had only been reborn into this novel 2 days ago. Ariel's mother was just an ordinary baroness, and she was an illegitimate child. They treated her as if she were invisible, so she always went to church. The girl prayed for a good marriage, until one day, the High Priest noticed her. Rayhouse brought his bride to the Temple of Elysium, and 2 years later, she began to play the role of the Saintess. But for the sake of political stability, Crown Prince Kyle and Rayhouse came up with the idea of having Ariel suffer from terminal illness. She knew that when the real Saintess appeared, she would be disposed of immediately, but she pinned her hopes on Rayhouse protection. Meanwhile, Ariel adored Crown Prince Kyle and kept this secret. This girl was a villainess who was jealous of Camilla and tried to kill her. But just as she raised her dagger, she was instantly pierced by 3 sharp swords. As a result, Ariel died quickly, without even having time to let out a cry of pain. But now our heroine was in her body, and she had no desire to die at all. She still remembered the moments before her death in her previous life. It was clear that she would have to stay and play the role of Ariel for the rest of her life. But in the novel, after living independently for just 1 year, that girl had suddenly departed from this world. However, the current Ariel decided to take a short break and open the balcony doors. Bright sunlight immediately poured over her, forcing the girl to close her eyes. However, she felt a breath of fresh air that only the living could enjoy. In the last few seconds of her life, the girl had realized that anything was better than death. Compared to her past, the situation here was not bad, and she came up with a plan to change her future. She had been reborn at a point of no return, with enough time to explore this world. When Camilla appeared, the new Ariel would simply give up her position to her. She would leave the temple, buy a house for herself, and live her own life. There was no point in denying reality. She should accept that she was now Ariel. Suddenly, the girl looked up and felt a strong sense of shock. A sign appeared before her, stating that a wondrous journey awaited her. Beings who had existed since the beginning of time and had grown bored with this world had taken an interest in her abilities. Ariel reread the lines several times, but still couldn't understand their meaning. After a moment, the message disappeared, leaving the girl standing there in complete confusion. It might have just been a dream, but at that very moment, there was a knock at the door. Ariel turned her head, waiting to see who would appear in her room. A blond man entered, looking nothing like Annie. The girl mentally ran through all the possible characters described in the novel. Seeing a stranger bring her lunch, Ariel already had a guess as to who it might be. Could she be seeing the high priest, Rayhouse Del, in person? At that moment, he smiled, because it was the first time the girl had called him by his name. Ariel remembered that only Camilla had addressed him that way, while she herself only used his title. So the girl decided to apologize, saying she was just lost in thought. But Rayhouse preferred it this way, and his words surprised the heroine. It turned out that the man had begun to forget his own name. He looked at her with his golden eyes and permitted her to continue calling him by his name. The real Ariel would have probably glowed with happiness, but our heroine decided not to cross the line. So she told Rayhouse that she would be more careful with her words and actions. One could not be so disrespectful to the high priest, lest she get into trouble. After saying this, the girl smiled sweetly and added that it would not happen again. Rayhouse did not answer her, simply accepting the Saintess's wishes in silence. To Ariel's surprise, he seemed like a very kind and polite man. This was exactly as described in the novel, but it felt very nice to see in real life. Just then, Rayhouse announced that he would give the girl anything she wanted. However, she should remember that with freedom comes responsibility. It was the same with Camilla, who continued to call him by his name after becoming the Saintess. After all, the high priest's influence was nearly on par with that of the royal family. It was also Rayhouse who had brought Ariel into the temple and forced her to play the role of the Saintess. Now he regretted that the girl did not intend to call him by his name. Ariel could clearly feel him pressuring her, so she changed the subject by thanking him for the lunch. Only he knew she was not the Saintess, and it was best not to anger him. However, Rayhouse added that he felt she didn't seem quite right today. After some time, Ariel decided to study in the library and became engrossed in the process. Afterward, she felt a sense of satisfaction from the mental exertion and stretched. The girl was in a good mood because her conversation with Rayhouse had gone well. Now, she could focus on what she had learned over the past few days. It was the year 722, and there were still 5 years until Camilla's arrival. The heroine found herself in the Allied Empire, where the monarch and the clergy were equally revered. Almost the entire population were believers in the temples of the gods, were scattered everywhere. There were 9 temples in total, and the Temple of Elim was considered the place where all the gods were enshrined. Ariel lived here, and the Saintess was also born here. Elim was the religious center of the empire, and there must be records of prophecies. Here, Ariel found information stating that a certain god would decide to share their divine wisdom. A blue square with a prophecy would appear before the Saintess and be engraved in her heart. At this moment, the girl thought about how difficult it must be for people to understand the language of the gods. In the book, there were scenes of Camilla using divine power, but there was no mention of it here, so a disappointed Ariel decided to look for something else. The royal library had many books, and the girl intended to read as many as possible. She found information about the monthly maintenance expenses. It was something like a salary, and according to her calculations, it amounted to 220 million won per year. It turned out that after the Saintess was replaced, Ariel would be able to live comfortably into old age. But the heroine in the book spent the money as soon as she got it. Fortunately, our Ariel was not like that. She could save up for a house and then leave. But suddenly, she was distracted by a familiar sound, and a blue square appeared again, indicating that someone had taken an interest in her notes. The girl felt as if she were not in a novel, but in a computer game. But just then, Annie entered the room, bringing her lady some tea. Ariel turned to her, realizing that the maid had come at the perfect time. She could finally figure out whether all this was her imagination or reality. The girl then pointed at the panel and asked Annie if she could see it. But from the maid's perspective, it looked as if her lady was pointing at thin air. Annie saw no blue square and thought that the Saintess had not yet recovered. Furthermore, she added that in this condition, she would not be able to perform her duties. On second thought, Ariel had done nothing for the past 3 days but eat, drink, and read. Camilla, on the other hand, constantly went on pilgrimages and met with the emperor and the crown prince himself. However, Ariel was not the real Saintess and had no need to be one. She had a feigned illness to explain why she wasn't going to the temple. Just then, Annie interrupted her thoughts and brought up her brother. The girl had told the Saintess that he had fallen ill and was now in debt. Ariel listened attentively as the maid hinted that he couldn't manage without her help. It was clear that Annie was embarrassed to ask for anything, but her lady still didn't understand the point. At that moment, the maid asked for a little more to be added to her salary. Meanwhile, a strange smile appeared on her face. Ariel was so stunned by this request that she couldn't speak. However, Annie's expression seemed very familiar and insincere to her. Only those who wanted to take advantage of her would smile like that. This cunning smile was familiar to her from her past life, even though she came from a wealthy family. In the book, the villainous Ariel was very compassionate, and Annie decided to profit from her. But our heroine was not the real Saintess and would not let herself be used. After that, the girl turned to the maid, who was already prepared to hear a positive answer. But Ariel simply asked if she had given her money before. Annie replied that her lady had once agreed to help her brother, helping her one time. She had paid her 650 francs, even though a maid's salary was only 200. Now, it was clear why the heroine of a novel was always penniless, and the current Ariel decided to put Annie in her place. Therefore, the lady advised her to think carefully before she spoke. From this day on, Ariel would not give the maid another cent. She was already receiving a good salary, yet she dared to ask for more. Annie was furious, but the lady offered to bring her brother here. The stables were in dire need of hands, and the maid would not have to worry about her relative. But Annie had always thought of the Saintess as her inferior and did not expect to be refused. The maid even lost her composure and began to scream openly. Ariel had already encountered such people in her past life and knew them inside and out. A maid had no right to be so disrespectful to the Saintess. However, Annie played her trump card, reminding her that she knew her mistress's secret. This trick caught Ariel off guard, and she was at a loss for words. At that moment, the maid revealed all her hatred, calling the Saintess an impostor. Now it was clear why the real Ariel had paid the maid so much money. Annie began to threaten to tell everyone the Saintess's true identity. But Ariel did not fall for her blackmail and suggested the maid do it right now. The heroine of the book would have continued to buy the maid's silence, but now things would be different. It all started with 300 francs, and now the girl's impudence had reached 700. Without batting an eye, Ariel told the maid that she could tell everyone her secret. However, Annie explained that there would be consequences for her lady, but the girl already knew she would face execution for it. But at the same time, people would not forget the servant who reported it. After all, she had known the secret for so long, hiding the truth for money. Ariel knew very well what would happen to Annie after this, and she was seized with fear. Meanwhile, the heroine herself would die with dignity, as she was of half-noble blood. But such a death would clearly not befall the maid, who was just a commoner. Moreover, to outsiders, it would look like Annie was jealous of Ariel, since she had discovered the truth. She should have spoken up immediately, and now she had no way out because they were in the same boat. Otherwise, if the maid dared to speak, she would have to risk her life. After saying this, Ariel fell silent for a moment, noticing that Annie was trembling violently. Then she decided to find out if her family knew the secret. Annie tried to justify herself, saying she hadn't told anyone. But Ariel didn't believe her words, and the maid desperately defended her family. However, even so, the lady stated that Annie had not convinced her at all, so she would have to verify everything herself and talk to her family. At this moment, Annie lost all her arrogance and begged her mistress for forgiveness. The maid fell to her knees, saying she didn't need any money. Furthermore, she promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. And at this moment, the heroine couldn't believe that Ariel had allowed herself to be used like this. Meanwhile, Annie continued to beg for forgiveness with tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, the high priest entered the room and witnessed this scene. At this moment, Annie was seized with even greater fear at the man's reaction. She tried to justify herself, but Rayhouse had already drawn his dagger. At that moment, drops of blood began to fly everywhere, and Annie's voice was cut short. Ariel watched this scene, unable to believe what was happening. However, the high priest's gaze remained cold and firm after this. Afterward, he told Ariel that circumstances had forced his hand. The girl understood that Rayhouse was afraid of the Saintess's secret being revealed. However, she never thought she would witness such a scene with her own eyes. He shouldn't have killed her, even without any guarantees. While Ariel tried to come to her senses, the high priest promised her that he would clean everything up, but the girl just turned her head to the side and did not answer. After that, Rayhouse left the room, advising Ariel to rest. At this point, she waited for the door to close and tried to relax. Then the girl clutched her head, trying to process what had happened. The thing was, Rayhouse had actually done the right thing. In the end, Annie died without even having time to scream. And one day, Ariel would face the same fate as her servant. As soon as she was no longer needed, they would dispose of her. This fact made Ariel terrified at the thought of her own death. But suddenly, a notification appeared before the girl, stating that the higher powers had taken an interest in her thoughts. At this time, Rayhouse was walking through the temple, replaying all of Ariel's words in his mind. He remembered how the girl had talked about the death that awaited the maid. He couldn't remember Ariel ever being so resolute before. The maids might gossip behind her back, but she would only play the victim. However, he was still convinced that the Saintess didn't have a brain in her head, or things wouldn't have come to this. The Temple of Elim was considered the place where all 9 gods were enshrined. If the Saintess served all the gods, the high priest served only one. This was the case with Rayhouse, who had just arrived at the place of worship. When he saw his god, his gaze became very deep. He worshipped Monty, the god of art, who was depicted as a statue. Rayhouse closed his eyes at this moment and began to pray to him. Meanwhile, Ariel was being served by a new maid who had already gotten into trouble. The girl tried to apologize sincerely, but her lady told her not to worry. After that, the maid left, saying she would be on call. Ariel then laughed, because a mere salad had caused such a commotion. Now everyone was going crazy, and the maids were changing so quickly that she couldn't even remember them. However, one must not forget that our heroine was in another world. Unlike in reality, life was treated differently here. Annie had died only yesterday, and now it seemed no one cared about her anymore. Ariel wasn't used to this yet, but if the truth were revealed, the Empire would suffer. So she understood that circumstances had indeed left Rayhouse with no choice. The girl decided that she needed to escape from there, because as time went on, the chances of survival were getting smaller. After that, she sat down at her desk and prepared for her escape. Then Ariel looked at the shopping prices in the store and realized she could only afford mid-range items. The heroine of the book was foolish and compassionate, and if she hid well, Rayhouse would forget about her. After that, the girl calculated the time frame and was happy to realize she had 3 years. Now she no longer had to give most of her salary to Annie and could save money. But suddenly, the girl was startled from her pleasant dreams by some strange sounds. Ariel looked at the door, trying to figure out who was there. At that moment, Rayhouse entered the room, and she did not expect to see him. The girl was angry that he didn't even knock, but she didn't tell him that. The high priest, seeing Ariel greet him according to etiquette, was inwardly surprised. Then he saw many notes on her desk and concluded that she was completely immersed in her studies. But Rayhouse must not be allowed to see her notes, or he would guess the Saintess's plan. So she beat him to it and told him she just wanted to show him something. Tomorrow was His Highness's birthday, and Ariel had prepared a speech. Of course, it was written by the real heroine, and the girl hadn't even thought she would need it. At this point, Rayhouse began to read the congratulatory message aloud. But even our heroine did not expect Ariel to write so openly about her love for Kyle. She even blushed at the many confessions dedicated to the crown prince in this letter. The girl, of course, knew that Ariel was a naive fool, but she had never felt so ashamed. Therefore, she asked the high priest to return the message so she could rewrite it. However, he just watched her with a serious gaze and asked about her love for Kyle. Ariel was stunned by the question and began to deny everything. It seemed that unrequited love was a sore spot for the heroine, but the girl explained that it was about the love of the gods for humanity. However, Rayhouse was smart and informed her that Crown Prince Kyle might see it differently. What if he thought of the kind of love that should not be? The real Ariel might have thought it was just a simple congratulatory message. But our heroine assured the high priest that she would rewrite the speech, and a smile appeared on his face. On her face, the man was pleased with the girl's actions, saying she had truly impressed him. When he handed over the paper, she couldn't believe he would praise her for such a small thing. But the congratulatory speech accidentally fell to the floor, and Rayhouse bent down to pick it up. Then he held it in his hands again, and the girl noticed his beautiful amber eyes. She was so flustered she couldn't say a word. Afterwards, Ariel thanked Ray House and averted her gaze. She decided not to look at his beautiful eyes again, and the high priest suggested they meet again tomorrow. A little later, Ariel went to the library, trying to forget the awkward moments while writing the congratulatory speech she wanted to prepare for tomorrow's celebration and was looking for reference materials. Suddenly, the girl noticed a man starting to harass a girl who served the gods. This rude fellow was pestering the nun, demanding she have dinner with him and cornering her against a wall. Ariel was not indifferent to the situation and decided to intervene. By this time, the girl had started to cry, asking him to leave her alone. After that, the Saintess demanded the man let go of the nun and find someone else outside the temple. But the insolent man just stared silently at Ariel, and she again demanded he leave the temple. The man explained that they were just having a pleasant conversation and that he had done nothing wrong. However, Ariel had witnessed everything, and the nun also said he had harassed her. The man began to defend himself, saying Eliam recruits all sorts of people. Everyone was just ganging up to frame him and falsely accuse him of harassment. But the nun was angered by his words, saying he himself had invited her for a drink. At this point, Ariel asked the man for his name, and he said he was Hans of the Ragefield family. The Saintess had never heard of such a person. They didn't seem to be famous. Afterwards, Hans demanded the girls give their names as well, threatening to report everything to the Saintess. The handmaidens behind Ariel were indignant, feeling this man had no idea who was standing before him. But Ariel didn't let them finish and instead asked the nun to clarify something. Ignoring the man, she wanted the nun to state who had the authority to excommunicate people. Hearing he was about to be taught a lesson, Hans fell silent for a moment, and at that moment, the nun was preparing to answer the question posed. According to the rules, the Pope or the High Priest can excommunicate people. In addition, the Saintess, Ariel herself, also possessed such authority. Furthermore, upon being excommunicated, the person would also be stripped of their noble title. But Hans was overconfident, believing it was impossible for him to be excommunicated. However, it was a grave mistake for Ragefield to disbelieve this girl and behave so shamelessly. Just then, Ariel walked up to him, pinched his lips, and told him to shut up. She then looked Hans straight in the eye and told him that she was the Saintess. Afterwards, Ariel released his mouth, but the man couldn't recover from the shock. He couldn't believe he had behaved so insolently in front of this girl. Meanwhile, the Saintess threatened to write a letter of complaint against the Ragefield family, but Hans begged her not to, falling to his knees and pleading for forgiveness. If he had known the Saintess was before him, he would never have made such a mistake. Hans understood the consequences that awaited him and desperately begged for forgiveness. At this moment, Ariel informed him that her forgiveness had to be earned. To do that, he first needed to apologize to the nun he had insulted. However, Hans explained that he was just joking and had done nothing wrong. But in that case, he was implying that the eyes of the Saintess and the 9 gods were all mistaken. After this, the man realized he had no choice and apologized to the nun. The girl was very surprised, not expecting him to ask for forgiveness before her. At this point, Ariel understood the conflict could be resolved. Now she could get back to her own business and ask for a set of books on etiquette to be brought to her. Suddenly, a notification popped up before her again, saying the gods had taken an interest in her sense of justice. Now she possessed the ability to receive oracles, and she was the first person to have this ability. Then other notifications appeared, which shocked Ariel. A short while later, the girl picked up the book she needed and sat down to study. She read about the Saintess's unique abilities and her power to receive oracles. Now Ariel understood she had caught the attention of the gods, but she was annoyed by these notifications, which were as noisy as if a nightclub had opened today. It all looked like some kind of game interface describing the gods' actions. However, Ariel didn't consider herself the Saintess, and the book didn't mention any exceptions. At this point, she decided to find a way to turn off these notifications. But the gods panicked at the thought, so the girl decided against it, after which the higher powers relaxed. From an outsider's perspective, it was as if they had reconnected to the internet, or like a person on a deserted island who had successfully received a radio wave. Although Ariel was very reluctant, she had to accept these oracles. However, it was all very strange, because she wasn't the real Saintess. Suddenly, a notification popped up before her, saying the god of knowledge wanted to show her something. Ariel activated the sense, and it felt as if she were absorbing the contents of the books. She felt like she was reading hundreds of books at the same time. Some weren't even in the library, and now she no longer had to worry about anything. But the acquisition of knowledge suddenly stopped because the girl's oracle level was too low. In this situation, all she could do was review what she had already acquired. Suddenly, she was enveloped by a wonderful sense of blessing from Heist, the god of knowledge. After this, Ariel felt as if her mind had become 1,000 times lighter. She only had to glance at a book to absorb its entire contents. Now, this ability would allow the girl to work faster. Although she had always been lucky, this was still happening too quickly. A little later, Ariel left the library, and early the next morning, she had time to take a bath. Now she felt refreshed and decided to rest well after yesterday's fruitful day. She also noticed that He's blessing lasted for 3 hours, and then everything returned to normal. Just then, someone started knocking on her door, and the girl allowed him to enter. Rayhouse appeared at the door again and asked how she had slept. Ariel replied that she had slept well, while the god of art couldn't take his eyes off the man. Then the high priest noticed the many books and praised the girl's diligence, and she decided to act sincere in order to build a good relationship. But something was off about Rayhouse. Could it be because the real protagonist wouldn't act that way? In this situation, the girl decided to distract him with some self-reflection. She said she had acted like a child in the past and would now try not to cause any more trouble. Ariel didn't know when the real Saintess would appear, but until then, she would act more restrained. Hearing these words, the high priest's gaze became unusually serious. He replied that he had already asked the girl to treat this place as her own home, but she had a feeling that because of their shared secret, he wouldn't let her leave here alive. After that, Rayhouse held out his hand, asking her to give him the new speech draft. Ariel handed him the paper with the congratulatory speech, and the man read it silently. During this time, he said nothing and showed no reaction. Ariel was starting to think something was wrong with her speech and grew worried. However, Rayhouse told her it was a wonderful congratulatory speech. In his eyes, the girl had matured so much in this period that he could hardly believe it. But to avoid suspicion, Ariel had taken the speech from a collection and modified it slightly. At this point, Rayhouse became interested in the disturbance that had occurred in the library. The girl explained that she had seen Hans harassing a nun. She had given him a warning like a saintess should, perhaps overreacting a little. But Rayhouse informed her that he had already excommunicated the man and his entire family from the church, and in the future, Ariel should report such matters to him immediately. She was surprised by his actions, as the matter could have been resolved between Anna and Hans. Just then, Heist, the god of knowledge, sent a warning to the Saintess, telling her to be wary of Rayhouse. He saw that the man had a rotten soul, while the god Mani thought his beauty was more important. Ariel didn't understand why the gods were suddenly talking about this as she read the notifications. At this moment, Rayhouse was observing the girl and concluded she was ill. At this point, she came to her senses and explained that she was just surprised by the man's decisiveness. After all, it wasn't easy to root out corruption and identify those with wicked hearts. It turned out that the other priests had condemned Rayhouse's decision, but he saw support in Ariel's words when she said he had acted justly. At least when she read the book, she had always considered Rayhouse to be wise. Unlike the crown prince, the high priest chose deception to appease the people. To the villainous Ariel, he was an executioner, but to Camilla, he was a true protector. If the girl had been reborn as Camilla, she might have admired Rayhouse. Afterwards, the man apologized for wasting Ariel's time and left the room. But she didn't understand why he left so suddenly and what had gone wrong. After all, the girl had done quite well and tried not to say anything unnecessary. But because of the notifications, Ariel didn't even have time to worry. At this moment, the gods began to argue amongst themselves, with messages describing their every action. Ariel was already holding her head, begging them to stop talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Rayhouse didn't understand. When everything had changed, he remembered the girl's blue eyes, which he had only just now seen. But for some reason, he had never noticed them before, nor had he ever paid attention to them. An Ariel smile, was it really always that sweet? Rayhouse had chosen her only because she was foolish and naive, suitable for playing the role. But now, the girl seemed to have become a different person, and he was losing his mind. Just then, an angry man, displeased with his actions, interrupted his thoughts. It was Father Haynes, who was furious that Rayhouse hadn't consulted him. After all, Even if the Saintess herself had decided to excommunicate Ragefield, he shouldn't have agreed. An entire family couldn't be excommunicated for the fault of one member. Unlike the other priests, Haynes was firmly opposed to this. But Rayhouse said he didn't excommunicate them because of Hans's fault. The point was that the entire family was conspiring with some of the priests. Someone had told him that corruption is not easy to root out, but this, on the contrary, made him feel better. Now, Rayhouse intended to cut off all the rotten branches in this temple. Haynes became very agitated by this and only asked that he be consulted in the future. And it would be best if Rayhouse decided such matters himself, without the Saintess's intervention. But the high priest changed the subject, reporting that there was a large number of magical beasts in the Ares mine. Since Haynes had nothing to do, he might as well go to the mine and investigate everything. The priest was terrified by this news, saying he was too old for this. However, Rayhouse's decision was unshakable, and he wouldn't even listen to his excuses. The priest realized he had no choice but to enter the mine. Besides, no one could defy or refuse the high priest's orders. At this time, Anna, the nun from the library, was kneeling in the Saintess's room. A handmaiden reported that she had insisted on an audience and had something to say. Ariel remembered that this was the girl she had seen in the library. Now she wanted to hear what the nun had to tell her. It was obvious the girl was very nervous and had difficulty speaking, but she still mustered the courage to ask the Saintess to allow her to serve her. Ariel didn't expect such a request and replied that she no longer needed servants. Besides, unlike the handmaidens, Anna possessed magical power, and it was dangerous to keep her by her side. But the nun was very grateful for the Saintess's help and hadn't even had a chance to thank her properly. Since Ariel had helped her, the girl sincerely hoped to serve her. The Saintess saw Anna's sincerity and couldn't remain indifferent, so she waved her hand, dismissing the handmaiden. After the door closed with a thud, she began to talk with the nun. Ariel told her that a handmaiden had recently died before her very eyes. Although she had worked for her for a long time, it hadn't saved the girl from death, and it was all because that handmaiden couldn't keep her mouth shut. But the nun was nothing to the Saintess, and moreover, couldn't avoid a similar fate. Ariel hoped this would scare Anna and make her change her mind, but the girl still insisted on serving her, without even blinking an eye. It turned out she was an orphan who was fortunate enough to end up in the temple. However, her life hadn't changed at all, and the girl had never learned to stand up for herself. But that day in the library, a nobleman had apologized to her for the first time. It was as if the Saintess had illuminated her life with light, and now she wanted to become like her. Moreover, Anna was destined to serve the gods in this temple forever. So, why not dedicate her life to the Saintess and serve her as well? Anna wanted to do everything she could to survive and repay Ariel's kindness. But the Saintess explained that as long as she was useful to her, no one would dare lay a finger on her. However, she couldn't confidently guarantee the safety of her family either. Anna was not afraid of this and remained resolute in her desire to serve the Saintess. The next day, Ariel left the temple and was about to get into her carriage. She was greeted by Dwayne, the commander of the 2nd Legion. The man said it was his honor to escort the Saintess. Ariel had been idle for a long time, and now she was going to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. From the outside, the temple was much larger than she had previously felt. When she was ready to leave this place, the girl would definitely need a horse. But suddenly, Ariel was pulled from her thoughts, noticing a large crowd outside the window. Everyone was cheering for her appearance, and now she understood what it felt like to be the Saintess. The people revered and loved this servant of the gods who brought them peace. Moreover, the Saintess conveyed the will of the gods, which greatly interested the populace. Ariel now wondered if she was truly receiving messages from a higher power. At this moment, in a notification, he'd expressed his displeasure with her thoughts. But Ariel believed she was a fake Saintess, which meant they weren't real gods either. She told them to prove otherwise, and at that very moment, thunder roared and lightning appeared. The girl was very surprised by the sudden thunderstorm in a clear sky. After that, she realized that real gods were communicating with her. But now there was only an empty notification window before her, and everyone had fallen silent. Ariel decided to wait a little longer, but no message appeared. Then she smiled and looked out the window, seeing a notification that Odysseus was interested in this. The girl was glad that at least the gods couldn't read minds, and after a while, she arrived at the imperial palace. Everyone inside stared at her openly, but Ariel was already used to it. The most important thing was to hold her head high and walk with a more confident gait. With this attitude and a firm gaze, Ariel walked past hundreds of people. At this time, an orchestra was playing string music in the palace. The Saintess stopped before the throne, realizing that the emperor and empress were in front of her. The former was named Laoshan Yinsun Illida, and his wife was Rosa Illida. The empress was the daughter of Count Michael and had received her title 3 years ago. In addition, a man stood next to the emperor, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. This was Crown Prince Kyle Alexis, and it was his birthday that was being celebrated today. As it turned out, all the honored guests had arrived, and the congratulatory ceremony could begin. The Saintess began her speech for the Crown Prince's 20th birthday and blessed him. After that, the emperor thanked her and asked her to raise her head. The girl complied with his request, thinking that Ariel and Kyle's relationship had never been good. However, now his face showed undisguised intense hatred, but the girl decided to ignore it and continue her speech. It told of how God created the world and divided it into 9 parts. His mercy descended upon the empire and made this place prosperous. Then a brave emperor was chosen, and his son was born under the blessing of Seal, the god of destruction. Now the Saintess congratulated this sole heir, the crown prince. Not only the god of destruction, but the other 8 gods also blessed him. At that moment, Ariel felt someone's gaze on her. She even apologized in her mind, but her current situation was much worse than the crown prince's. After that, Kyle finally placed his hand into the girl's palm. Now she could kiss it and thus convey the blessing. However, the girl herself considered this a form of humiliation in front of everyone. Fortunately, she didn't make any mistakes, although it was not a pleasant task. At this time, Kyle still didn't hide his hateful gaze as he looked at the girl. But suddenly there was some kind of explosion and Ariel was thrown to the side. The sound was so loud that everyone in the room fell from their seats. After everything calmed down, Ariel tried to see what had happened, but she couldn't understand anything because Kyle was standing in front of her with his sword drawn. The man tried to spot the danger, but found nothing. Now, the emperor himself demanded a report on what had happened. At this time, his guard reported that it was lightning. It had struck the statue of the first emperor and destroyed it. Ariel was very disturbed by this news because it was impossible. As a result, the bronze statue was completely destroyed by such immense force. After that, the empress clutched her head, understanding that this was a bad omen. While everyone was trying to suppress their panic, Ariel looked at the hole in the ceiling. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky at this moment, which meant the lightning hadn't struck without reason. The girl understood this was the work of the god Heezed and asked him about it. It turned out he had sensed injustice and accidentally struck with lightning. Ariel understood this would cause a commotion and she wouldn't be spared. Then she decided to look at the people and listen to their reactions to this phenomenon. Everyone began to whisper, thinking it was a bad omen. The emperor's statue had turned to rubble, which was bad for the crown prince. After all, everyone was starting to believe that after he ascended the throne, the empire would collapse along with him. But now Ariel was also troubled by a strange feeling in her chest whenever she looked at the crown prince. At this moment, she was drawn by a nearby voice, and the girl turned around. The empress began to exclaim that it was their honor that the Saintess herself was present today. This meant the gods had no reason to be angry with them. But Ariel immediately realized that the emperor's new wife and the crown prince did not get along. However, the reaction of the populace was indeed tricky and could be dangerous. Moreover, everything happened right after her words, and Kyle might hold a grudge. After that, the emperor asked the Saintess to pray for the empire after returning to the temple. But Ariel decided to resolve everything now and turn to the crown prince. Then she said that she would convey to the gods that he was pleased. This confused Kyle, and he pressed the Saintess for an explanation. Ariel explained that the crown prince was born under the star of Seal, the god of destruction. But destruction and creation always go hand in hand, and this is the mother of all things. However, the empress thought this was nonsense and didn't understand what she was trying to say. Only her husband realized that this was about Seal's blessing. At this moment, lightning is a symbol of divine power, and everyone began to cheer. Ariel added that this was the god's way of congratulating the crown prince, and his desire was so strong. that he couldn't suppress his joy. After solving the problem, Ariel decided to go out for some fresh air. Now, she had to ask the gods not to do that again. Also, it was time to investigate the relationship between the crown prince and the queen, and then return to the temple. But suddenly, Crown Prince Kyle appeared on her balcony, and his presence flustered her. He looked stern, displeased that the Saintess was about to leave the celebration. This reaction shocked Ariel. She didn't understand what was wrong with the crown prince. He looked at her with such hatred, yet at the same time, he didn't want her to leave. Kyle said that she was a little different today than usual. Hearing this, Ariel asked the crown prince what he meant exactly. He was surprised that the Saintess could solve such a problem on her own, as if she were a completely different person. She explained that her past life had been too lazy, so she decided to make a change. At this, Kyle looked at her sternly again and said he believed her words. But she had to explain it to him clearly, which frustrated the Saintess. Seeing her reaction, the crown prince took a letter out of his breast pocket. He had just recently received this letter, written by Ariel, proposing marriage to him. This news made her want to spontaneously combust from shame. She was ashamed of the original heroine whose body she possessed. How could the real Ariel do something like this, going so overboard? Even the crown prince didn't understand how she could forget her duties as a saintess. She decided to calm down and realized the handwriting in the letter was rather childish. On one hand, Kyle could decently refuse her proposal, but on the other hand, his rejection could also be rude or even dangerous. So Ariel decided to first find a way to justify it. She told him it was just a mistake, but for some reason, Kyle's gaze turned stern. Ariel felt immense pressure and continued to make excuses. She said it was all because she had been drinking that day. She wasn't in her right mind when she wrote the letter and even mailed it. Ariel was very sorry and asked him to forget this mistake for the sake of her help today. But Kyle didn't understand how a mistake could be so sincere. After that, he took a few steps toward her and said he was shocked. Then he touched her lips with his finger, saying she thought of him every night. Ariel had even written in the letter that she would be overjoyed if the crown prince accepted her proposal. All of this was written clearly in her letter with precise details. At this moment, our heroine wanted to crawl into a hole out of shame for the real Ariel. Why did she write all this to a crown prince who was obsessed with her? Why not just go to the temple immediately? Meanwhile, Kyle showed her the 8-page-long letter. Ariel explained that she had drunk a whole barrel of wine and didn't remember anything. But the crown prince firmly believed that people speak the truth when they're drunk. They start talking about their deepest desires, which confused her. Therefore, she decided to give up all attempts at justification and simply asked him to forget about it. She also apologized and promised to be stricter with herself. However, the crown prince was not at all satisfied with her explanation, saying she was just toying with him. Ariel hadn't expected this kind of reaction at all, especially after she had helped him today. The crown prince grabbed her wrist forcefully, making the situation even more complicated. She couldn't even imagine how many sleepless nights he had spent after receiving her letter. The crown prince was furious that the Saintess was now blaming everything on alcohol. All his screaming and anger terrified Ariel. But just then, a bolt of lightning exploded next to them. After that, droplets of water appeared in the air, looking like a fountain. They gathered above their heads and poured down like rain. Not only Ariel, but even the crown prince was shocked by what was happening. At this point, he even let go of her hand and stopped screaming. The Saintess decided not to miss this opportunity and bolted away from her aggressor. She ran to her carriage and saw Dwayne nearby, who was surprised by her haste. Meanwhile, Ariel shouted that it was an emergency evacuation and ran inside. The carriage door slammed shut and she felt safe. Now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief and relax. She looked at the palace in the distance, trying to calm herself down. She was glad she had managed to survive and was grateful for the lightning that had saved her. Afterward, she decided to ask Hesed if he was the one who did it. He winked at her in a message, and Ariel thanked him for his help. At this, the god of love praised Hesed, while Monty regretted having condemned him earlier. Ariel then noticed she was holding the letter to Kyle, which she had accidentally taken with her. The crown prince's enraged face immediately flashed in her mind. Afterward, she began to blush from extreme shame. This embarrassing situation was driving her crazy. The real Ariel's actions had changed everything, much more than she had imagined. Now the situation had become very dangerous and would require even more effort. Sometime later, an auction was underway where the kettle of Count Balmar was being sold. A long time ago, it held holy water from the ancient Urus temple. The starting bid for this kettle was 100 francs, and people began to raise their paddles. The price gradually increased, and the item was finally sold for 200 francs. But the Saintess didn't understand why she was here. It turned out to be the wish of the god of art. Even Dwayne asked her this question, as he didn't understand their reason for coming. However, Ariel didn't panic and said it was all the will of the gods. Besides, there was another reason she was here. In fact, sometimes the trinkets one buys can make their owners millionaires. Ariel decided to take advantage of this and not miss any opportunity. After all, she had the god of art to help her pick out valuable items. As soon as such an item appeared, Monty would notify the Saintess. Just then, the next item was announced, belonging to Countess Altmar. Ariel received a notification that Monty was looking at this dagger. It was made of bronze and dragon bone and contained divine power. But the Saintess thought it was impossible for this dagger to contain a large amount of dragon bone. It was easy to guess that they used the same tricks here as with ordinary goods. However, since the god of art was looking at the dagger so intently, it was worth considering. Meanwhile, people were actively raising the price, and Monty had not yet given his verdict. Ariel was already getting nervous and was about to lose her patience. Then she lost her temper and begged the god to hurry up. At that moment, a notification appeared before her eyes. Monty wanted this dagger. Without hesitation, Ariel immediately raised her paddle. She raised the price to 100 francs, ready to buy the item. No one dared to raise the price further, and the dagger now belonged to the Saintess. She was very happy about this, feeling it was so exciting. Ariel then turned to her guard and asked him to go to a certain place. She had some important business to attend to, which shouldn't take too long. She went out onto the street with Dwayne, and the man recognized the place. Ariel had brought him to the Merchants Guild, but it wasn't yet clear why. The most influential guild master was one of the three main male characters, Casloid. He was the only one who had no intersection with Ariel, and I don't want to get involved with him. But this merchant guild had the most talented appraisers, so she decided to use their services and took out an item to sell. Ariel took out the dagger, wanting to know how much it could be appraised for. From its appearance, it didn't look expensive, but the gods don't lie. At this point, the appraiser stated that he would charge 5 francs for the appraisal alone. She agreed to the price, and the man began his work. Meanwhile, Ariel started looking at the guilds. Display cases. Even the variety of their goods was extraordinary. You could feel their professionalism. Suddenly, the appraiser finished his work and said it was a fine specimen. Surprisingly, the dragon bone content of this dagger was quite high. Ariel was overjoyed at these words, and even Monty shrugged in the notification. After that, she decided to ask how much this precious item was worth. The man explained that, considering all its characteristics, its price was 300 francs. Ariel was delighted by this news, as the price was quite high. Even Dwayne couldn't figure out how she knew the item's value. She honestly admitted that the gods had helped her, and Monty was pleased with her sincerity. After that, she immediately decided to sell the item and shook hands with the appraiser. He thanked her for the deal and prepared to get the money. At that moment, Ariel received a notification that the shop function was now unlocked for her. Sometime later, Ariel returned to the temple, where Anna greeted her. The girl had undergone 5 days of training in order to serve the Saintess. Now that she had completed her training, she could begin her duties. Anna took the Saintess's hand and assured her that she could now rely on her. The girl said she would work hard, which relieved Ariel. Afterward, she ordered violet pie and apple tea to be brought. Anna's demeanor made Ariel feel as if she were her own little sister. But now she needed to take care of some things, so she sat down at her desk. At this point, she looked at the notification and decided to examine the shop function. Come to think of it, in the very beginning, she could speak with the gods through the oracle. But because her level was too low, it seemed not all the gods could talk to her. Thanks to their help, Ariel was able to improve her abilities. Monty could also help her at the auction, and now there was a shop. Suddenly, many blue windows appeared in front of the girl. This took her by surprise, as she was used to windows in the form of a game chat. But Ariel couldn't even imagine there would be Something like this. The interface still looked like a game and could be figured out. At this point, the Saintess decided to check it out and press the panel. She saw that she had 0 francs in her account, which made the shop useless. But at the same time, the system prompted her to claim a reward for opening the shop. Ariel received a multi-purpose pouch, and a blue bag appeared in front of her. But she felt it was completely empty and didn't understand what to do with it. Suddenly, she realized how to use it and decided to give it a try. She took out her real money coins and put them in the pouch. After that, 500 francs appeared in her account, and it was now clear how to deposit money into the account. The problem of funding was solved, but many items were still locked. Perhaps this was related to her low oracle level, but now at least she could buy simple items and minor potions. However, this didn't seem particularly useful. She still had to find a way to increase her power. Ariel began to scroll through the panel to better understand the interface. It turned out to be a magic item shop, and she should unlock as much as possible. This way, Ariel's only option was to invest all her savings into the shop. But the god of art was not pleased with her ambition, because the value of art is not nothing. However, Ariel reminded him that he was the happiest one at the auction. After that, she received a notification that the gods had decided to entrust her with a secret mission. She needed to prove her loyalty by raising funds. Then the system asked her to hand over all the money in her multi-purpose pouch. Ariel almost cried when she saw this message, as this was all of her savings. If only the gods knew how hard it was to hide this money from Rayhouse. But even if they acted like children, they weren't bad. Besides, the gods had always been helping Ariel, so this sacrifice was unlikely to harm her. That being the case, she was ready to say goodbye to her savings. Therefore, she replied that she was willing to offer all her money as a sacrifice to the gods. At this moment, the multi-purpose wallet began to float above her hand, and all the funds in her account were deducted. Ariel was very sad about this, but she believed it was the price to pay for the gods' help. Suddenly, a message appeared before her, saying she had offered what was currently most precious to her. Therefore, the 3 gods were prepared to share their divine power with her. The Saintess's body was chosen as a vessel, and the divine power was unlocked. Ariel felt very warm at this moment, as if she were sitting by a fireplace. A bright light appeared around her, penetrating every cell of her body, and she felt this warm current enter her body. After that, everything disappeared, and Ariel tried to figure out what had changed. She looked at her hands, but didn't feel anything new. Ariel was still waiting for something to happen, but everything around her was silent. Suddenly, all the gods congratulated her on obtaining divine power. Ariel finally felt the excitement of it all, and her thoughts became clearer. Now, even the interior of her room seemed quite ordinary to her, no longer so luxurious. Because of Monty, the god of art, she could see through every floorboard that met her eyes. She wondered what the blessing of Odysseus, the god of love, would feel like. After all, she didn't even have a boyfriend, and Ariel had never truly experienced love. However, it was strange because other people could only use the power of one god. But she was different. Her power had no limits, just like Barides. However, it was the first time Ariel had heard of her, and she herself was not the real Saintess. When the real protagonist appeared, she would have to give up this position. But this power was so similar to divine power. Everything seemed so real. She didn't understand what was happening, nor how to explain it. Suddenly, just then, Rayhouse entered the room and found the Saintess looking distraught. He was concerned about her condition, but Ariel told him she was just a little busy. At this moment, she opened her eyes and finally realized who was standing in front of her. The Saintess hadn't expected to see Rayhouse so suddenly and panicked. After all, the high priest himself was standing before her, and she had to treat him with respect. Ariel tried to justify herself, saying she had mistaken him for Anna. But why had Rayhouse visited so suddenly? She had a feeling the high priest hadn't come for no reason. Perhaps he had discovered her secret and knew about her plan to save money. Could Dwayne have told him about her buying the dagger at the auction? Saving money secretly was almost equivalent to running away in the middle of the night. Moreover, she noticed that Rayhouse's hand was resting on his sword. Just then, he began to speak, and Ariel's heart skipped a beat. She didn't catch what he said and tried to ask again. Rayhouse explained that he didn't mind speaking informally. This news frustrated her, as she certainly hadn't expected this. After all, she couldn't allow herself to do so, especially with someone who would soon kill her. But she replied to Rayhouse that it was impossible to speak to the high priest as an equal. However, the man insisted, asking her to call him by his first name. Ariel looked at the man carefully and saw that he didn't seem drunk. Then what made him ask her to speak informally? Besides, the high priest was very serious, and Ariel didn't know how to respond. Then she noticed his cheeks were red and didn't understand when that had happened. And on second thought, it wasn't a good idea to argue with the high priest. So Ariel decided to accept his request and call him Mr. Rayhouse. But he asked her not to use the honorific, and she decided to take a moment to think. At this point, the high priest began to blush, feeling very embarrassed. He explained that he had meant to say something completely different, but the words just came out. Ariel felt that something was on Rayhouse's mind, but he denied it. The man had just come to say hello, but a strange feeling had arisen in his heart. He didn't understand how he could have such feelings for someone he normally couldn't stand. After that, Rayhouse moved closer to Ariel and told her how much he had missed her. But she did not reciprocate his feelings and asked him to stop. At this, the high priest stopped and clenched his fists nervously. Then he apologized to her and promised to come back later. Rayhouse left and closed the door behind him, leaving the Saintess alone. Meanwhile, she was trying to figure out what had happened to the man. Suddenly, a notification from the gods appeared, interrupting Ariel's thoughts. Odysseus was pleased with Rayhouse's mental strength, and these incomprehensible words displeased Ariel. Immediately after, more messages flooded in, with the gods considering the man as a holy husband. They began to argue among themselves, and Ariel was not happy with their reasoning. Just then, there was a knock on the door, but she was no longer welcoming guests. However, it was Anna, who brought the Saintess her tea. At the same time, the tray was filled with the desserts Ariel had been looking forward to. Just then, Anna noticed the Saintess and saw a change in her. Then she said that while it might sound silly, the lady was completely different today. She had become even more beautiful than usual and looked absolutely fantastic. It could even be said that it would be strange for someone to see her and not fall in love. At this, Ariel became dejected, not knowing how to respond. She understood that this was all because of the god of love's blessing, which was why Rayhouse had acted that way. Afterward, she thanked Anna and asked to be left alone to read. The girl prepared to leave and asked her to call if she needed anything. Meanwhile, Ariel put all the clues together in her mind and understood how the blessing worked. At this time, Rayhouse was trying to understand the reason for his actions. He stood before his god statue and asked him questions about Ariel. He didn't understand why he thought such things whenever he was near the girl. Perhaps it was a test or the price of atonement. After that, he raised his head and began to pray. Rayhouse asked the god of art to hear his prayer and promised to remain righteous. He also asked him to use his blessing to heal his sinful body. If Monty didn't do so, then he would be unable to resist temptation, as he no longer had the strength to endure being with this girl. Meanwhile, Anna accompanied the Saintess on a walk and told her about her popularity. Since she began serving her, she had been constantly asked many questions. But due to the temple's rules, Anna did not reveal the Saintess's preferences to anyone. If any rumors were to suddenly spread, it certainly wouldn't be because of Anna. However, Ariel had no intention of doubting her and said she trusted her, and the Saintess did not plan to change her mind, so she didn't have to worry. Anna was very grateful for her master's trust and thanked her. Meanwhile, Ariel thought to herself that people in the temple were still spreading rumors. But perhaps in this situation, it could be considered normal. After receiving the divine power, the Saintess regularly visited the library. This was to find ways to supplement her budget. The Saintess is the religious leader of the nation, with the palace and the temple being the two main pillars. The entire empire is built upon them, and Ariel is at the top of the temple. However, due to health reasons, she refused to participate in almost all events. Therefore, she would not have the same popularity and influence as previous Saintesses. The temple had no reaction to this, which was strange, but Rayhouse had to solve the problem that had arisen. Suddenly, She clutched her head as the handsome image of the high priest appeared in her mind again. Ariel didn't understand what was happening to her or why she had a strange feeling in her chest. However, she collected her thoughts and told Anna that there was no point in proving anything to people. She didn't care about the rumors they were spreading, and the maid didn't have to worry about it. But Anna's reaction was unexpected, and tears welled up in her eyes. Afterward, the girl asked the Saintess to forgive her for speaking nonsense. However, Ariel quickly reassured her, saying that everything was fine. Suddenly, the Saintess noticed the bushes beside her and was surprised. A bird had just fallen there, and Ariel decided to go take a look. At this moment, Anna felt a real sense of fear as she sensed an ominous sign. The bird turned out to be a bluebird. It was injured and had fallen onto the green grass. Ariel became sad because its injuries were very serious. She felt very sorry for the beautiful little bird that kept flapping its wings. The girl was all too familiar with this feeling of struggling to survive. If she made a mistake in this novel, the same fate awaited her. And she could never forget the feeling of death before her soul left her body. Afterward, Ariel held the injured bird in her hands, even though it was covered in blood. She didn't care, because the life of any creature was far more precious than dirty clothes. Then, the Saintess began to wish intensely for the bird to survive. Just then, Anna noticed an astonishing phenomenon happening to her lady. Her body began to be covered by a divine power, like a strong wind. Afterward, Ariel opened her eyes and looked at the injured bird. A miracle happened, and all the bluebird's wounds vanished in an instant. At that moment, the little bird flapped its wings again and effortlessly flew upward. Ariel suddenly received a notification sent to her by the gods. A blue screen appeared before her again, prompting her to claim the reward for using her power. However, the Saintess only now realized that she had saved the bird, and Anna had witnessed the girl using divine power with her own eyes. Although many priests could heal others, it was not easy to do so, even through prayer. But Ariel had performed such a miracle without using a holy book or prayers. The bird had been on the verge of death, and then it was as if nothing had happened, and flew away. The Saintess understood that she couldn't convince Anna, so she placed a hand on her shoulder. Then, the girl strictly forbade her from telling anyone about this. But Anna was very surprised that the Saintess asked her to keep a secret. Previously, Ariel could take risks only because she already knew the future. However, if everything were to change now, because of her divine power, her life could be in danger. In this world that was foreign to her, her fate was in her own hands. Ariel wanted a simple and peaceful life, so she asked Anna to promise to keep everything a secret. The girl felt she had been entrusted with an important mission and accepted her mistress's request. She considered it a formal order and promised not to tell anyone what had happened. At this moment, Ariel looked at the girl and felt she could be trusted, so she decided to change the subject and asked Anna about a new variety of rose. Meanwhile, Rayhouse was enjoying tea with a friend in the garden. He didn't understand why he had been so cruel to the bluebird, which wasn't even prey. The high priest explained that the bird needed to be trained better so it wouldn't bite its master. But his interlocutor, the heir to the Cass Lloyd Guild, did not agree with this method. However, Rayhouse had done this many times before, even if not with dogs. At that moment, the image of the late maid, Annie, whom he had killed with his own hands, appeared in his mind. Back then, the girl had blackmailed Ariel, threatening to tell everyone her secret, and Rayhouse had to kill her so she could no longer bite her master. Afterward, he thanked Cass for saving the white Lautinia. This plant was not suited for the climate here, and he would not forget what his friend had done for him. Cass replied that it was nothing and that now the Ilium festival would be a success. However, he didn't understand why someone as cold and ruthless as Rayhouse would be interested in flowers. Just then, a bluebird that had been bitten by a dog landed on his shoulder. It had a red dot on its forehead, which was a special mark. This was definitely the bird Cass had chosen, and it looked as if it had been healed by a high-ranking priest. Rayhouse explained that it was like receiving help from the god of mercy. But he suddenly turned his head, and all his thoughts vanished. After all, the one who appeared before him was Ariel, and they shouldn't have met here. The girl herself didn't understand why the high priest was here. She decided she had to leave as soon as possible and bid the man farewell. But just as Ariel was about to turn, Rayhouse spoke. The girl understood that her escape had failed, so she offered her blessings to the high priest and his guest. Rayhouse returned the bow and offered the saying blessing to the girl. Afterward, he decided to introduce his guest to the Saintess and introduce Cass to her. But as soon as Ariel heard his name and realized who he was, she panicked. At this, Cass Lloyd replied that it was his honor to meet the Saintess of Ilium. However, according to the plot of the novel, this character was not supposed to meet Ariel. Out of courtesy, the girl greeted the guest, while Rayhouse asked about her walk in the garden. After all, she could have asked the high priest to accompany her. Ariel began to smile brightly, saying she couldn't possibly disturb such a busy person. Suddenly, someone came over, distracting Rayhouse and telling him what had happened. A servant approached the high priest and began to whisper in his ear. Then the man said there was a problem at the construction site and that he needed to leave. Ariel saw this as a godsend opportunity and decided to take the chance to leave as well. But before she could say her goodbyes, Cass decided to talk to her while Rayhouse was away. Now her plan had completely failed, and things were starting to go wrong again. Ariel silently watched her interlocutor, studying him carefully. Meanwhile, Cass had no reaction and said nothing. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with him. He seemed even more frightening than Rayhouse. Afterward, she decided to turn to the man, and he turned his head in her direction. Ariel said she needed to leave, as she had important things to do. But at that very moment, the bird she had healed landed on her shoulder. Cass was very surprised that the girl had already met this bluebird and that it had grown attached to her. Ariel explained that she had run into it by chance in the garden, and now they had met again. But according to the Lord, the bird was trained to fly only to its master, which frightened the girl. It turned out this bluebird belonged to Cass, and its attachment to the Saintess was nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, he had thought the bird was dead after being attacked by the dog. According to the novel, Ariel remembered Cass as the type of person who measured everything in money. He disregarded the pain and feelings of others, without a shred of compassion. Even pointing a sword at Saintess Camilla was not a problem for him. This was all because the man's heart was made of ice. At this, he decided to ask Ariel directly how she had saved the bird. The girl was shocked by his question and denied any involvement in the matter. She was furious that this lord held the lives of others in such low regard. At this, Cass wondered if Ariel herself had also faced death, but if he thought life was worthless, then he should have killed the bird and let it suffer. Hearing these words, Cass realized the real Ariel was different from the rumors. However, the girl didn't care. She was just glad the bird was all right. If Cass was its master, then he should cherish it. At this, the girl announced her departure, and the bird reappeared on its master's shoulder. Finally, the man called out to Ariel, saying he would look forward to their next meeting. A little later, our heroine returned to her room, lost in thought. She was furious with Cass's attitude and had no intention of seeing him again. She had had enough of those two men and didn't need any extra trouble. The most important thing now was to escape from there as soon as possible and live a peaceful life. There was only one way to do this, and Ariel looked at the reward notification again. It had appeared when the girl used her divine power on the bird. Since she needed money to escape, she agreed to claim the reward. At that moment, she received a message saying her prophecy level had increased after completing the mission. Now the second level of prophecy was revealed to her, and the god of destruction also connected to the message. Suddenly, Ariel was once again enveloped in divine power. It was the blessing of Seal. Afterward, the girl felt a change within herself and remembered this god. This was the same Seal who had destroyed the statue during the birthday banquet, and he was the very god worshipped by the crown prince, who wouldn't leave the girl in peace. But if Ariel now had his blessing, then she had gained power. Afterward, she began to think about how to break something to test her ability. Just then, a chair caught her eye, and the girl decided to try it out. Ariel grabbed the back of the chair with all her might, but nothing happened. She had expected to have special powers after receiving the blessing. Suddenly, the unexpected happened, and the chair fell apart. Afterward, the two halves of the broken object appeared on the floor. Ariel was utterly shocked by what had happened, as none of this seemed like a romance fantasy story. It turned out that the genre of the work she was in had fundamentally changed. A little while later, the girl stretched. She had already finished reading a huge pile of books. Hasid's blessing had helped her a lot, and now she could read 10 large tomes a day. Ariel had already learned the basic information about this world and wouldn't get lost when she escaped. She wondered if she could make money with her divine power. After all, she could use it at any time to heal people for money. Or there was the option of becoming a healer using only herbs instead of her power. In any case, Ariel would need a job after she escaped, and she chose to become a doctor. But the blessings had their subtleties. They didn't last more than 3 hours. Each blessing could only be used once a day, and she now had 4 of them. Hasid, the god of knowledge, helped with the ability to learn anything. Monty, the god of art, enhanced her eye for luxury goods. And there was Odysseus, the god of love, who made the girl more beautiful. Just then, the pen she was using for notes broke in Ariel's hand. This was already the 3rd one, all because of the blessing of Seal, the god of destruction. Even Anna was concerned about the broken chair found in the room. But Ariel hadn't used this power on a person yet, and didn't know the consequences. However, everything she touched would instantly become unusable due to damage. This meant she could now be fearless and could easily protect herself. The girl thanked Seal for his blessing, and he blushed in the message. Ariel understood that this god really liked to be praised. But after this praise, the other gods started to speak ill of Seal. Our heroine felt they were getting jealous of him. Apparently, she had hit the nail on the head and decided to rectify the situation. Ariel turned to the other gods and told them their blessings were also good. But this didn't help her, as the gods still began to argue over whose blessing was better. The girl begged them to get along, as they were all very important to her. Just then, Anna knocked on the door, and the Saintess allowed her to enter. The servant apologized and informed Ariel that a guest had come to see her. It turned out to be the crown prince who had come for her, and this news upset the girl. She asked to send word that she was ill and that the man should leave. But at that very moment, Ariel heard his voice, calling it just an excuse. Kyle was already standing at her door, telling her he had no intention of leaving. Ariel immediately followed the Saintess's etiquette and greeted the crown prince. But he didn't need these formalities, as he was eager to continue their unfinished conversation. Afterward, they went outside, and night had already fallen. Initially, the crown prince was not supposed to spend so much time with the Saintess. She didn't understand what he wanted to talk about in such a quiet place. Even the gods sent messages, saying they were waiting with bated breath. But Ariel decided to cut the connection, so as not to be distracted by their reactions. At this, Kyle said that Ariel's disguise was pathetic. Last time he had appreciated her acting, but today it was time to get straight to the point. The crown prince said that he had come to warn the girl. Meanwhile, Dwayne was talking with the high priest and brought up the topic of Kyle. Although Ariel supported the crown prince, she still shouldn't be protecting him. Her blue eyes once again surfaced in Rayhouse's mind, haunting him. Previously, he had speculated about the girl's feelings for the crown prince. But was it really love? If this wasn't a test from the gods, then this girl was truly special. Afterward, Dwayne decided to state his real reason for being there. The man reported to the high priest that the crown prince had come to visit the Saintess. The thought of Ariel being with another man right now was driving him mad. Afterward, he turned to Dwayne, wanting to know the details. Rayhouse's gaze turned wild as he wanted to know where the Saintess was now. Meanwhile, Kyle told Ariel about the intelligence he had obtained after the banquet. The Empress's brother, Michael, was working with servants from the temple and had learned about it from them. It seemed these people were secretly investigating the Saintess, and he couldn't intervene for political reasons. Ariel understood this was inevitable, even though her presence had calmed the worried populace. Crown Prince Kyle had taken advantage of this 2 years ago, thus strengthening his position against Rayhouse. Even at the last banquet, she had supported him, and the Empress would surely decide to find out everything about her. However, Ariel didn't remember such a plot from the novel, and Ariel hadn't met Kyle for this reason. It seemed history was beginning to change and was becoming very dangerous. Now she was interested in the details, but her enemies were still just looking for someone to spy on. This was strange, because Kyle had said the Saintess had been under surveillance for some time. However, the key point was that Alberto's informant had gone missing. He had been very aggressive lately, and the spy had decided to hide. However, they might have already learned some important information, and this matter could not be taken lightly. But Ariel had no clue about this, and Kyle asked her to be careful. Afterward, the girl decided to approach the crown prince. Before he left, she wanted to ask him for an important favor, which surprised the man. Ariel started from afar, reminding the crown prince that he was the rightful heir to the throne. In time, he would become the one to conquer the Empire's mighty power and lead the entire continent. Ariel then raised her finger upward, as if speaking of the Crown Prince's great achievements. She had already helped him once, and was now asking to exercise her right of cooperation. Kyle thought the girl wanted to propose to him again, but she asked him to stop making such jokes. She had only one request, and it was about her personal protection from her enemies. At this, the Crown Prince's gaze became more serious. Ariel explained that she wanted to live, especially after becoming his ally. Even if they were in the same boat, there was no guarantee that everything would. And well, the fake Saintess existed only to stabilize the mood in the country. If someone found out the truth, there would be no reason to keep her alive. Besides, Ariel had put in a lot of effort to support the Empire. For this, she hoped to earn the right to a peaceful life while they were on the same side. So, the girl asked him to promise that Kyle would protect her. Hearing these words, Kyle relented and agreed to Ariel's request. He placed his hand on his heart and swore not to kill her unless she became an enemy. This oath calmed the girl, and she thanked the Crown Prince. He, in turn, was surprised that Ariel felt so much better after this promise. After all, the letter with the marriage proposal had looked like she wanted to kill herself. Kyle approached her and asked what she was thinking at that time. In that letter, the girl had confessed her love and wished to be on his side. The Crown Prince then touched her neck, reminding her how much she had looked forward to all this. So, was everything she wrote a lie that even she herself didn't remember? But now, it was time to continue the topic they left unfinished last time. However, Ariel reiterated that she was drunk when she wrote the letter. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice greeting His Highness. The girl was familiar with him, and she didn't know whether to be happy or to panic. Just then, the man reported that he had thought the Crown Prince's arrival was related to a visit to him. But it was curious what Kyle and the Saintess were doing in such a quiet and dark place. Ariel didn't expect to see Ray House, but according to etiquette, she greeted him. Kyle didn't even bat an eye and was about to explain everything to the High Priest. There were some things he and Ariel didn't have time to discuss at the party. However, our heroine couldn't let Rehouse know the truth and said it was about the food at the banquet. There had been many complaints as a lot of stale ingredients were found, but they had finished talking and Rehouse decided to warn the pair. After all, the Saintess belonged to the temple, and it was better to avoid private meetings with her. First and foremost, this concerned Ariel, who needed to take better care of herself. At this, the girl didn't understand why the High Priest was provoking Kyle, but she accepted his accusation. The Crown Prince, however, was angered that someone had decided to control the Saintess's affairs. To this, Rehouse replied that he was always ready to handle dangerous cases. And due to the incident at the banquet, some nobles were paying excessive attention to the Saintess. But these words only amused the Crown Prince and made him laugh. Afterward, the sharp blade of his sword was at Rehouse's throat. Meanwhile, the High Priest was helpless, just one step away from death. Kyle explained that since they were talking about danger, he should have foreseen this situation. His principles did not allow him to let the improper behavior of an arrogant person go unpunished. Ariel at this point couldn't hide her nervousness from the sudden situation. The Lord was only interested in whether Rehouse wanted to know about anything other than the Saintess and the temple. After all, he would not allow anyone to show arrogance, whether in an official or private meeting. Afterward, a smile appeared on the High Priest's face, and he said he understood everything. Kyle moved the sword from his neck, and the situation became less tense. Meanwhile, Ariel was going crazy over the complete lack of normal people around her. But she had a chance to use Monty's help to leave this place. But Rehouse personally asked her to go back and rest, as she was clearly tired. The High Priest wanted to continue his conversation with Kyle, and thus sent the girl away. Upon returning to her room, Anna came up and asked her mistress about the Crown Prince. The girl had thought it must have been wonderful, but she didn't expect to see the Saintess. Exhausted, Ariel was so tired from sorting out her thoughts that she still hadn't recovered. Anna decided to find out what had happened, even though she had expected to see her mistress overjoyed. But Ariel didn't understand why her handmaiden had come to such a conclusion. It turned out she knew that the Saintess was in love with the Crown Prince. The protagonist was greatly shocked by this news, thinking the entire temple believed it. But the original Ariel had always looked forward to meeting the Crown Prince and even sang about it during her walks. Everywhere she went, she talked only of Kyle, and our protagonist was simply dying of shame. Now, it was clear why Ray House had reacted that way to the Crown Prince's arrival, and his direct question about her love for Kyle was precisely related to Ariel's behavior. Our protagonist had thought it was all confined to letters, but the story had already spread. Things had reached an absurd point, and Ray House had likely heard an embellished version. Now she understood why his behavior changed at the mere mention of the Crown Prince. Ariel felt sorry for the foolish things the original protagonist had done, and she needed to find a way to fix it all. Therefore, the girl decided to change her strategy, while Anna tried to understand what was on the Saintess's mind. Ariel reminded her that she had asked her not to reveal anything about her. But now, it would be wonderful if the handmaiden could do the opposite and spread some rumors. Anna agreed to her request, and the Saintess told her everything she was to say. The girl wanted everyone to know that Ariel wished to live alone and had no intention of getting married. However, Anna was very worried, because then the Saintess would be left without a single suitor. But previous Saintesses had all married nobles and left the temple, yet she had other plans. So she thanked Anna in advance and asked her to go tell the story of her desire for solitude. At the same time, Ariel hoped the girl would act quickly and send her out the door. She could only entrust this task to her faithful servant, assuring her that everything would be fine. After that, Ariel went to bed, confident that she would soon be free of her admirers. Moreover, what she wanted most was to live a wealthy life after leaving the temple. And just as the girl was peacefully falling asleep, some voices tried to wake her. These beings were very disturbed by an explosion and begged the Saintess to wake up. Ariel sleepily replied that she would sleep for one more minute, but the voices did not quiet down. After all, if the server went down, the Saintess would be held responsible. At that moment, Ariel began to come to her senses, not understanding where these childlike voices in her room were coming from. And at that moment, they were excited because the gods were throwing lightning. Ariel was terrified by the sudden appearance of the children and the news they brought. She had no idea what was happening, while these beings begged her to appease the gods. After all, if the Saintess didn't intervene, this place would soon explode. So they first asked her to sign a document, and then they would deal with everything. Meanwhile, they urged the sleepy Ariel to hurry, as there was not much time left. However, the girl saw a completely blank sheet of paper in front of her and couldn't understand a thing. But she signed her name anyway, and the children felt it was insincere. After that, they began to argue about which frame to choose for the document. But the Saintess still couldn't figure anything out and asked the children to introduce themselves. Moreover, she didn't understand where she was or why all this was happening. The children explained that even with divine power, the time in a spiritual form is limited, and they were the administrators who had separated from the primordial god. One was named Run and the other Pen, and they controlled this system. It was they who brought our protagonists. Wandering soul here. This happened the moment the girl fell asleep, completely unaware. The administrators don't usually do this, but now they had no choice. The gods showed excessive interest in the Saintess, and Ariel began to blame them for it. Since they were the administrators, she had many questions for them. She felt like a lab rat, unable to understand anything. Moreover, the protagonist was angry that the oracle had appeared without any warning. To this, Rin replied that the gods were ready to devour her soul, and then he was kicked. Pen asked the Saintess to ignore him, as he only cared about appearances. However, she also couldn't state the real reason for what had happened. Just then, lightning began to appear everywhere and strike the server. Ariel had never expected to see such a sight and was momentarily stunned. But this was exactly what Pen had been talking about, and the problem was still unresolved. The gods were furious and attacked the system with their lightning. However, Ariel didn't understand why they were angry or what had provoked them. The girl began to recall recent events and remembered her conversation with Anna. Before that, she had met Kyle and Ray House, who clearly did not get along. And shortly before that, the girl had turned off the live stream so that no one could see her actions. Now she understood what had caused the gods' anger, even though she had the right to do so. After the live stream was turned off, they couldn't see anything. Usually in such cases, they would just lose interest, but this time they took their anger out on the system. That's why the administrators wanted Ariel to resume the live stream before it was too late. After that, the girl paused, thinking about something. Then, the Saintess asked what would happen if she still refused to stream. This greatly shocked Penn, as they hadn't expected to be refused. But Ariel explained that if they answered her questions, she would agree to consider it. The administrators were shocked by her behavior and audacity, as this system was a great gift. However, the Saintess did not back down, replying that it was her decision to make. If the administrators had a problem with that, they could say so directly. The beings understood they had no other choice and agreed to answer her questions. The next day, Ariel finished her business and prepared to turn the live stream on again. After that, she received countless notifications from the displeased gods, and he's had prepared a lot of lightning. He even had something to say. Ariel realized that this destruction was his handiwork and decided to negotiate with him. She asked for permission to turn off the live stream, but he shook his head emphatically. So the Saintess explained that she had a right to her private life. This was necessary because she was embarrassed to show some of her moments. After this, all the gods began to recall similar feelings and understood Ariel. From that moment on, she could turn off the oracle when necessary. For example, the girl would do so in the bathroom, and the god of knowledge agreed. Ariel asked them not to be angry about short breaks, as the oracle would still be on. She specifically asked to restrain He's anger from throwing lightning. In response, the god of knowledge nodded sadly, as this was indeed his doing. Now, Ariel was satisfied that she had the upper hand in their relationship. However, the god of love stated that he was displeased with what the Saintess had said. But Ariel already understood that it was impossible to make him understand her. Then she remembered that she had prepared something for the gods, and they immediately became interested. Balance is important in any relationship, and the girl had prepared bracelets to show her respect. She was not good at making jewelry, so the bracelets were not very beautiful. But Ariel wanted to thank the gods this way. Afterward, she looked at the empty panel, thinking that her handmade creations were too simple for them. However, suddenly, the bracelets in her hands began to shine with divine power. At that moment, this power enveloped the entire girl, and the sight impressed her. She then received a message saying the gods were moved and that this was a priceless gift for them. But at that very moment, they immediately began to argue about whose bracelet was better. After this, Ariel recalled the scene where Run and Penn answered her questions. The administrators were excited by her interest, as this information was only accessible to management. But she wanted to know why she had become Ariel, and Penn replied that it was not their choice. In that case, she was very curious to know what would happen if she remained in this novel. However, the administrators didn't understand what she was talking about and were shocked by the girls. Question. She explained that she had read this book before, in which the protagonist Camilla was involved with 3 male characters. And according to the plot, the fake Saintess Ariel wanted to take her place. At this point, Ren interrupted her and asked if there were demons in the book. But the protagonist replied that the plot was mainly romantic with no mention of demons. After this, the administrators realized that the plot was very similar and the prophecy might come true. At this point, the suspense deepened, and Ariel demanded that they explain everything to her. It turned out that what the protagonist had read was a prophecy, and only a small part of it. It turned out that it wasn't an ordinary novel. A prophecy about this system had appeared in the protagonist's world. And after her death, she entered the body of the fake Saintess Ariel. But usually, prophecies come true, which would mean she too was destined to die. However, our protagonist was not the real Saintess, and she still had a chance. Since her soul from another world had entered Ariel's body, she could change her fate. The book was imbued with the power of prophecy, in which someone's hopes were placed. The girl seized on this clue about an unknown person, but the administrators could say no more. What was important now was that the prophecy had been distorted, and the protagonist had changed everything. However, they couldn't say more, as it would affect the future. No matter how the Saintess tried to ask more questions, the administrators bid her farewell and disappeared. After that, the Elim Temple was greeted by a sunny and peaceful morning. That day, Ariel decided to earn some extra money again and made many deals. Together with Dwayne, she carried a valuable item she intended to sell. He thought she was very lucky, but the Saintess explained that the gods helped her in every way. Even all her money wasn't enough to escape the temple, and she was grateful for Monty's help. Today, she had successfully bought many valuable things at an auction. If this purchase was successful, Ariel would make a huge profit. Afterward, she went to the same merchant guild she had visited last time. The Saintess put on her hood and carefully went inside. Just then, she noticed a noisy visitor demanding to exchange an item for chromium. But he was refused because chromium was illegal and the guild didn't do such deals. Ariel looked at the customer's platinum necklace that he was trying to sell. However, Dwayne distracted her, telling her that chromium was related to opium. It was sometimes used as a painkiller, but more often sold as a narcotic. At that moment, the visitor slammed his fist on the table and began to threaten the seller. She threatened that everyone would regret this and stormed out of the guild, nearly knocking Ariel over. At that very moment, the girl remembered that she had seen this face before. Could this really be the Empress's handmaiden who needed medicine? Meanwhile, she threatened that the gods would not spare this guild. After that, the girl left, and those present tried to recover from the shock. Then another man walked up to the seller and praised him for resolving the issue. But Ariel didn't expect to meet someone she had recently gotten to know here. It turned out to be Lord Cass, who was very interested in what the girl was doing here. Together with Dwayne, they greeted the Marquis, and Ariel explained that she was here to sell something. After that, the Lord turned to the seller and asked if this was true. He reported that the Saintess had made similar sales before and that she was not lying. Ariel claimed that she decided to sell her things because she didn't need them, but some people might find these things useful, so this was the best solution. It seemed that the Lord believed the girl's words and calmed down. But suddenly, he decided to see what the Saintess had decided to sell. Cass noticed a pendant with a gemstone that he found very familiar. Then he decided to confirm whether this necklace had really once belonged to the Saintess. Ariel was a little confused by his question, as she couldn't tell the whole truth. After all, then he would find out that she was buying things at auction and selling them at a markup. And just as the girl was trying to get rid of the Lord's company as quickly as possible, he decided to buy her necklace. The man was serious and named a price that seemed very high. He was ready to buy the valuable item for 10,000 francs, leaving Ariel speechless. Everyone was frozen in place by the high price the Lord had named. He explained that the necklace offered by the Saintess was worth exactly that much. But the girl still didn't believe it. She thought Cass was joking. At that moment, the seller joined the conversation, saying that the maximum price for this pendant was 600 francs. Ariel realized this was more likely the truth, and 10,000 francs could support a person for 10 years. But why was the Lord willing to pay such a large sum instead of 600 francs? At that moment, Dwayne urged the Saintess to agree, as it was an excellent offer. But Ariel was in no hurry to do so and decided to think it over carefully first. Then she told the Lord that she had changed her mind about selling the necklace. The girl decided not to accept Cass's offer and got out of the predicament. She asked the appraiser to tell her the value of the other items, but not to touch the necklace. But even Dwayne was shocked by her decision and asked her to reconsider. However, Ariel had already made up her mind and repeated again that she would not sell the necklace. Dwayne might have been blinded by the profit, but the girl was trying to think practically. Of course, the price of 10,000 seemed tempting, but she didn't want to get involved with Cass. After all, he was a cunning fox who likely had some scheme in mind for her. However, the man returned the girl's item without any problem. He explained that he had hoped to get closer to the Saintess through this deal. Moreover, he praised her observation skills, as the necklace had once belonged to the royal family. It was a precious gift from the former empress to the current one. Cass didn't know how the Saintess had obtained the item, but advised against selling it. He suggested putting it in a safe place or getting rid of it so that no one could connect it to the girl. Ariel clutched the necklace in her hand and confusedly thanked the man for his advice. After that, he left, adding that he hoped to learn more about the girl. But apparently, fate had not smiled on him this time, and he would have to try again. Turning to the Saintess one last time, he wished her a safe journey home. As soon as she returned to the temple, Ariel loudly expressed her indignation at what had happened. She accused the god Monty of pawning off stolen jewelry on her. But he didn't see the difference, as it was still a work of art. However, in addition to that, he had slipped in a statue that hadn't even been appraised. In the end, Ariel had paid 900 francs for all 4 items and only made a profit of 300. However, if Cass hadn't stopped her, she could have earned much more money. Besides, Lloyd was not the type to get involved in a losing deal. But in the end, it was he who had offered the best price, from which Ariel could have made a huge profit. Now, she would need to be more careful about such things in the future. At that moment, Ariel checked her balance and realized she was not rich. She was already considering going back to the shop to accept the Lord's offer. However, that would look very foolish, and she would be lucky if Cass didn't throw her out immediately. After that, Ariel opened the door to her room and saw a sight she did not expect. Rayhouse was standing by her desk, clearly having waited for the girl for a long time. He was glad to see her back, although he was worried about her leaving the temple. Moreover, his expression indicated that he had many questions about her absence. Ariel was very shocked by Rayhouse's presence and didn't understand what he was doing here. After that, she greeted the high priest according to etiquette. He reported that he had heard she had been doing some interesting things lately. Now he wanted to know why Ariel had suddenly started saving money. Perhaps it was because she was planning to run away from the temple. In the original story of the novel, there were 3 main male characters. One of them was a master of swordsmanship with a heart of ice, yet the strongest warrior in the empire. This was Crown Prince Kyle, who was completely dedicated to protecting Camilla. Another hero owned a merchant guild and was considered the smartest man in the empire. Despite his calculating nature, Cass Lloyd fell in love with Camilla and was willing to give her everything. The third hero was the high priest with a strong sense of justice. After meeting Camilla, Rayhouse began to pray for her happiness with all his heart. All these men had one thing in common. They all held a faithful and unwavering love for Camilla. In addition to that, they also strongly hated the fake Saintess Ariel. In her last straw, the plan to buy a house was also nearly cut off. If even in the original version things weren't this chaotic, what was Ariel to do now? At that moment, she told Rayhouse that a Saintess could not leave the temple and that she was just considering buying a villa nearby. She was certainly comfortable in the temple, but sometimes she wanted to be alone to think quietly. She hoped Rayhouse would understand her and believe her story. To her great surprise, the high priest agreed with her wish. After all, it was indeed nice for 2 people to be alone sometimes. But Ariel didn't even notice that she had started repeating his words. After that, she silently began to ponder the words just spoken and finally understood their meaning. The girl realized she had just agreed to be alone with Rayhouse. He was amused by the Saintess's reaction and asked her not to worry, as he would only be by her side to support her. He just asked her to be careful. When she went out, the man even promised to strengthen her security, but Ariel tried to dissuade him. However, he considered the Saintess a very important person and didn't want to risk her safety. Stroking her hair, Rayhouse explained that he wanted to protect her body from any scratches. Therefore, she needed to be very careful, which was his main request. However, Ariel advised him not to worry so much, and Rayhouse reminded the girl that she had just returned and must be tired. So he left so that the Saintess could rest quietly in her room. Just then, she tried to understand what was wrong with this man and why he was acting this way. In the book, he was not such a character. It was likely that Odysseus had made something up. Now the high priest had come directly and trampled on her dream of escaping and living out the rest of her life in peace. But she immediately received a message from the god saying that Odysseus had nothing to do with it. After that, they began to give her advice on other ways to save money. However, Ariel was sure that these 3 heroes would not treat her the way they treated Camilla. Moreover, she had no intention of taking the protagonist's place at all. Although all 3 were very charming characters, Ariel had other plans. Her first thought was how to survive without being pierced in the stomach by 3 swords. And these gods were already dreaming of receiving gifts from these heroes, thereby annoying the Saintess. She was even surprised that they seemed to be able to hear her thoughts and react to them. After some time, a large crowd of people gathered in the market square. Many girls and men had come there to buy things. Anna also came to this market and marveled at its splendor. The girl couldn't contain her emotions. It was truly beautiful there. Ariel noticed that the handmaiden looked very happy in the night market, and the Saintess felt that her decision to sneak out of the temple was the right one. Nearby, glass candies were being sold, and Anna became interested in them. They really looked like shards of glass, and you could even see your reflection in them. Ariel asked how much a bag of candy cost, and the seller quoted a price of 1 franc. The Saintess immediately decided to buy 2 bags and took them from the merchant. Then she gave one of the bags to Anna as a gift. She really wanted to do something nice for the handmaiden and asked to try the sweets right away. And Anna was so moved that the mistress cared so much for a common servant. she was about to cry. Ariel, on the other hand, was glad that she no longer had to be on edge. However, Anna wondered if it was appropriate to buy these sweets. After all, if the high priest found out they had snuck out, they would be in big trouble. But Ariel was sure that Rihaz was busy with guests, and besides, she had changed into Anna's clothes. Although the outfit looked simple, the Saintess was still beautiful and charming in it. Suddenly, the girls noticed two men in the crowd who had been staring at them. Ariel decided to lure them to a less crowded place, but Anna was frightened by the idea. After all, they might try to attack them, but the Saintess told her not to worry about it. She had specially prepared something to protect herself for this situation. The Elima Rose Festival offered a week-long opportunity for people to admire the blooming roses. But to attract more attention, a legend was created. Newlyweds who married during this period will be blessed with happiness. Because of this legend, many men proposed to the girls. But two of them did not take no for an answer and decided to continue pestering them. Seeing the girls turn into a dark alley, the men were ecstatic. They thought this was a way of consenting to their proposal. But the two guys had no idea they had fallen into Ariel's trap. At that moment, Anna decided to step forward and protect the Saintess. The handmaiden tried to show the men that this was no ordinary girl before them, but they just sneered. It was useless to try to pressure them with status, as the Saintess was wearing commoners' clothes. But there was only one way to help you get rid of these harassers. At that moment, Ariel asked Anna not to interfere, wanting to handle everything herself. Meanwhile, the villains were waiting for the girls to tremble with fear and agree to all their demands. But Ariel calmly walked up to one of the guys and started talking about the god of destruction. He had advised her that against those who don't understand words, you should just use your hands. Ariel flicked the man on the forehead, and he went flying. Meanwhile, his companion was stunned by what had happened to his friend. He started shaking the man, trying to bring him to his senses, but to no avail. Anna marveled at how the Saintess had thrown the villain like a kitten, and Ariel explained that it was all thanks to the blessings of the gods. But before Anna and she could rejoice, the other guy launched an attack on them. He had a dagger in his hand and was about to stab the Saintess. However, something suddenly happened, and the knife fell to the ground. The villain immediately grabbed his injured arm and screamed in pain. Just then, she heard a man's voice, someone who had come to the festival to relax. Ariel saw Cass appear before her and realized it was he who had protected her from the second villain. After that, the injured man became furious and questioned who this person was. But before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked in the head. The man fell on his back, and everyone was stunned by the scene. However, he got up afterward and swore he wouldn't let it go. Cass watched the villain carefully, observing his actions. Meanwhile, the man rushed away without looking back, vowing revenge. But everyone was shocked that this insolent fellow had run away in fear. Afterward, the Lord turned to the Saintess and asked about her condition. However, he didn't expect the girl to have such great strength to knock down the villain. But the girl tried to defend herself, saying he was just drunk. Then, Ariel expressed her admiration for Cass's skill, as he had hit the man with a dagger. And he mimicked the girl's tone, saying he just threw it randomly and accidentally hit the target. However, Cass didn't understand why the Saintess was out at night without a guard. It was very unsafe, so he offered to accompany her. After that, they returned to the festival again, but this time as a group. Ariel felt very uncomfortable and always wanted to run away. The girl didn't understand why things never went according to her plan. Even Anna decided to slip away, leaving the Saintess alone with Cass. This was exactly what the Lord wanted, and he even praised the handmaiden for her quick thinking. Ariel then decided to remind Cass that he must have a lot to do. However, he had already taken care of everything and told the girl not to worry. Suddenly, a group of children ran past them, bumping into the girl and nearly knocking her over. Ariel didn't even notice that, out of fright, she had fallen into the Lord's arms. Afterward, she was indignant that the children were running so fast. But the Lord explained to her that these children were orphans with no one to rely on. To make a living, they had to steal food or pick people's pockets. Although they were still young, it was already clear what path these children would take in the future. Cass then decided to tell the Saintess about the dark side of society. Many poor people lose faith in the gods, not understanding why the nobles can live comfortable lives, and they themselves can only barely get by, powerless to change anything. Furthermore, the Lord added that he himself did not believe in the power of the gods, and Ariel clenched her fist to her chest upon hearing this. She explained that she understood how this man and the poor people felt. Although the world is not perfect, the girl still believes that the gods are working for the well-being of all. It's easiest to blame everything on the gods, so she decided to do her part to improve the world. After all, Ariel is the Saintess, and of all people, she is the closest to the higher powers. Cass was so surprised by her determination that he couldn't even hide it with his expression. After that, he took the girl's hand and reiterated that he very much wanted to get to know her more deeply. And this was all because every time he saw the Saintess, his heart pounded wildly. At this point, he placed the girl's hand on his chest, and she heard the rhythm of his heartbeat. But his fingers were cold, as was his temperament. So why did his heart beat so fiercely? However, the girl decided not to dwell on these wild thoughts and used the late hour as an excuse. And Cass praised her, because with a girl like her, he forgot about everything in the world. Ariel thought to herself that he must have said similar sweet nothings to many girls. After that, she practically wanted to flee from the man's questions and said her goodbyes. Then the girl started berating herself for acting like a fool around the Lord. Anna had also abandoned her, leaving her alone with this handsome man. The next day was the first stage of the Rose Blooming Festival. It was also the Saintess's second appearance before the public in her true identity. For this occasion, she wore a red dress that matched the festival. The girl was ready to go to the people, and the guards opened the doors for her. Afterward, a strong light shone on her, directly into her eyes. Ariel was very nervous, as she had to face a huge crowd of people. But the people greeted the Saintess very warmly, rejoicing at her appearance. Rihaz was by her side, supporting the girl. However, perhaps it should have been Camilla standing in her place right now. But seeing the support of the gods, Ariel felt that she was right where she should be. At that moment, Mani suggested she change her posture to appear more charming. But Ariel considered it useless advice and didn't listen. Meanwhile, the girl recalled her conversation with Cass, when he expressed his disbelief in the power of the gods. But the Saintess firmly believed that as long as people believed in them, they would surely do their best to help them. As for what kind of blessing it would be, and from which god, that was up to them. Unfortunately, Ariel didn't think she was a real Saintess and couldn't help these people. After all, she could have used her divine power to at least slightly alleviate people's suffering. At this time, her three admirers were all nearby, observing the situation. Afterward, the Saintess went to the temple garden to admire its beauty. Anna was worried about her mistress's condition and asked her to rest in her bedroom. But Ariel thought this was excessive concern, especially since fresh air itself was very beneficial. Taking the opportunity, the girl asked her handmaiden to bring her some tea. Afterward, she noticed a large number of blooming white roses. The girl found them so beautiful that she decided to go closer for a better look. She even wondered why they decided to plant so many white roses in the garden. Suddenly, Rihaz appeared again, materializing out of thin air as usual. The Saintess asked him if he had finished his work, and the man gave an affirmative answer. At that moment, he picked a white copper flower and gave it to Ariel. In his opinion, the flower suited the girl well, and it would be wonderful if she would accept it. Ariel thanked the high priest, but she felt sad that the flower had to be picked. After all, its life had been cut short, and Rihaz was puzzled by her words. The more he got to know the Saintess, the more he noticed how she had changed since the day they met. She was like a different person. The old Ariel would not have worried about the life of the flower. Although Rihaz did indeed shorten its life, he didn't know any other way to give a flower. And Ariel explained that there was no point in destroying a rose's life, as it would soon wither and lose its fragrance. However, the man did it just to make her smile, even for a moment. Once upon a time, Ariel had told him that she longed to see white copper flowers with all her heart. After that, he planted an entire garden of these flowers in the backyard so that the girl could admire them. He even offered a way to prevent the plants from withering in the winter. Ariel was stunned by his words and had no idea he had planted an entire garden for her. The gesture deeply touched her heart, and the girl thanked the man gratefully. He said that while she was at the temple, he would order that no one be allowed to pick the flowers. But if she decided to leave, then he would send picked white roses to her home every day. However, Ariel assured Rihaz that she had no plans to leave the temple, and she herself understood that the man was threatening her life in this way. Afterward, the high priest reported that a virgin with divine power had appeared in the empire. A little later, Ariel returned to her room and began to eat dinner. A juicy steak was on her table, and she was cutting it into small pieces. However, after hearing news, she couldn't swallow a bite. The girl knew very well that she was a fake Saintess and had planned to leave before Camilla's arrival, but that was supposed to happen in 5 years, not now. Afterward, the girl asked Anna to clear the table, even though she hadn't even touched the food. She had no appetite, especially now that she had to recall everything about Camilla's appearance. If she remembered correctly, this happened after obtaining a holy relic from Reed, the god of eternity. So, it was worth going to the magic item shop to confirm if the item was still there. Ariel opened the panel and realized that the holy relic was still in its place. If Camilla had truly awakened her power, this item would have disappeared from sale. Furthermore, the girl's hometown was Eris, while the new Saintess appeared in Tiago. That was on the other side of the continent, so clearly we were talking about another girl. After that, Ariel decided to ask the gods for help, questioning them about the new Saintess. But when she didn't need them, they chattered endlessly, and now it was as if they had shut their mouths. Still, Ariel had to give up the position of Saintess anyway, so what difference did it make? However, she still didn't understand Rihaz's reaction. He told her not to worry about it. The man explained that the appearance of the Saintess would not affect the girl in any way. Even if she were real, no one would dare drive Ariel out of the temple. This was very strange because, according to him, the real heroine should leave the temple after the Saintess appears. All of this gave Ariel terrible thoughts and wild fantasies. Would Rihaz really lock her in a dungeon and torture her? At that moment, all the gods began to speak, discussing her suspicions, and Ariel begged them to stop bullying her. She wanted to sleep. Besides, the gods must also be tired after bestowing blessings on people. Suddenly, the girl heard some kind of tapping sound, which frightened her very much. She looked at the window of the room, thinking she had just imagined it. However, the door opened slightly and began to slowly swing open. This terrified the girl even more as some strange things began to happen. She realized she wasn't imagining it. Some terrifying entity had broken into the 4th floor. Suddenly, a man appeared before her, angry that the window had not been opened for him. It turned out to be Crown Prince Kyle, who said he had come to kidnap the Saintess. After that, he quickly walked towards the girl. Meanwhile, she hoped he was joking and asked again why the Crown Prince had come. At that moment, he caressed her face with his hand and said she looked a bit pale. The Crown Prince then explained that last time he had already sworn not to kill her. So, Ariel had nothing to fear. He was just here to kidnap her. This news stunned our heroine, causing her to worry, and Kyle added that the guards were no obstacle for him. He could kill them all. After that, he took Ariel into his arms and told her to be quiet. But if she didn't obey, he could always shut her up with a kiss. The Saintess didn't know what to do. What was this madman talking about? Meanwhile, he stood by the window and warned that he was about to jump. Ariel didn't even have time to stop him before she suddenly found herself in midair. Afterward, they safely jumped from the 4th floor and landed. The Saintess, in fear, clung tightly to her kidnapper with all her might, unable to let him go. But after landing, she suddenly jumped away from him and apologized. Then the girl looked at her body and found not a single scratch on it. At that moment, Kyle demanded that the Saintess follow him, and quickly. But the girl stood motionless as she was worried about the consequences of her kidnapping. Kyle replied that he would cut out the tongue of anyone who dared to raise any objections. In that case, Ariel was curious to know where they were going, but the Crown Prince couldn't say. By the way, this was his first time kidnapping someone, so the Saintess needed to be understanding and obedient. The girl understood she had no choice and tried not to anger the Crown Prince. She had been following him for about 10 minutes, but there was nothing around but trees. She could no longer turn back and hope that Kyle wasn't leading her to her death. And the man told the girl to relax, because they had arrived. At that moment, the two came to a clearing, which was covered with thousands of red roses. Ariel couldn't even imagine that such a place existed next to the temple. Kyle often came here when his mind was in turmoil. After that, he began to talk about the appearance of the real Saintess. Apparently, the gods thought Ariel's body couldn't withstand their power and chose someone else. Therefore, the former Saintess would soon have to be expelled from the temple, and the Crown Prince decided to offer her another position in the imperial palace. After that, he held out his hand to Ariel and asked her to go with him. A few days ago, some interesting events took place in the imperial palace. The Duke's son, Shane Rockford, was angry at His Highness's inaction. He had heard that the Empress was pregnant, and he should be thinking about his own heir. After all, if the Empress gave birth to a son, then Kyle's situation would not be optimistic. However, the Crown Prince didn't care about this at all. He wasn't worried about the appearance of his little brother. But Shane tried to convince him that it was time to think about an heir. And at this point, he had already rejected Hemingson's daughter and the Saintess. Suddenly, a thought struck Rockford, and he concluded that Kyle liked men. He might have long been in love with Shane, which was why he didn't let women get close to him. However, even if Kyle liked men, he would never fall in love with the Duke's son. After that, the Crown Prince turned away, deciding to end the conversation. Rockford had annoyed him so much that he couldn't stay in the same room with him. And a few months ago, the fake Saintess had sent Kyle a letter. The content of the letter was truly disgusting and unpleasant. Ariel wrote that she thought of the Crown Prince every night and craved his love. This made Kyle so furious that he stabbed her letter with a dagger. Then he began to have strong fantasies about how he would slit her throat. Kyle had expected the Saintess to fawn over him at the banquet, so he could kill her on the spot. However, that didn't happen, as nothing went according to the Crown Prince's plan. When he saw Ariel again after receiving the letter, something was off about her. The girl's behavior was completely different, as if she had become another person. Her eyes were filled with confidence, and her demeanor was elegant and dignified. He even felt as if he were facing a real Saintess. He was especially impressed that she had called out the name of the god Seal and saved the situation at the banquet. Perhaps Ariel had deliberately pretended to be a complete fool to make those around her let down their guard. And when the Crown Prince looked into her eyes, he even found them beautiful. At that moment, Kyle punched himself to snap out of it. He felt like he was going crazy from thinking about that fake Saintess. Meanwhile, a warrior approached the Crown Prince with important intelligence. He reported that there was an important letter from the Temple for His Highness, and now he stood in a field of roses beside Ariel, offering her another position. The girl didn't expect the Crown Prince to care about her fate after she left the temple, but she already had a plan and knew how to act and live after this. And Kyle knew the girl's past and knew that she would not return to her own home. If the situation were different, she wouldn't have agreed to a deal with Rehaz for a stable life in the first place. The Crown Prince was indeed right, because Ariel had been bullied at home and now had nowhere to go. But why was Kyle so insistent that she move into his palace? After all, this would attract a lot of attention and become his weakness. So, Ariel asked for forgiveness, but decided to refuse his offer. Moreover, the Empress probably already held a grudge against the girl. At that moment, Kyle explained that he had wanted to persuade her without resorting to extreme measures. After all, since the Empress was against the Saintess, she would be killed after she left the temple, and she could use Ariel as a bargaining chip to pressure Kyle. Therefore, the Crown Prince's offer was beneficial to both of them, as it would save them. No one would dare lay a finger on someone he brought into the palace. After hearing these arguments, Ariel decided to think about it, because even in this situation, her safety was not guaranteed. After all, the Empress could harm her when the Crown Prince was away. Kyle agreed to give the girl time to think, but asked her not to make a mistake. After all, her life depended on her decision, and he would come for an answer tomorrow. Afterward, the Saintess returned to the temple, knowing that she would probably have trouble sleeping today. Everything always went wrong, and life gave her nothing but problems. At that moment, the gods expressed their dissatisfaction with the Crown Prince's sudden intrusion. But Seal began to defend him, and he got into an argument with Monty. Ariel had a headache from their behavior, but she understood that, in a way, Kyle was right. Without a plan and means of defense, she could be killed as soon as she walked down the temple steps. But at the same time, she had the blessings of Hesed and Seal, so she was almost invulnerable. Plus, Ariel could buy some useful holy relics. The Saintess already knew what decision she had to make. Only one question remained. Now, we need to figure out how to escape the Crown Prince's sword. After all, after she rejects him, he will surely be furious. The next day, Ariel and Dwayne left the commercial guild again. The girl had finished everything she had planned and could now return to the temple. However, walking down the street accompanied by 3 men was not at all comfortable. The festival was ending soon, and Tiago's Saintess was about to arrive, so it was time to check all her savings. Ariel saw that she had 2,000 francs in her account and was glad that she now had a way to defend against Kyle's sword. It was very important for her to become invulnerable before leaving the temple, even though she had already changed her plans several times. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and Ariel froze in fear. A horse rushed past her at full speed, nearly knocking her over. The girl miraculously escaped harm and realized that the person on the horse was no ordinary man. It turned out to be the Empress's younger brother, Alberto Michael, who was recklessly galloping his horse in a crowded pedestrian area. At that moment, Dwayne frantically asked about the Saintess's condition and saw that she was unharmed. Angry voices from the crowd could be heard nearby, outraged that the man hadn't even slowed down in front of children. Everyone was already used to Michael's misdeeds, and he was not at all afraid to act this way. But the worst part was that the boy who was hit had died. People said he was from the Thieves' Guild and was an orphan. This news shocked Ariel, and she desperately tried to push through the crowd. But people barely paid her any mind, and the girl struggled with all her might. Finally, the Saintess made her way around the crowd and saw a sight that horrified her. The girl stopped by the boy's body, stunned by the scene before her. Just then, Dwayne appeared nearby, and she ordered him to take the boy's body to the inn. The man didn't understand why the Saintess wanted to do this, and Ariel had to shout at him before he complied. After that, Dwayne stopped asking foolish questions and accepted the order. He turned to the crowd and demanded some kind of stretcher immediately. Meanwhile, Ariel discovered that the boy was still alive, although his breathing was intermittent and his pulse was weak. However, she held his bloody hand, trying to pull him back from the brink of death. Before her rebirth, our heroine had died in extreme agony, and now she was determined to help this boy. Seeing him hanging by a thread, she did everything in her power to prevent a tragedy. First, the girl demanded that the inn provide them with a room. However, the owner explained that their reputation would be damaged if the boy died. He hesitated to give them the key to a spare room, but Ariel confidently replied that he would live. Then the girl removed her hood and announced that she was the Saintess of Ilium. In her real life, the heroine was an illegitimate child, hated by everyone. Because of this, her past fate was somewhat similar to Ariel's, as that girl had also been constantly despised. However, the true heroine had a completely different personality and intended to take revenge on those who had bullied her. This included everyone who had bullied her and hurt her with humiliation. The girls succeeded in her revenge, and their fates were much worse than hers. But even so, she continued to poison their lives, unable to stop. Only by living by the an eye for an eye principle did the heroine survive in that cruel world. But now she was reborn, and everything here was completely different from her previous life. Here, the heroine gained the power to both take and give life. After saving that bird, the girl had never practiced healing magic again. Therefore, she had no confidence in her abilities, but to save the boy, she was willing to pray to all the gods. Just then, divine power swirled around the Saintess like the wind. It seeped into the boy's body and began to gradually heal him. Ariel noticed all his wounds were slowly closing and stopped bleeding. But something sudden happened that filled the girl with incredible fear. She felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and clutched the spot. Apparently, when she healed, she would bear the pain of others. Saving people was not so easy after all. However, to the girl now, another's life was far more important than her own feelings, and this bit of pain would not stop her from finishing what she had started. Suddenly, the boy took a deep breath and sat up abruptly. He immediately checked himself over, not understanding how he had survived the collision with the horse. Just then, he heard a pleasant female voice and turned around. Ariel approached the boy and said she was happy about his recovery. At this moment, he was sitting on the bed, wondering who had saved his life. The Saintess explained that thanks to the help of the gods, he had survived and his wounds had healed. The boy was very grateful, but he was upset because he had nothing to offer in return. However, Ariel quickly reassured him, saying she didn't need anything. She then learned that the boy was almost 10 years old and from the Thieves' Guild. The Saintess warned him that he must be careful next time and stay away from horses. In addition to that, she gave the boy money so he could buy himself some new clothes. With this coin, he could not only buy clothes but also food. After that, she placed the coin in the boy's hand and asked him to simply say thank you. However, the boy replied that he couldn't accept the lady's money. But Ariel explained that now he would help her, and that would be her reward. In the original novel, there was a place on the continent that was mentioned many times. Confidential information was exchanged there around the clock, and this place was called the Thieves' Guild, and Ariel needed a way to access it. After all, she would have to leave the temple soon anyway, and it would be best to learn everything through this guild. This way, the Saintess could protect herself from most threats, including those from the royal family. And it was very likely that with this child's help, she could obtain the information she needed. But this cooperation would not only benefit Ariel, but also the boy. At this moment, the boy didn't understand what kind of help he could offer the Saintess. Ariel explained that she would need information from the Thieves Guild from time to time. Since she had saved the child, he could trust the girl without worry. The boy agreed to these terms, but he was curious about what kind of information she wanted. But Ariel wanted to know if she could trust this boy and decided to find out. The Saintess asked him to inquire about a necklace, thinking it would be a good test. It was a very famous garnet necklace, the last gift from the former empress. The boy had to find out where it was now, and Ariel would wait for him in 3 days. Since the boy was from the Thieves Guild, he would have no problem entering the Ilium Chapel. She told him to leave through the window, as they were on the ground floor and it was safe. The key was to bypass the door, as the temple knights were standing there, and the deal had to be kept secret. The boy completely understood the Saintess's words and finally thanked her for saving his life. At this moment, Dwayne was standing at the door to the room, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation. Suddenly, Ariel opened the door and ran right into the man. Dwayne immediately began to make excuses, saying he didn't mean to startle the Saintess. But he was very curious about what had happened to the half-dead child. The man saw a blood-stained bed and didn't understand what had happened. Ariel claimed that his corpse had come back to life and escaped through the window. In this situation, it was useless to ask Dwayne to keep his mouth shut. After all, he would tell Rayhouse everything anyway, so trusting him was pointless. After that, Ariel put her hood back on and announced that she wanted to return to the temple. She left Dwayne in the room to clean up the whole mess. But after the Saintess returned, a wild scream began to echo through the temple. It turned out that Ariel had discovered a crescent-shaped scar on her abdomen. It wasn't there yesterday, but it appeared today after she used her power. The girl felt a pain in her abdomen and decided to check the area. But Ariel was not a warrior in a sailor suit. Perhaps this scar was just confusing the title. However, the girl was absolutely certain that this mark was somehow connected to her power. Just then, she received a notification informing her that the Saintess's power had grown stronger. This included the stigma that appeared after the girl's actions. This was a sign of divine power, which only manifested on a Saintess as proof. But Ariel didn't understand what this had to do with her, since she was an imposter. At this moment, to the girl's surprise, the new god Omen was trying to enter the oracle. However, it seemed the gods were not very welcoming to the newcomer among them. Judging by their reaction to his appearance, Omen could even be called an outcast. So Ariel suggested that they get along with Omen and stop bullying him. The new god was deeply moved by the girl's words, and she also had a good impression of him. But the other gods felt he was a threat and didn't want to be friends with him. After that, they pretended to be asleep, ignoring the Saintess's request. Meanwhile, Omen winked at the girl and told her there was nothing to worry about. Ariel decided not to interfere in their relationships, especially since she was more concerned about the stigma right now. The heroine in the novel was definitely a fake Saintess, but why did she have the mark? This made the girl start to think about her role, as she now had many questions. At this time, Rayhouse was worshiping the god of art and asking him for guidance on the right path. He recited a prayer, hoping that evil thoughts would leave his mind. Then the high priest opened his eyes and realized someone had come to see him. This person turned out to be Dwayne, who had something to tell his master. Today he had seen something very strange related to the Saintess. A child was trampled by a horse in the square, but the girl ordered him to be taken to an inn. Then she locked herself in the room with him, as if to pray for his soul. But when Dwayne went inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. The boy's body was gone without a trace, as if it had vanished somewhere. After that, Rayhouse asked if the boy had really been on the verge of death. Dwayne explained that his back and limbs were broken. He and the knights had waited for the Saintess outside the door, and the boy could only have left through the window. When they went in, the Saintess said the child had simply run away. Hearing this, Rayhouse speculated that he had indeed been healed. But Dwayne, who had witnessed everything, was convinced it was impossible. The first Saintess, considered the most powerful in history, had also healed people. However, it took her over an hour to bring a dying person back to life. So how could this Saintess have managed it so quickly? After that, Rayhouse asked where Ariel was now. He decided to go see her immediately and find out all the details. Meanwhile, the girl stood in her room and entered the magic shop. She saw that there were still some locked items after the upgrade. But at the same time, more and more new items and skills had appeared in the shop. But many of them were as expensive as a helicopter, and Ariel could only dream of such purchases. Suddenly, an item caught her eye that looked very tempting. It was a heized bracelet, which helped with self-defense and was not expensive. At the festival, two guys had bothered her, but Cass helped her deal with them. However, one cannot rely on chance, especially since after leaving the temple, she would become a target. So Ariel decided to buy the bracelet, and she had 1,500 francs left. Although she hadn't planned to spend money so soon, this purchase seemed wise. After that, a notification appeared that the price of Almond's whip had been reduced, but Ariel still had no intention of buying it. Rayhouse appeared in her room again, uninvited. Ariel did not expect to see him, but she greeted the high priest nonetheless. She then explained that she was just looking out the window and admiring the view, so as not to give herself away. Otherwise, upon learning the truth, Rayhouse would only think the girl was crazy, and he reminded the Saintess that it was better to go outside to admire the view. After all, even its beauty is better appreciated up close rather than peeking from a corner. Once again, without realizing it herself, Ariel agreed with the man's compliment. At that moment, he decided not to miss the opportunity and suggested a walk in the garden. After that, they left the temple together and came to a scattering of white roses. It was incredibly beautiful here during the day, but at night, these flowers would glow like lanterns. Rayhouse decided to tell a legend associated with these roses. Ariel didn't even know there was such a thing, and it was about the fairy Lotunia. One day, she met a young man who fell in love with her at first sight. But unfortunately, his feelings were not mutual, as the fairy loved another. So the young man turned to a demon for help, wanting the fairy to be his forever. The demon replied that he needed to kill a bird, wrap it in vines, and throw it on the side of the road. The young man did as he was told, and the next day, Lotunia lay in the bird's place. Her wings were broken, and she couldn't fly, so she began to live with the young man. However, she no longer smiled, so the young man turned to the demon again. He wanted the girl to regain her joy, and the demon told him to wrap her broken wings in vines. The next day, the young man whom the fairy loved was entangled in thorns and died. After this, Lotunia gave the young man her first and last smile. That smile was so bright that it blinded the young man. It was the last thing she did before she died. After the brilliant smile, Lotunia kissed the poison-soaked lips of her beloved and followed him. However, Ariel didn't understand why the fairy would smile after her lover's death. Rayhouse explained that the young man so desperately wanted to see her joy that he had longed for a smile his entire life. He tried to cope with the pain of his loss, but his suffering grew with each passing day. Longing was the harshest punishment for him, and even death was not as terrible as the loss of his beloved. After that, the young man picked the roses that grew where Lotunia had died and was pricked by their thorns. The thorns were soaked in the fairy's bitterness, and the poison entered his blood, causing him to die in agony. Ariel was saddened by this story, as it sounded like an obsession. Rayhouse agreed with her, as the desire to possess something that doesn't belong to you is indeed an obsession. But it's also possible that the young man simply didn't know how to express his love in any other way. After that, he touched the Saintess's hair and asked how she would react if he did the same. Ariel would hate him for deciding to break his beloved's wings. At this moment, the girl was shocked by such closeness and wondered if the man had eaten something wrong. Even the gods became wary, and Omen once again offered to let her buy his whip. It felt like he was enjoying this, but she still wasn't going to buy it. Rayhouse was still waiting for the girl's answer, but she seemed to have forgotten what they were talking about. After that, the man suggested they forget it and move on to another topic. He expressed his belief that Ariel might be a real saintess. This took the girl by surprise, and she tried to figure out where he got that idea. She then reminded the high priest that he had personally tested her powers before she became a saintess. He replied that when Ariel asked him to plant the white Lotunia, she had told him something. The girl promised that she would admire the flowers every day. It is said that these flowers grant wishes, and Ariel wanted to make a wish. Because of a sad legend, these roses are also called blessed roses. This is all because this flower has a hidden property, and Ariel had said that she saw the flowers looking like lanterns. And at night, the light of Lotunia can only be seen by those who possess divine power. Now Rayhouse asked the girl if she wanted to tell him something. She had specifically read a bunch of books to avoid these kinds of questions, and it all turned out to be for nothing. But nothing could be undone, and as usual, she would have to improvise. So Ariel explained that she recently had a dream where Lotunia glowed with a blue light and swayed in the wind. She felt that the flowers seemed to sparkle in the moonlight, just like in her dream. But Rayhouse was in no hurry to believe the girl, and asked if she was lying. To this, Ariel explained that she had no reason to lie, as she had always wanted to be a real Saintess. But if the man still couldn't dispel his doubts, then she would have to resort to extreme measures. Therefore, the girl suggested testing her abilities again with the Divine Power Orb. This way, Rayhouse could verify the truth of her words. With a confident and serious expression, Ariel awaited the High Priest's response, and he said that he felt the girl had changed a lot recently. He hoped it was really just his imagination, as this was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing. Previously, the man had never had trouble controlling himself. At this moment, his hand was tightly gripping his own neck to prevent his feelings from showing. After that, he told Ariel that he would be waiting for her in the temple annex tomorrow. There he would be able to check whether the girl had told him the truth today. And now she had no idea how to get out of this predicament in such a short time. A little later, the Saintess returned to her room and found the window wide open. There was a note on her desk, which she picked up and read. Could this really be a letter from the person she least wanted to see today? The message was from Prince Kyle, who promised to return tomorrow. Ariel realized her intuition had not failed her, and she was right. She was so tired of this emotional roller coaster that she wanted to run away immediately. However, before that, the girl decided to see how things were with the gods, who were all interested in how she would decide about Rayhouse. At this point, Ariel asked one of the gods to break the Divine Power Orb in the temple. She knew it was wrong, but she had no other choice. After all, Rayhouse was going to test her divine power tomorrow, and it was very important that he find out nothing. Ariel was practically begging the gods, asking them to just temporarily disable the Divine Power Orb. Then she received a notification that the gods were currently unavailable and were in a meeting. Meanwhile, the Saintess continued to just stand there, awaiting the verdict. It was the first time she had seen the gods ignore her and discuss something for so long. But a whole hour passed, and Ariel still hadn't received a reply. She even thought that her request was too much. Therefore, the girl decided to go to sleep and stop torturing herself with anticipation. If the gods didn't help her, she would most likely rot in prison. Until the early morning, Ariel had a dream in which she asked the gods to help her live in peace. But at that very moment, Anna burst into her room, trying to wake her mistress. The Saintess barely opened her eyes, and the girl told her about the incident at the temple annex. It turned out that it had collapsed overnight, which surprised everyone. But Ariel couldn't believe that the gods had actually heard her request. The temple had 5 large sections and a main building. That was where sacred ceremonies were usually held and where believers gathered. There was also an area with rooms for priests and priestesses, as well as a library where Ariel had been gaining knowledge from the very beginning. But the most important place was where the holy relics were kept. However, now this particular building had been completely destroyed overnight. Ariel didn't understand what on earth had happened here. The handmaiden Anna explained that the temple seemed to have been completely turned upside down. Fortunately, no one was injured, which was the only good news that morning. The high priest even held a meeting with the high-ranking priests. At that moment, Ariel realized this was all because of her request. But the gods had gone too far. They not only destroyed an orb, but also the entire extension. The girl had never expected things to result in such consequences. Besides, what kind of god would agree to destroy their own temple? At the same time, they weren't even worried about this building they weren't particularly fond of. Suddenly, Rayhouse broke away from the meeting and called the girl to his side. He reported that they had finished discussing the destroyed building, and all the priests agreed that it didn't look like a natural phenomenon. The sky was cloudless, yet lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the temple. This was followed by a strong earthquake, and meteorite fragments began to fall. After that, the main water pipe burst and everything around was flooded. Hearing this, Ariel realized with horror that the gods' meeting was just to assign roles. Meanwhile, Rayhouse believed this was all the work of some high-rank magician. But the girl had completely forgotten that magicians existed in this world. Judging by the nature and power of the destruction, this villain was no lower than the 9th rank. However, Rayhouse knew there were no magicians of that level in the Empire. Since he had many questions, he decided to entrust the matter to Baron Bester. He had to find out who would dare to do such a thing. At that moment, Ariel remembered the Baron's name. He was the greatest magician in the Empire. Diego Bester had earned his Baron title for his abilities, though he himself was considered a dark horse. And this was all because he was one of the dukes who controlled the demon world. In the novel, a jealous Ariel had made a contract with Diego to sell her soul. Afterward, the Baron inflicted terrible harm on Camilla, but divine power protected her. In other words, Ariel absolutely could not meet Diego lest she repeat the novel's mistakes. Therefore, she told the high priest she disagreed with his decision. She was most worried about the temple's prestige. The magicians would laugh at them for doing this. However, Rayhouse was convinced they had to identify the magical traces, as it was the only way to find the culprit. After using such powerful force, its traces would remain on a subtle level. But Ariel knew that after the god's prank, it was impossible for any magical traces to be left behind. Therefore, she asked the man what would happen if this news became public. If all the residents found out about the magician, the temple's reputation would be greatly damaged. People would think the security here was so poor that anyone could destroy an entire building single-handedly. Ariel showed in every way that she was concerned about the citizens' faith. After hearing these words, Rayhouse pondered and said the girl had changed a lot. She just joked that magicians were complete strangers to her. Rayhouse agreed with the Saintess's argument and suggested investigating the matter with the help of the Order of Knights. Ariel thanked him for this and hurried back to her room. She had witnessed many shocking things in the morning, and the high priest let her rest. But at this time, he was still continuing to watch the girl. After a while, the Saintess decided to check her balance before escaping. The situation had become so complicated that she wanted to act as soon as possible. Nothing was going according to her plan, and just then, Anna entered the room. She brought her lady a letter from the Imperial Palace and handed it to her. In the letter, Kyle announced that he would be unable to come to the temple for the time being. This news made the girl very happy, and Anna had also found out what the Saintess had asked her to inquire about. It turned out that 10 days ago, a carriage had headed to Tiago for some reason. If the time spent there was included, it would take 2 weeks in total. However, first the special building collapsed, and now people from the palace were rushing back and forth. Ariel understood that only people from high society could know about the new Saintess. If it was 10 days ago, then Rayhouse had already planned everything back then. After all, he had decided to bring a new Saintess to the temple. Once she arrived, a simple power measurement would make everything clear. But what was unclear was why the high priest wanted to test her power. Afterward, Ariel headed to an area of the temple, looking for the answer to her question. She approached the third pillar in the eastern part of the ceremonial hall. Since something had already happened on Tiago's side, she could no longer sit and wait. The girl decided to do what she could and remembered Anna's words. She desperately hoped the Saintess would take her along, even though she had put in all her effort to become a junior priestess. Ever since Anna came to the temple, she had lived in constant doubt and torment. But it was the Saintess who had extended a helping hand to her, and now the girl was ready to follow her to the ends of the earth. Remembering these words, Ariel understood she didn't even have the right to feel despair. Besides, if Anna came with her, she could also help with the work. It was just that after the special building was destroyed, the temple's security had been tightened. Suddenly, the boy the Saintess was worried about appeared next to the pillar. After all, getting past so many guards was no easy feat, but he had succeeded. The boy turned out to be the child who was knocked down by the horse. He had found out about the garnet necklace in the hands of Count Rosento. It was the current count's father, Hagen, who had bought the treasure a few years ago. But the necklace was later stolen and sold to a woman at an auction. Ariel was satisfied with the information she received and thought she could trust the boy now. So she asked him to find out another piece of important information. But before that, the girl gave the boy a bag of money as payment for the next task. It contained a full 50 francs, as he would need to spend money to get the information. This time, Ariel asked him to find out about a girl for Morris. By evening, the Saintess had calmly returned to her room. However, she couldn't find peace even here, as Rayhouse decided to visit her again. But the girl didn't show her true feelings and greeted the man. At that moment, Rayhouse replied that he had come to ask for the Saintess's opinion. In about 2 weeks, a carriage carrying the girl from Tiago would arrive at the temple, and the Imperial Palace had ordered that the Saintess be sent to them as soon as possible. The Empress was all ready. pregnant and eager for a blessing. After hearing this news, Anna and Ariel realized that Kyle's situation was not so optimistic. Apparently, these were the circumstances he was referring to in his letter. It was obvious that Rayhouse had come to ask whether Ariel would go to the palace, or if he should send a new Saintess there. Although she didn't really want to go, the girl decided to accept this as her last task. So if Rayhouse asked, she was willing to do it. However, the high priest himself didn't want Ariel to go there, but it would seem strange if the Saintess didn't appear at the palace. Moreover, he knew the crown prince had visited Ariel several times. After saying these words, Rayhouse approached the girl and became very strange. Suddenly, he couldn't suppress his feelings and rested his head on her shoulder. The man looked quite dejected and wanted to know if Ariel still liked Kyle. At that moment, she didn't understand why the conversation had suddenly turned in this direction. Then the girl was distracted by a strange smell coming from the man. He smelled of alcohol and admitted it was the only solace he could find. After all, nothing of his had gone according to plan, but if only he knew what Ariel was like now. Just then, Monty announced he would give Rayhouse's body to the girl, which infuriated her, and the man admitted that he had done his best to prepare a comfortable place for her in the dungeon. But the earthquake destroyed everything, and now he had nowhere to hide Ariel. However, in the Saintess's eyes, this sounded like harsh imprisonment. Rayhouse thought this would protect Ariel from the crown prince, but now he was the one who had betrayed her. Afterwards, the girl decided to soothe the high priest and suggested he get some rest. She assured him she could protect herself, and Rayhouse believed her words. However, his gaze and smile sent Ariel into deep thought. Then the man left, and the Saintess couldn't hide the awkwardness she felt from the adoring expression on his face. Meanwhile, the Empress awaited the Saintess's arrival, even feigning the threat of a miscarriage. Now, she had to stay put for a week and was about to die of boredom. At that moment, her brother told her that this boredom wouldn't last long. Alberto and Michael believed that if they just waited a little, something interesting would come up again. And Rose was surprised that her debauched brother could play such an important role. The high priest and the Saintess probably thought their secret would disappear with the handmaiden's death. But how could they have known that this girl was obsessed with Alberto? If the Saintess's power disappeared with the appearance of another, there was nothing the Empress could do. But when Ariel was actually an imposter, everything changed. So if something went wrong, the Empress had a trump card in her hand. After all responsibility for a miscarriage would fall on the Saintess and Kyle. Suddenly, Rose knocked over the basin she had just used to wash her feet. The handmaiden was terrified and begged not to be killed, as she wouldn't say anything she had heard. And the Empress, with a stern smile, told Alberto to take care of it, citing fatigue. After some time, the day of Ariel's arrival at the Imperial Palace came. She stepped out of the carriage and stood quietly for a moment. The Imperial Palace seemed so beautiful to her, its appearance captivating her. Even the temple, with its immense influence, couldn't compare to this place in terms of luxury. However, Ariel decided to focus on the main task, as now was not the time to admire the scenery. She began to count the money she had saved up during this time. She had 3,500 francs in her account, and after a while, the holy relic from the destroyed building should be found. Before Rayhouse called for the girl, she should buy that very sacred item. If she thought on the bright side, Ariel just needed to pass the test of divine power. Once everything went well, she could say goodbye to those who stood in her way. Therefore, the most important thing now was to bless the Empress as soon as possible in return. A short while later, the Emperor received the girl and told her that a new Saintess had been found. He found it incredible, as this rarely happened in a single generation. And the Empress began to smile slyly and corrected her husband. After all, in her opinion, it wasn't rare at all for two Saintesses to appear in one generation. It was completely impossible, so she had to order the carriage from Tiago to be intercepted. Rose explained that she urgently needed a blessing, and the temple would have to forgive this. At that moment, Ariel didn't understand why everything was going wrong again. After hearing Kyle's words, she had of course guessed everything, but this had happened too suddenly. The Empress reported that she had gathered the two Saintesses in one place to bless the child. But on the other hand, she also intended to find out what shameless affair was currently taking place. Then the woman fell back onto the bed, saying she had a headache. The Emperor was worried about his wife and assured her he would personally handle everything. To Ariel's surprise, all of this was orchestrated by Rose herself. Things were not going smoothly, as Kyle was clearly in a bad mood. But right now, it was more important not to figure out the situation between the prince and his. stepmother. It was more important to focus on the new Saintess and figure out just what kind of person this girl from Tiago was. Just then, Alberto appeared in the room, saying his sister was not feeling well. Therefore, he was generously willing to speak on her behalf today. At that moment, Ariel realized she had met the Empress's brother, the one who had run over the boy. It turned out these two formed a true family of villains. Suddenly, Alberto pointed at Ariel, claiming she was deceiving everyone. But the Emperor decided to speak up for the Saintess, not allowing him to be so disrespectful. However, Rose confirmed his words, saying she herself was shocked by the truth. Then the Empress turned to the Saintess and spoke a name familiar to her. It was about her former handmaiden, Annie, who had recently passed away. She had taken care of the Saintess until last month and knew Alberto. Then Annie wanted to confess all her sins to him and was worried for the Empire. She thought her secret would cause a commotion, but it just so happened that a real Saintess appeared in Tiago. But Ariel couldn't even imagine that the Empress's brother had colluded with her servant. But Alberto didn't stop there and took out more evidence from his jacket. Before her death, Annie gave him a letter containing her confession and the hush money the Saintess had given him, and she disappeared after sending this letter to Alberto. Meanwhile, the Empress's brother claimed that the Saintess had written a marriage proposal to the prince. Ariel was shocked at this moment, as she now understood that this was all Annie's doing. The Emperor asked his son about this strange marriage proposal, but the Crown Prince explained that he knew nothing about it. However, Alberto didn't stop there and accused Kyle of having an affair with the fake Saintess. At this point, the prince tried his best to restrain himself from hitting the scoundrel, and Rose began to put on an act, as if she knew nothing about this. The woman feigned disbelief, and the new Saintess asked her to calm down. Afterward, Kyle decided to end this farce and turned to the Empress's brother. At the same time, he placed his hand on his sword and said that Alberto was accusing him without grounds. In that case, was a man prepared to take responsibility for his words and pay with his life? Alberto was terrified by this declaration, as he knew the prince's character. So he decided to seek protection from the Emperor, saying that Kyle was threatening him. And that man decided to find out what the Saintess thought about this. The Emperor turned to Ariel, expecting some explanation from her. But Alberto cut into the conversation, saying her words no longer meant anything. Kyle decided to intervene again, but the Saintess stopped him. Now, not only her life, but also the prince's would depend on her words. So Ariel asked Alberto if he was really calling her an imposter based on the fabrications of a single handmaiden. And what proof was there that the new girl was the real Saintess? It was unlikely the palace could have completed the procedure to confirm divine power in such a short time. To this, the Empress's brother replied that Miss Tina had healed a deer with a broken leg. At the same time, she had also made a blind man see again. All of this was seen by many residents of Tiago, so there was no doubt that this girl was the real Saintess. And Ariel, citing her poor health, had been staying in the temple all this time. At that moment, the Saintess looked at Tina, pondering in amazement at what she had heard. Afterward, the girl turned to the Emperor and requested that he summon the court physicians. They would help determine who the fake Saintess was here. But Alberto tried to dissuade the Emperor on the grounds that Ariel might have prepared in advance. However, the man was confident that the palace was not so weak that an outsider could deceive them. Moreover, the Saintess hadn't even proposed a method yet, and the knight was already resisting. Seeing the Emperor's stern attitude, Ariel now understood who the prince inherited his character from. Just then, Kyle approached her and asked what the girl was up to. It seemed he was also very worried about the situation, so Ariel asked him to just watch and not worry about anything. After all, she was sure that the situation would now be completely reversed. A short while later, the physicians arrived, and Ariel asked them to draw the curtains. At this, Alberto became very nervous, as he didn't understand what the Saintess had planned. The Saintess took Tina's hand and placed a white Lotunia flower in their hands. The physicians noticed the plant and were very shocked by what they saw. Ariel explained that she intended to identify the true Saintess with the help of this flower. This was all because her eyes could see the silver light it emitted, but Alberto thought it was nonsense that some rose would glow. Then the Saintess explained that the light of the white Lotunia could only be seen by those with divine power. And Tina from Tiago, if she was the real Saintess, should also be able to see this light. The girl was very nervous, but agreed with Ariel. However, our heroine knew that Camilla was from Aries and had golden hair. But in the case of this Saintess, none of this matched, and there could only be one explanation. This girl was an imposter, just like Ariel herself. At that moment, the Saintess asked the healers to make an extract for tea from the white Lotunia. She also requested that an extract of the white flower of death be brought. This request caused shock among everyone present, including the physicians. After all, this flower was somewhat similar to the Lotunia, and an untrained I would have a hard time telling them apart. It got its name from its lethal dose of poison, which could kill a person in a second. However, a real Saintess would have no problem discerning which tea was brewed from the Lotunia. But this was not the only way Ariel intended to test for divine power. After all, if a fake Saintess was wrong, she must have the courage to face death. Only in that case could the result be considered accurate. If it was revealed that Ariel was an impostor, the positions of the crown prince and the high priest would be shaken. And if the empress brought a fake Saintess, then no one would be allowed to doubt her. This was likely what Rose wanted to achieve with this whole farce. Ariel was sure that Tina could see the light of the Lotunia, but only with the help of divine power. And the procedure for confirming divine power was not very difficult and could be easily faked. This could have been easily used to defeat the real Ariel, but not our heroine. At that moment, the girl turned to the Empress to ask for her opinion. After all, Ariel, just like her, wanted to expose the fake Saintess. However, if this harmed her pregnancy in any way, then nothing could be done. The emperor had to agree to the experiment. He did so supposedly not to worsen his own health over the problems of the state. Afterward, her husband ordered the physicians to prepare a cup of tea from each flower. Then they had to leave the room, so there would be no chance for hints. The placement of the cups would be chosen by Knight Michael, and no one but him would know. The Saintesses also had to cover their noses with a cloth and judge by sight which cup contained the Lotunia tea. When everything was ready, Ariel invited her opponent to choose first. At that moment, the girl began to worry a lot as something was wrong. She looked at the cups and couldn't tell which was which. Although just a moment ago, Tina had indeed seen the light emanating from the white Lotunia. But for some reason, the light from both cups had now disappeared and she couldn't see anything. The emperor noticed the girl's hesitation and asked why she was taking so long to choose. At that, Tina declared it was a trick and that neither cup contained Lotunia. After all, neither of them was glowing, which meant this was definitely some kind of conspiracy. However, Ariel reported that she saw the brilliant light with her own eyes. She drank the tea with the Lotunia and pointed out that someone was trying to deceive them all. Tina had mistaken demonic power for divine power and therefore couldn't distinguish between the cups. However, Lotunia shouldn't be brewed into tea as it would become too bitter. Ariel wondered how many people knew that if the flower was separated from its roots, it would stop glowing. But fortunately, she had the gods as her helpers, who helped her make her choice. After all this happened, Tina started screaming, saying it was impossible. She didn't see any light, which was not what she had agreed upon with Alberto. He had promised her the wealth and honor of the entire Ilium Empire. However, Alberto decided to shut her up and poured the poisoned tea into the girl's drink. The man accused Tina of daring to deceive everyone, but Kyle intervened between them. The crown prince forcefully pushed the empress's brother away to save the fake Saintess. The poisoned tea had not yet entered her body. The girl was just severely frightened and narrowly escaped. After all this, the emperor held his head, trying to clear it. He was furious about the chaos and ordered the fake Saintess to be taken away. The guard arrested the girl, and all charges against Ariel were dropped. At this point, Alberto, in order to save himself, decided to apologize to the emperor. But the emperor said that the empress's brother should have thought twice before acting. After all, he had staged a farce and decided to blame his actions on the temple. Therefore, the emperor demanded that Alberto kneel and ask for the Saintess's forgiveness. The man had no choice but to carry out the order. The empress's brother begged for forgiveness, but Ariel was disgusted with him. After all, he treated human life as if it were just a simple toy of his. So, the girl decided to teach the man a lesson and flicked him just below the eye. However, thanks to the god's blessing, her flick became incredibly powerful. Alberto clutched the spot where he was hit, and the Saintess explained that it was an oracle. She had just received this oracle from the god of mercy, who was displeased with his actions, and wished for Alberto to be more cautious in the future. After all this, the emperor declared that there was no excuse for today's events. But the Saintess also apologized for arousing suspicion due to her poor health, and the Emperor laughed, saying it was only natural for the guide who leads the citizens of Ilium to eternity. Then he grabbed his son's shoulder, adding that this was not the best place to talk. However, since the Saintess was so close to the crown prince that they even exchanged letters, he invited her to the imperial palace. He hoped that Ariel would maintain this close relationship in the future. And at that moment, the Saintess could only think about how Kyle would deal with her if things continued like this. But he decided to save the situation and asked to take Ariel away so she could rest. At this, the Emperor wanted to give her a gift, as the girl had rushed to the palace so quickly. If you had seen his wife's face at that moment, you would have understood that she was angry about her failure. A little later, Ariel got into the carriage and returned to the temple. But Kyle decided to accompany her and see her to her final destination. The crown prince decided to use this opportunity to hear Ariel's explanation. However, she asked him not to ask what happened, as her plan would remain a secret. Now Kyle was filled with doubt, not understanding how Ariel had deceived Rayhouse. After all, the crown prince now didn't know if this girl was a fake saintess or not. But our heroine explained that it no longer mattered, because from the very beginning, she had been beneficial to both them and the high priest. And she wouldn't bite the hand that feeds her, so they didn't have to worry. Kyle remained half convinced. Ariel reminded him that he already had a clear enemy. Therefore, it wasn't wise to sour their relationship. After saying this, she prepared to get out of the carriage, but Kyle blocked her way with his hand. Then he reminded her that he had offered to let her move into his palace. Now the offer was no longer timely, but the crown prince still planned to visit the Saintess. Now that they had a common enemy, the lives of all who were in the same boat with him belonged to him. Without the crown prince's permission, no one would dare to harm the girl. Ariel boldly pushed his hand away, saying she could take care of herself. But Kyle explained that it was too late for them to draw a line between them, and the girl could no longer escape his interference. Besides, Ariel's actions would only provoke him. Therefore, he promised to visit the temple after some time. After this conversation, Ariel finally returned to her own quarters. The Saintess didn't want Kyle to keep coming to see her. All she wanted was to get the treasure from the Emperor, and she very much hoped the crown prince would stay in the palace. Just then, she heard a voice asking for the Saintess's blessing. Rayhouse was surprised that a rather simple task had taken so long, and Ariel explained that she had run into some difficulties. But the high priest already knew that the girl had successfully exposed the fake Saintess. He had also heard that Ariel had proven herself to be the real one. Now he wanted to know how she had made everyone believe it. At this moment, the girl felt very anxious as she needed to convince Rayhouse. She began her story, saying that Tina was indeed a fake. However, so was she, and she had deceived everyone with her tricks. The high priest replied that the girl always skillfully evaded the topic, but it seemed that in every situation, a certain god was helping her. So this time, Ariel had to explain everything clearly. At this, he picked up the sphere and activated it for a test. The entire room was filled with a bright light emanating from a sphere. Ariel couldn't believe it was the same sphere before her. Rayhouse reminded her that they had wanted to do something to the girl last time. After that, he put on his gloves and looked at the Saintess carefully. The high priest noticed her unease, as if she hadn't prepared any tricks this time. At this, the girl decided to calm down and come up with a plan. If he wanted to test her, she wouldn't resist. After all, it wasn't difficult to find out everything with the help of the sphere. After that, the girl approached the sphere and placed her hand on it. However, nothing happened. The sphere didn't react at all. Rayhouse then revealed that Ariel indeed had no divine power, but he didn't know that a holy relic, a pendant, had helped her. It was something she had received from the Emperor, and it was made of a gemstone. If you wore it, all the divine power and magic in your body would be sealed. Ariel had originally intended to use this pendant against the Demon King, but now it had come in handy in this situation, so now she could go back with peace of mind. However, Rayhouse stopped the girl, saying that she had probably met the crown prince at the palace. Ariel replied that she had, and the man tried to suppress his anger. Now Rayhouse thought that one day she would decide to go to him again. At this, the girl was silent for a moment, thinking about what to say. Then she turned to the high priest and said she was grateful for his warmth. However, he was showing too much unhealthy interest in the Saintess. To this, Rayhouse replied that he used to think It was impossible. But since Ariel was a fake Saintess, nothing bad would happen if she left the temple. However, at some point, everything changed, and the man could do nothing about it. He felt distraught when Ariel started to walk out of the temple. Now, the high priest decided to tell the girl his feelings. His heart should only beat like that when praying to the gods. But for some reason, whenever he looked at the Saintess, his heart would start to pound. That's why he sincerely hoped the girl was one of two things. She was either a goddess or the real Saintess. But it was impossible for a girl to turn from fake to real in an instant. However, if that really happened, Rayhouse might be a little more honest about his feelings. And at that moment, Ariel silently pleaded with him not to be so honest. If she had to pick a favorite scene from the novel, it would be the one about Rayhouse. In that scene, the high priest kissed the feet of the tired, sleeping Camilla. To him, she was a goddess, and he couldn't express his feelings in any other way. But if things continued like this, the entire plot would change, and Ariel didn't want that. Therefore, she assured Rayhouse that when the real Saintess appeared, he would love her even more. By then, the man would forget Ariel. It would be like the balloon effect. However, the high priest said that his chest ached after hearing such words. Seeing Rayhouse's sad face at that moment, Ariel herself felt uneasy, but she decided to collect her thoughts and not react that way. Therefore, the girl replied that if the man had nothing more to say, she would leave. Besides, Rayhouse knew very well that she was an imposter and would one day leave the temple. He shouldn't show her excessive affection. At this, the gods condemned Ariel for her coldness, but she tried not to take it to heart. Besides, she already had a headache from worry. Suddenly, the girl started to hear cries and screams for help. Ariel immediately jumped up and ran towards a commotion. But what she saw was something the girl couldn't have imagined in her worst nightmares. Her handmaiden, Anna, was lying on the floor in blood-soaked clothes. The girl was dying and could barely utter a word. Ariel wondered how this had happened and noticed something strange nearby. In the pool of blood on the floor was a note, which said that all of this was retribution for today. The Saintess began to worry about the girl's life at that moment. Although the priestesses were trying to heal Anna, it now seemed impossible. The girl's wounds were too severe. If nothing was done, she would die. Just then, memories associated with Anna began to flash through Ariel's mind. From the very beginning, she had promised to be loyal to her and take care of her. Anna had even promised to follow her mistress to the ends of the earth. Under no circumstances did the girl give up and was determined to always be by her side. All of this made Ariel clutch her pendant. In a single moment, the Saintess ripped it off herself to release her divine power. After that, Ariel placed her hands on her and began to heal. The handmaiden, a torrent of divine power, appeared around them, like the bright light of the sun. The Saintess was familiar with the painful feeling of being pierced by a sharp blade, but she didn't want this to be Anna's last moment. The girl would not let death take the soul of her servant, Anna. After all, just as she had chosen her, now Ariel also chose Anna. She had no intention of giving up and would fight for her life until the very end. While everyone watched the Saintess in astonishment, she was trying to save her servant. At this moment, Ariel very strongly begged the gods to help her. The Saintess continued to pray, even though she had already revealed her gift to everyone. She didn't take her hands off the girl, doing everything in her power to heal her. Losing Anna would be unbearable pain for her, as she had grown very close to her. Finally, the girl's wounds healed, and she opened her eyes. All her clothes were still stained with blood, but from Anna's face, it was clear that she was now all right. The divine power stopped glowing, and Ariel called out her handmaiden's name. Then she placed a hand on her head and asked how she felt. But Anna didn't speak. Instead, tears began to stream down her face. The witnesses at this moment were ecstatic, as they had just seen how the 9 gods helped the Saintess. A true miracle had occurred in Ilium, for Ariel had saved the handmaiden. Everyone began to admire the Saintess and pray for the 9 gods to be with her. But suddenly she heard a familiar voice that frightened her. It was Rayhouse right behind the girl, and now she had to explain everything to him. Ariel had been so desperate to save Anna that she hadn't even considered the high priest's reaction. Afterwards, she stood before him, trying to come up with another trick. But he didn't even intend to listen to her, and instead bent down. After that, the thing Ariel had feared from the beginning happened. After all, the high priest kissed her feet, even though, according to the plot, that spot should have belonged to Camilla. At this moment, the Saintess blushed, not knowing how to react, and his adoring gaze made it clear that he liked this turn of events. A little later, Ariel felt that the pain from today was duller. Still, she had done the right thing by buying that bracelet back then. It protected the wearer's body, and the results exceeded all expectations. Ariel then decided to take a bath and think about how chaotic everything was. First, she went to the palace, where she had a conflict with Alberto. Then she returned to the temple and found Anna on the verge of death. Besides, I can't get that incident with Ray House out of my head. Maybe this was exactly the ending that was needed today. But the man promised to investigate this case most thoroughly. He was probably talking about what happened to Anna, not her deception. In any case, this meant that an outsider had entered the temple and tried to kill the handmaiden. And the note on the floor meant that only one person could have done it. If Anna had died because of the Saintess, Ariel would not have been able to forgive herself. It seems she angered a character in the novel that she shouldn't have. At this moment, Ariel received a notification that the gods were blessing her. At first, this annoyed her, but then she decided to calm down. After all, one cannot simply squander one's strength and blessings. So she decided to relax and let the gods do their good deeds. Before going to sleep, Ariel thought about the problem of Ray House, now knowing her secret. Although he was glad that the girl was the real Saintess, it still didn't save the situation. She still blushed when she recalled his face. Ariel not only exposed the fake Saintess, but also showed people her divine power. Everything had gotten completely out of control, and the girl didn't know what to do. Ariel ended up giving up her life as a fake Saintess and received a kiss from a high priest as a sign of submission. At this time, a shop announced that they did not serve residents of the 10th district and beyond. Some noble girls even believed that those places couldn't even be called buildings. And the seller wasn't even going to waste his precious time on those who didn't have much money. Our heroine had read about this in the original novel. The imperial capital, Ilium, could be divided into 15 districts. The 1st to 3rd districts belonged to the nobility and respected people, and the commoners lived in the 4th to 10th districts. And all the districts after the 10th belonged to the poor. Since Ariel's clothes were now shabby, she was refused service as a guest. All the girls behaved so arrogantly, as if she wasn't even a person. They continued to laugh at the poor girl and make malicious jokes. But one of them suddenly told her friends not to be so rude. However, this was followed by a taunt that Ariel could work as a servant in a rich person's house. The Saintess looked at them and understood that things were getting more and more interesting. Just then, the door opened and a man appeared behind Ariel. The seller's expression changed instantly, and he was ready to serve this guest from head to toe. Ariel turned her head to the man and realized she was seeing another familiar face. Standing before her at this moment was Cass Lloyd, whom she never thought she would meet. The seller stared at the Marquis and asked him to wait a moment. But he only did this to order the beggar to be thrown out. However, Cass stopped the man and asked him not to. After that, he told Ariel that it seemed she was hiding her face again. He kissed her hand, praising the girl for helping the poor in the lowest parts of the city. The look on the faces of those present at that moment was worth seeing, their mouths all wide open. But Cass's eyes didn't leave the girl, saying he was glad to see her. At this, Ariel took off her hood, and everyone realized that a Saintess was before them. The Marquis then reported that the girl was apparently trying to choose a building for the temples. Ariel was surprised by his ability to improvise, but she decided to play along, saying that Hagen had refused her. Now she would have to find another intermediary and tell the high priest about it. It would also be necessary to discuss the standards for Ilium's sacred documents and revise the names recorded in them. After that, she and the Marquis prepared to leave, and Hagen tried to apologize. Cass decided to take the opportunity to tease the unscrupulous salesman one last time. He reported that he was about to donate 5,000 francs to the Saintess's call. Hagen started shouting that he would give the money right now. He decided to give the money as a donation to the temple and a plea for forgiveness. Ariel received a nice sum in her account, and she walked out with Cass. The girl had nothing to worry about, as she didn't owe anyone anything. The Saintess was very surprised that she didn't have to account for these funds. Therefore, she offered to split them with the Marquis, but he refused. However, Ariel now wondered how long Cass had been following her. To this, the man replied that he had been doing so from the moment she left the temple. It turned out the Marquis had business in Ilium, and he had stopped by the temple. There he noticed the Saintess taking advantage of the chaos to slip away. He heard the priests praising her, and apparently, this had confused the girl. This was not surprising, as people had seen real divine power. It turned out that it was Ariel who had healed Cass's injured bird. He had guessed it, especially after her undisguised contempt for him. Now, the blue wing was fine, and the dog was training with him. However, Cass wanted to ask if the Saintess intended to hide her power. But apparently, that girl was so precious to her that Ariel decided to give up everything for her. And at this moment, the Saintess began to feel sad, because things were a little different. It was even sadder that the Marquis thought exactly what he said. After all, initially, she didn't save Anna just because it was her. The girl did it because she had the ability and could help someone. Even if it had been the Marquis in her place at that moment, she would have done the exact same thing. Ariel did what a Saintess should do, although she hadn't thought about it. She simply acted according to her convictions, and the Marquis might find this decision strange. But the Saintess would not let Anna die for the sake of her secret, because then she would be tormented by nightmares and a sense of loss. Cass realized that Ariel was implying that their views on values were different. Ariel confirmed the Marquis's guess, and he laughed at her absoluteness. Then he asked if the Saintess had any plans now. The girl had nothing to do, and then Cass invited her to go on a date with him. A little later, our heroine was enjoying the taste of the food she was eating. She was delighted that the dessert on her plate was so sweet. Ariel invited the Marquis to try a piece, otherwise she would eat it all herself. It wasn't that she was hungry, it was just that dessert held a special place of honor in her stomach. Besides, it would be a crime not to eat such a delicious cake. At that moment, she remembered Cass asking about her plans for the day. After that, he immediately proposed a date as payment for the money he had acquired. It was obvious that he had deliberately deceived her from the beginning in order to carry out his plan. At this, Cass reported that he hadn't expected such a reaction to sweets from the Saintess. It was the first time he had watched someone eating with such fascination. Ariel immediately blushed, as she hadn't expected that she looked so happy. Based on her reaction, Cass thought he had said something rude, and the girl confirmed his suspicions. As payment for this rudeness, she asked him to eat a piece of cake. She begged him not to force her to enjoy it alone. Ariel held out a piece of cake on her fork, waiting for Cass to finally decide to grant her request. At her request, afterwards, he finally ate the sweet, and the girl asked for his opinion. Cass explained that it tasted much better than when he had the same thing a few days ago. At this point, the gods couldn't just watch these delicacies, and their mouths began to water. The Marquis wondered if the Saintess wasn't interested in him at all. In his opinion, he was always the only one asking all the questions, and it was about time for Ariel to say something. After that, the gods started throwing all sorts of ideas at her, suggesting she ask about Cass's muscles and his preferences in bed. But the girl had another proposal, which she made to the man. Ariel confidently announced that she would be paying for lunch today. The Saintess had been thinking about this ever since she and the Marquis entered the cafe. Since she had earned the money with Cass's help, it was only right to treat him. And the Marquis started laughing at the thought of how arrogant he had always been towards Ariel. Despite this, the girl promised to buy something more expensive next time. However, she didn't remember Cass ever laughing like that, because in the novel he was a sociopath. After finishing their tea, Ariel decided to order something else before leaving. The Marquis thought the girl wasn't full yet, but she was getting it for Anna. She was already feeling much better, but sweets should cheer her up. This gesture of care greatly surprised Cass, and he even expressed his jealousy. The cake today seemed exceptionally sweet to him, and he didn't even want to share. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the tense atmosphere was escalating. All the surrounding plates had been knocked to the floor by the Empress, who was enraged by the recent situation. Alberto tried to defend himself, saying that Annie had absolutely believed the fake Saintess at the time. However, Rosa was certain that Ariel was not stupid at all and must have learned everything about the Saintess from Tiago. It was very likely that she was the one who set this trap and used Annie to deceive Alberto. Moreover, the Saintess was close to Kyle, and she had shamelessly deceived everyone about the exploding statue incident. Alberto added that they had teamed up from the very beginning to lead them into a trap. But Rosa was displeased that her brother had fallen for their trick, and now the Emperor was also angry with her. Therefore, no excuse could help Alberto now in front of the furious Empress. However, he assured his sister that he would not make a similar mistake again. To that end, he suggested inviting the Saintess to the hunting festival in 10 days. She would have no reason to refuse, as the festival is dedicated to Estes, the god of justice. If they could turn public opinion and force the girl to attend, then it wouldn't be difficult to get rid of her. And they still had an assassin who had been paid, but hadn't done the job yet. The next morning, the maid Anna tried to call for the Saintess. She ran to tell her that the broken bed in her room had been replaced, but Ariel was a bit embarrassed that Anna called the place she slept at. However, due to a blow the Saintess delivered in her dream, one side of the bed was broken, and a large hole had appeared on the other. There was no other word to describe the bed besides broken. At this, Ariel started to blush because of the broken bed. But Ariel had dreamt that she was riding a horse through a forest and encountered monsters. She had to kill them with her bare hands, and it was clear that the attack on Anna had affected her. Therefore, she decided to ask the maid if she was really feeling better. Anna explained that thanks to the treatment and the delicious strawberry cake, she felt wonderful. Seeing her maid so cheerful, Ariel felt a warmth in her heart. However, her plan to gain independence would only work if everyone thought she was a fake Saintess. But now that Ariel had become a real Saintess, she would have to give up the idea of running away. Even the believers' attitude towards her had changed, and they began to respect her more. Dwayne even begged the Saintess to forgive his distrust, and the gods who were watching her were enjoying the attention the girl was receiving. But it would be better if it were like before, when no one cared about Ariel. Just then, Anna asked if the criminal who attacked her had been found yet. She was very afraid that the person might attack the Saintess. To this, Ariel replied that the criminal must have paid a large sum of money to enter the temple. And in Anna's circle, there must be someone whom she had offended badly. But since she had no such person, then it was Ariel who needed to apologize. After all, the killer was specifically after the Saintess, but an innocent girl ended up getting hurt. Besides, Ariel had an excellent informant who would find out everything about that mercenary. After some time, Ryhaz informed the Saintess about the upcoming hunting festival, but the girl didn't have to go, so he simply sent a letter of refusal. He would send priests there in case they needed to treat injured guests. At this moment, Ariel was thinking about what the high priest had said to her. Her reaction gave him the impression that the girl was interested in attending. However, the only thing that worried her was that many people in Ilium were talking about her negative attitude. They were probably talking about the festival, but she was worried about something else entirely. It hadn't been long since the killer attacked Anna, and now she was being summoned to the palace again. The Empress wanted to see her so badly. It was obvious she had something up her sleeve. After considering all this, Ariel decided to agree to attend. She told Ryhaz about it, who clearly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The girl explained that she wasn't doing it because of the rumors, but just to relax a bit. The daily routine had started to bore her, and the festival was an excellent solution to this problem. The high priest had no choice but to agree to the girl's request. But in addition to that, Ariel had an interesting proposal. Although her beginning with Ryhaz was a lie, she now truly possessed real power. Therefore, the girl demanded an increase in her allowance to match her status. Ariel was serious. She wanted to receive a salary befitting her status. In addition to that, the girl also expected to receive a bonus for participating in the event. After all, every time she appeared at the Imperial Palace, the temple received large donations. 30% of that money would be enough, but this news took the man by surprise. However, he nodded affirmatively and agreed to the request. Ryhaz had heard of Saintesses who refused money, but he had never seen one who would bargain. To Ariel's surprise, he promised to pay her 3,000 francs for each event, and starting next month, the man would increase her monthly salary. Although he found it greedy, it seemed the Saintess had no intention of leaving the temple. So, despite the huge expense, Ryhaz was very happy about what was happening. What confused Ariel even more was that he didn't even care why she had hidden her powers from him. But the look in his amber eyes once again took her breath away. Before, she felt like she was tying down a man she would soon have to leave. But now Ariel felt like she was putting herself in a cage. And the irony of the whole situation was that she was doing it while humming happily. Just then, Ryhaz announced that he also had a proposal. The man suggested playing a game of chess too. Bet for a wish. The wish was not complicated at all, and he hoped the Saintess would agree. A few days later, the day of the hunting festival arrived, and the entire empire was eagerly awaiting it. The carriage carrying the Saintess headed for the Imperial Palace, with Dwayne once again escorting the girl. But due to the huge flow of guests, there was a long traffic jam. At this, the gods expressed their dissatisfaction with the long wait, and Ariel scolded them for it. However, the girl was glad she didn't have to wear that strange collar. Who would have thought Ariel and Raihoz would bet on a game of chess? If it weren't for He's, the Saintess, who didn't know the rules of the game, would be wearing a collar around her neck right now. But thanks to the gods, she was able to put Raihoz in checkmate in this game. His surprise was beyond measure, and he couldn't explain his defeat. Ariel said at that moment that she had suspected something was wrong from the beginning. It turned out Raihoz wanted to give her a collar with a location tracker, but the man explained that he did it to prevent the girl from getting into trouble. However, Raihoz was now just curious as to how the Saintess had won. This time, he had played at full strength and hadn't even gone easy on her. Ariel told the man to prepare himself before she revealed her secret. He had already put on a solemn look, and the Saintess reported that a ghostly chess king had helped her. It wasn't until they were in the carriage that Ariel thanked the god for his help, although he felt wronged for being ignored. But that wasn't all, because after losing, Raihoz himself had to wear the collar. To him, it was like master and slave, so he was curious to know how long he needed to wear it. Although Ariel suggested he take the collar off immediately, the man still wore it to see her off. However, what was more interesting now was to figure out what the Empress had planned. Moreover, the rumors had suddenly died down, as if someone had deliberately stirred them up. But Ariel was absolutely certain that she would not be at the Empress's mercy. Therefore, the girl decided to prepare in advance for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a hand appeared at her window, offering her an apple. The person turned out to be Cass, whose appearance once again surprised Ariel. The Saintess looked on in shock, first at the apple, then at Marquis Lloyd. Just then, he asked her to eat the fruit he had spent 10 francs on. However, even a whole box wouldn't cost more than 2 francs. But Cass hadn't considered the price at all, and if he could also buy the Saintess's favor, he would be very happy. Ariel still found it strange that the Marquis was nothing like the sociopath from the novel. It seemed this character had changed after all, and she decided to ask him where he was going. Like the Saintess, Cass was also going to the festival, and judging by the number of carriages, it was a grand event. But this year was destined to be special, as all the nobles' attention was focused on the Empress's pregnancy. Previously, most people supported the Crown Prince, but despite his talents, he was indifferent to power struggles. But the Empress was a different story, and her confidence had gained power equal to the Crown Prince's. That's why everyone was now interested in the child in her womb. And to watch this royal conflict, Cass decided to come to the festival. Ariel had indeed felt the tension between the Empress and Kyle. But if Rose gave birth to a son, the Crown Prince's situation would worsen. At that moment, Cass remembered the high priest who was greeting the guests. Since Ariel had no companion, the Marquis offered to be her escort. He would accompany the girl, and it would be his honor. At this, Ariel remembered that the Marquis had said the same thing at the market. However, she asked for his forgiveness, as she would be accompanied by a knight from the temple. Moreover, she didn't plan to participate personally, as she hadn't been feeling well lately. Cass expressed his regret at this, as he really wanted to protect the Saintess. This made her burst out laughing, as the festival didn't pretend any threats. However, the Marquis warned the girl not to go to the hunting grounds under any pretext. Cass said this because he had heard something bad, and he was very confident in his information. Ariel showed no surprise and thanked him for his concern. The Marquis basically expected that the girl, as usual, already knew what was going on. At that moment, with a completely indifferent look on her face, the Saintess began to eat the apple. The road cleared, and Cass said goodbye, hoping to see her at the festival. Meanwhile, everyone had already set up their tents and prepared the camp. The Emperor and his wife watched the spectacle that was about to unfold, and Dwayne paid his respects to the Saintess for her address at the festival today. However, all the girl's attention was focused on the Empress. She wondered when this woman would make her move and make her plan a reality. Ariel didn't like this temporary calm. Her being here couldn't be a coincidence. At this time, Ka was nearby, watching the girl carefully. After that, he approached the Saintess and decided to talk to her. The Crown Prince extended his hand to her, asking for her blessing before the hunt. Ariel was very surprised, because not long ago, Ka had been gloomy all day. Nevertheless, she took the Crown Prince's hand and recited the blessing. But suddenly, the God Seal announced that he was blessing the girl. However, the Saintess was not praying for herself, but for the Crown Prince. At this, Kyle looked at the Saintess and her confusion with bewilderment. He told her to stop spacing out and grant his request. If Ariel was this nervous, then she shouldn't have come here, as she would only cause trouble. At that moment, the girl understood that the crown prince was expressing his concern in this way. But he started joking that Ariel was using the blessing as an excuse to hold his hand. The emperor noticed their interaction and understood that his son liked the Saintess. However, it was unknown what the girl herself thought of the crown prince. His wife explained that the girl used to spend all her time in the temple due to her poor health. Perhaps it was time to give the pair a push, and Rose had just the right plan for it. The empress suggested that the Saintess also participate in the hunting festival. After all, she had come all this way and could enjoy the hunt with the crown prince. But Kyle objected, as it was dangerous to enter the forest without special training. His father, however, was sure that the crown prince could protect the girl, which would bring them closer. In addition, Rose added that the high priest had personally consecrated and purified the entire forest, but many monsters had appeared there again. In the past, Saintesses would visit the streams every few years for the sake of the townspeople of the Kingston Mountains. Shouldn't Ariel help continue this tradition this year? Now the girl understood the Empress's plan and stood up from her seat. However, she didn't want to ride in the carriage and asked for Alberto's horse. But that wasn't all, as the Saintess demanded that the Empress's brother take her place in the carriage. Upon learning this, Alberto flew into a rage and refused to give up his horse. However, Ariel reminded him that he had knocked down a boy a month ago. It happened on a crowded street during a festival, and there were witnesses. Dwayne was also there that day and could confirm everything. At this, the emperor asked Alberto if what the Saintess said was true. Before he could defend himself, Ariel demanded that he get into the carriage with such driving skills. Otherwise, he would be showing disrespect to the royal family and the visiting nobles. Kyle, who had been present the whole time, was pleased with the girl's idea. To give her words more weight, he put his arm around her shoulder and supported her in front of the emperor. The crown prince then explained that he was ready to protect the Saintess. Rose tried to turn everything to her advantage, but the emperor wouldn't listen to her. He told Alberto to get into the Saintess's carriage and participate in the festival. However, he noticed the Saintess's dress and thought it would be inconvenient for her. Ariel hadn't thought about it at all. She really couldn't ride a horse like this. But the girl didn't panic and decided to hit Knight Alberto even harder. After all, if it turned out that she was to ride his horse, then he wouldn't object to lending her his clothes. A little later, the Saintess's carriage set off for the forest, with a disgruntled Alberto inside. He had to switch clothes with the Saintess, and such an insult was like death. Ariel was now like a fox to him, constantly tripping him up, sitting in a woman's dress. He was now dreaming of how to get rid of the girl. Suddenly, Alberto felt a strong jolt, as if he had been electrocuted. The whole carriage was about to fall apart, and the coachman had to make an emergency stop. After that, the knight got out of the carriage to see what had happened. But at that very moment, an arrow flew past his head. The arrowhead lodged in the carriage, and Alberto was seized with fear. A group of bandits appeared before him, mistaking him for the Saintess. The man understood that these were his mercenaries and tried to explain everything. After Alberto made it clear he was not the Saintess, there was a short pause between them. The bandits had heard that the Saintess was a bit foolish, but the rumors about her beauty were a complete lie. However, they asked her not to be angry, as they needed to work for their money. Since she was the real Saintess, after her death, the gods would send the girl to a good place. A scream echoed through the forest and reached Ariel's ears. She asked Kyle if he heard that monster-like sound, but the crown prince reported that he heard nothing. He then turned his attention to the girl's riding skills. Ariel replied that she had learned it in her spare time, and it was good that Alberto's clothes fit her well. After that, Kyle explained that the girl exceeded his expectations every time. However, the girl's back was already stiff, and she would obviously feel better in a carriage. Moreover, the Knights of the Temple had suddenly gotten food poisoning, and she was worried about the situation. The Crown Prince promised he would ask Raihaz to go there and restore order. However, if Ariel had known all this earlier, she would have taken the carriage. At this, the man decided to put an end to it and help the girl off the horse. Then she suddenly found herself on the ground and closed her eyes in fear. Kyle explained that if she were in the carriage, she would have to entertain herself with a disagreeable person. So now he invited her to rest on his cloak. Ariel was surprised to see how the Crown Prince took care of her back. She then recalled how she had proposed that night Alberto change into her dress. But in the eyes of Kyle and the gods, it all looked very bad. However, now they were at the hunting festival, and the crown prince would have to protect the girl alone. But this was better than her walking through the forest alone. After that, Ariel asked the man to hurry up and enjoy the hunt. However, Kyle explained that he did not intend to participate this time. It wasn't about defeating monsters, because sometimes you need to be careful. It was clear that the crown prince had also guessed the empress's plan. Just then, Ariel and Kyle heard some strange sounds. Even the horse was frightened by the loud noise and reared up. Then Alberto's horse suddenly broke free and ran deep into the forest. Kyle explained that it should have been tied up first, and now the girl didn't know what to do. After that, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that it didn't matter anymore. He told the girl not to be afraid of anything and to wait for him right in this spot. The Saintess raised her eyes and froze in terror. A huge monster appeared before her, with glowing eyes and a green body. The girl realized it was a troll, and Kyle prepared to attack it. Ariel saw the monster's huge legs running towards them. The troll then swung its club, preparing to smash the crown prince. But there was not a trace of fear in Kyle's eyes. He intended to attack the monster. A minute later, Ariel decided to open her eyes and realized she was still alive. She looked at the monster, not understanding why it had suddenly stopped. It looked as if someone had cast a spell on the troll. Just then, Kyle calmly put his sword back at his waist. Suddenly, the monster's body shattered into 1,000 pieces, having been cut up by the crown prince. The girl didn't understand what had happened, because just a second ago, the monster was still standing there. Seeing such a sight, Ariel jumped for joy, while the monster's corpse began to stink. However, this was impossible, because Ariel hadn't even noticed anything. Even though the girl was right behind the crown prince, she didn't even see him swing his sword. It seemed this was the power of the sword master the entire continent was talking about. Kyle turned to the Saintess, saying that his adjutants had once offered some advice. At this moment, Ariel listened intently to the man, amazed by his talent. He explained that rumors were circulating among the knights about a monster prince. That was why he hid his smile when he killed, his face becoming like a plaster mask. He then wondered what the Saintess would say to this, and if she was also afraid of him. At that moment, Ariel didn't know how to answer the prince who had such a strange quirk. However, after a moment's thought, she replied that she was not afraid of him. Of course, if Kyle were her enemy, she would be trembling with fear. But now the situation was the exact opposite. The prince was an ally who had protected her. So she advised Kyle to stop thinking of himself as a monster. It didn't matter what others said behind his back, because he just had to be himself. Although she had to agree with the adjutants, because a face like that would later appear in nightmares. Anyone holding a sharp sword with a smile on their face would strike fear into those around them. Kyle replied that the more familiar they became, the less she restrained herself. But the problem was, Ariel was simply trusting her ally. The prince hadn't expected this, and it was becoming harder and harder for him to understand what the girl was thinking. The only question that remained now was how they were going to travel with only one horse. After all, Alberto's horse had bolted the moment it heard the monster's voice. However, Kyle told the girl he had an idea. At this, the gods began to snicker, and Ariel did not like the situation. So she beat the prince to it, proposing they borrow a horse from a passerby. But in a place overrun with monsters, taking someone's horse was tantamount to wishing death upon that person. To be honest, Kyle quite liked this option, but Ariel suggested they forget it. However, what if the prince's horse got tired from carrying 2 people at once? But Kyle said not to worry, because Lisa was an excellent warhorse. The horse could easily carry 2 people. Afterward, the man told the Saintess not to delay and to get on quickly. A moment later, Ariel was riding on the same horse as the crown prince, continuing their journey. The girl was sitting so close to Kyle that she was already beginning to regret this decision. She felt very uncomfortable and was annoyed by constantly bumping into his chest. So she asked Kyle to let her move, or else she would fall off. Moreover, the girl was worried they couldn't speed up because of her. Just then, the prince declared that he wished Ariel would remove her unruly hands first. Even the gods blushed at the sight and told the Saintess to measure the man's hip circumference. Suddenly, the girl flushed red with shame and horror. The Saintess snatched her hand away, apologizing for the accident. Ariel had been so uncomfortable while riding that she hadn't noticed she had grabbed. the prince's thigh. Suddenly, the horse stopped walking slowly and lunged forward. The girl began to feel indignant, not understanding why he was riding so fast. Kyle leaned close to the Saintess and explained that if she had intentionally put her hand on him just now, they would have definitely ended the hunt. In response, she only asked the prince to move away and not to speak so ambiguously. The girl could have said more to him, but for some reason, she remained silent this time. After a while, they arrived at their destination, and Ariel was gazing at something. A huge monument stood before her, which she had to purify with her power. She didn't know how to perform the purification correctly and simply placed her hand on the stone. Just then, the monument began to emit a bright blue light. Ariel poured her power into the monument, and a luminous wind appeared, circling it. Afterward, the girl opened her eyes, unable to believe what was happening before her. Everything around them, including the huge monument, began to glow. It was so beautiful, as if countless stars were dancing in the air. She asked the prince if the purification process was always like this. But to his surprise, it was also the first time Kyle had ever seen such a sight. Suddenly, a downpour of rain fell upon him and Ariel. The Saintess thought that her purification had summoned the rain. A sunny day had been specifically chosen for this hunt, but the temple's weather forecasts were not always accurate. But there was nothing to be done now but find a place to shelter from the rain. The crown prince began to look around and made a suggestion. He had seen a cave on the way here, and they could get there quickly on horseback. A short while later, our protagonists were in that dark cave, but Ariel was already wet and cold and started to sneeze. It had been warm and sunny just a moment ago, and suddenly there was thunder and lightning. She was chilled to the bone from the rain and felt like she was about to catch a cold. Just then, Kyle draped his own cloak over her shoulders to warm the girl up. He had heard that Ariel had demonstrated her divine power, but he still couldn't believe it. He was more troubled by one question: why the girl was hiding all this. She thought silently, then answered that she didn't believe it herself. Moreover, she hadn't always had this power, and after receiving it, the girl still felt like an imposter. But Kyle was curious how Ariel could still have doubts after all that had happened. There was nothing to be done about that, either, because the Saintess considered herself lazy. The crown prince should know this very well, as he knew everything about the girl. However, at some point, he saw a change in Ariel. It seemed to him that a completely different person was now standing before him. The girl explained that everyone has a turning point in their life, and Kyle agreed. But in his opinion, it couldn't all be so simple and sudden. As soon as the words were out, he began to caress Ariel's face with his hand, and she was instantly shocked. She avoided his touch and replied that she just wanted to live her life differently. However, lately, the girl was unsure if everything she was doing was right. After all, since she decided to live differently, nothing had changed. Moreover, she felt she was walking down an even more wrong path. Kyle couldn't judge which life was better, as only the girl herself could be the judge of that. But in his opinion, the current Ariel was much more to his liking. He clearly preferred people who were straightforward and acted openly. After hearing these words, Ariel was about to reply, but her face was illuminated by a bright light. A bolt of lightning, containing immense energy, struck right beside them. Ariel tried to shield herself with her hands, while Kyle protected her with his body. After the flash of lightning, our protagonists tried to figure out what had happened. They looked at a scorched, smoking rock. At that moment, the girl realized the flash was caused by a lightning strike. Immediately after, comments from the gods began to flood in, and she realized whose handiwork this was. Kyle comforted Ariel, saying they were lucky the lightning had only struck nearby. Now that the rain had stopped, they could slowly head back. A short while later, Ariel arrived at the camp prepared for the festival. She was already standing by her carriage, ready to head to the temple. The girl decided not to linger, as trouble might be waiting for her. Two of the Empress's most trusted servants had been killed, and Alberto had returned in disgrace. But Ariel wondered if Kyle's refusal to participate in the hunt had something to do with the Empress's inner circle. He said he knew nothing about it, but the prince's expression betrayed everything. Afterward, the girl returned the cloak to Kyle and thanked him for his help. In response, he took her hand, not ready to let the Saintess go so easily. After all, how could he bid farewell to a lady without kissing her hand? Afterward, he looked up at her and promised that he would also repay her in kind. With that, they said their goodbyes, and Ariel slowly withdrew her hand. The coachman took the reins and ordered the horses to move. Now the Saintess was heading to the temple, while Kyle watched her carriage drive away. Throughout the journey, the girls sat in the carriage, feeling very embarrassed. Meanwhile, the crown prince couldn't wait to see Ariel again. The next morning, the Saintess was already in her room at the Ilium Temple, but she felt terrible, as if she were about to die. The unexpectedly long horse ride and the drenching rain had taken their toll. Moreover, Ariel was also worried about the crown prince's strange reaction. As soon as she returned to the temple, she immediately looked up the records of the hunt. Miller, who had taught the prince imperial affairs, had died during the last festival, and they had been let go by the young heirs of Baron Dimitri and Baron Ludwig. Kyle had requested a reinvestigation, but was denied. After their conversation, the Saintess became more cautious as Ariel was killed by one of the three male characters. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock, but it didn't seem to be coming from the door. Ariel began to look towards the window, realizing the sound was coming from there. The girl pulled back the curtains and saw a boy from the Thieves' Guild standing behind the glass. He stood calmly at her window, and Ariel couldn't understand how he had gotten there. The temple was currently under heavy guard, and her room was on the 4th floor. Could this boy be some kind of sword master, for whom nothing was an obstacle? The child explained that he had just climbed the wall as usual. After all, he was from the Thieves' Guild, and he played such tricks often. And the most important thing now was that he had obtained the necessary information. We were talking about Cronia, an unusual plant, and the Empress's steward had purchased this flower through Diviman. Ariel was very surprised by this information, as Diviman was no simple guild. It was composed of mages with a long history and was considered the most powerful and most dangerous. But nobles often sought them out for nefarious deeds. After that, the boy took out a piece of paper and handed it to the girl. It had the guild's emblem, and on the other side was information about it. The girl asked what was needed to contact them. The child explained that there was little information on that, and it would be difficult to get a meeting. But he had also heard that guild members always went to the night magic market. At the same time, the boy had also obtained information about the killer, who now held a grudge against Alberto. The Empress's brother had tried to get rid of the mercenary, and Ariel was pleased about this. Afterward, she handed the boy a bag with his payment, but she suddenly snatched it back, saying he had to do one more thing first. After all, on second thought, the Saintess didn't even know the child's name. At this, the boy, with a surprised look, said his name was Noah. Ariel was happy to hear the name and gave him the payment again. Her smile made Noah feel shy, and the Saintess hoped to see him again and work with him. Afterward, he took the money in his hand and reciprocated the girl's feelings. Since that was the case, Ariel already had several tasks for the boy. She handed him a letter and asked him to deliver it to the crown prince. Since he was often out on inspection tours, Noah wouldn't even need to enter the palace. The Saintess was counting on the boy's help and smiled sweetly at him. Noah accepted the task and promised not to disappoint his client. As night fell, Ariel headed to a troubled district. The girl rode alone on her horse, both shocked and amazed. She dismounted, realizing she had reached her destination. Apparently, what was now before her was the market that only opened on the night of the first day of each month. Unlike the houses near the palace, the condition of this place was terrible. To prevent dark mages from learning of her power, Ariel wore a sealing pendant. She had also removed her blessing just in case and was now a little worried. Not long ago, the girl had been summoned by Ray House to show her power to the believers. Now many people recognized the Saintess's face, which was not to her advantage. However, she now felt as if there was no turning back anymore. She would forever play the role of the Saintess, which gave Ariel a splitting headache. Fortunately, Camilla was about to appear, and she would gladly give her position to her. The prospect of a peaceful future life gave the girl courage, and she took a step forward. Just in case, she had the He's bracelet with her, so there was nothing to worry about. But suddenly, someone called out to the girl from behind, addressing her as the Saintess. She didn't understand how this could happen, just as she was thinking about it. The boy told her that he had warned her about the dangers of appearing here alone. The boy turned out to be Noah from the Thieves' Guild, and Ariel hadn't expected to see him. He explained that naive buyers were often scammed at the night market. Of course, the boy didn't think the Saintess would be so easily fooled, but he decided to be her guide for the night and accompany her to the market anyway. Noah assured the Saintess that with him around, she would be safe in this place. Ariel was very touched by his support and decided to rely on the boy. They went inside and felt that the atmosphere was completely different from a regular market. There were almost no stalls, and the only customers were mages in suspicious attire. All the materials for sale looked equally disgusting. Suddenly, the girl noticed a very interesting product. It turned out to be the egg of a magical creature received just today. The seller noticed that Ariel didn't know about magical creatures, which could expose her. So she claimed to be an apprentice, sent at the request of a magic master. The merchant seemed to believe the girl and continued to talk about the egg. In a sense, such creatures could be called monsters, but they usually obey their instincts, destroying everything in their path. But magical creatures can interact with their masters. They can be seen as animals with abilities. If tamed, they will perfectly execute assigned tasks. Noah commented that the egg was likely high level. On second thought, our heroine had always wanted a puppy as a child. Perhaps this was her chance, and she became interested in the price of the egg. But the merchant told her that this product cost 1,000 francs, a sky-high price. However, trading eggs was forbidden, and eggs of this level were usually rare. Despite all the reasons the seller listed, Ariel still thought the price was high. Afterward, she left, leaving the merchant's stall empty. The Saintess eventually decided to buy the egg, which the boy was now holding. Noah was surprised at how the girl had managed to cut the price in half. A moment later, they arrived at the place Ariel had originally wanted to go. This was the Divine Guild, whose emblem featured an inverted skull. Ariel approached the two guards and decided to talk to them. The girl took out a coin and said she wanted to buy something. The guild leader was interested in ancient treasures, and Ariel had bought this from her magic shop. The guard reported that it was a remarkable item and difficult to obtain. The Saintess replied that she had her own special suppliers. The man began to turn a magic ring on his finger. Then he said he agreed to take the guest to the guild leader. The rumor that he personally handled coin transactions was true, and it was all thanks to Noah. But from now on, she would go alone, as there was nothing for the boy to do there. Ariel reassured Noah, adding that she had a plan and he didn't need to worry. Then she patted the boy's head to encourage him a little. But in reality, the Saintess was very worried that Seal's blessing couldn't protect the boy. Afterward, Ariel walked forward and the door slammed shut behind her. This was the first time she had seen such a gloomy building. If she disappeared, no one would even know. Suddenly, Ariel heard someone's voice from the darkness. After that, a man's hand appeared, pointing at a coin. The stranger called her a holy person and said her price was not too high. Before the girl was the leader of the guild, sitting in a chair. The coin was worth no more than 100 francs, and he was interested in the real reason for the stranger's visit. Ariel told the leader that she wanted to purchase Cronia. However, the man reported that they did not supply this plant, but the girl did not give up and explained that she knew about the purchase of Cronia through the guild. This was said by Empress Rose, who held secret meetings. Suddenly, the leader interrupted the stranger and reached his hand towards her face. What the girl told him could not be ignored. Ariel sensed that a man wanted to understand her magic, but thanks to the sealing pendant, this trick was useless against her. Therefore, the Saintess introduced herself as Celestine, and the mage prepared to erase her memory. He wanted her to forget all of the Empress's words in this meeting with him. Although the girl agreed with the leader, something still bothered him. For some reason, he had an unpleasant feeling while using his magic. After that, he ended the spell and finally let the girl go home. And Ariel, with a blank expression, walked out of the guild as if under a spell. But she was just playing her part well and was now satisfied with the meeting. After all, this should be enough to make the guild draw its sword against the Empress. Well, Ariel's business here was done, and now she could return to the temple. A few days later, a bound Noah was thrown at the prince's feet. He saw a letter from Ariel and didn't understand where it came from, and how a guy from the Thieves' Guild suddenly became the Saintess's assistant. Noah replied that he just ran small errands for payment. Kyle saw that the boy was clever and decided to offer him a job as well. From this moment on, the boy was obligated to report the Saintess's whereabouts to him. For this, he was willing to pay him 10 gold coins, worth 100 francs. If Noah did a good job, he promised to make his life comfortable. However, to the crown prince's surprise, the boy refused. He did not want to betray the Saintess and could not accept the offer. At this, the prince drew his sword and held it to the boy's throat. Kyle told him that he could offer to spare his life instead of money. But even under the threat of death, the boy refused to betray her. He stated firmly that he would not report on the Saintess's movements. After hearing these words, the prince sheathed his sword, saying he had no doubt about the boy. If he had accepted his offer, he would have killed him that very second. He then hoped that his unyielding will would not change in the future. Furthermore, Kyle praised Noah for being able to evade the pursuit of the Imperial Knights. If the boy wanted to learn swordsmanship in the future, he could come to the prince. He felt it was a pity to let such talent remain a common thief, and Noah thanked the man. Meanwhile, Kyle was surprised that Ariel could find such a brave boy. Meanwhile, in Ariel's room, notifications from the gods began to pour in. They found it suspicious that she had turned off the live broadcast and had mud on her shoes. And the God Seal demanded an explanation for the incomprehensible object on the table. It turned out to be the egg of a magical creature, and Ariel tried to explain that she had simply found it. But Seal was wary of the egg, whereas the Saintess called it very cute. The girl believed that soon, this creature and everything else would no longer be a problem. During the hunting festival, she had poured her divine power into the stone slab. She felt that she could not only heal all creatures, but also promote plant growth. After that, many flowers did indeed grow near the stone. It was unknown whether, in this case, divine power could be directed towards a magical creature. Sometime later, Ariel was having lunch with Ray House in the temple garden. He assured the girl that after demonstrating her divine power, the disrespectful rumors would no longer trouble her. This was a relief for her, as it seemed she couldn't eat a single bite after all the unpleasantness. But even so, it didn't mean she felt any more comfortable being treated as a real Saintess. And Ray House, who was still wearing the collar, didn't seem to have any intention of taking it off. Then, he decided to ask the girl a question he had never asked before. The high priest wanted to know when Ariel had obtained her powers. She replied that it was not long ago, and if it weren't for Anna, she would have continued to hide everything. Since that was the case, Ray House wanted to know her reason for doing so. It turned out that despite displaying her powers, the girl didn't consider herself to be the real Saintess. She still thought of herself as a fake Saintess. However, Ray House thanked her for answering his question so honestly. But despite his gratitude, he had no intention of letting the girl go. Whether she was a fake Saintess or a real one, this temple would be her home, and Ariel was the true master here. The girl didn't expect to hear such words and thanked him. After all, the high priest's actions were different from what she had read in the novel. But then she decided to change the subject and asked about the preparations for tomorrow. And Ray House was unsure if the girl should go to that place. His Majesty had personally written a letter to the Saintess, requesting her to bless his pregnant wife. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the atmosphere between the Emperor and Rose was tense. The woman tried to defend herself, saying it was impossible for her handmaiden to have bought Clonia. But it was pointless to say anything to the Empress now, because that plant had been found in her chambers. It was said to cause symptoms similar to those of a pregnant woman, and now the Emperor was waiting for someone from the temple to arrive. On the temple's side, they were already preparing to remove Count Michael's family from the list. After all, they had found evidence of his attempt to attack a divine maiden. Therefore, the Emperor demanded that his wife prepare to meet the person coming from the temple. He would find out if Rose had really taken Clonia and what the situation was with the child. After all this happened, the Empress tried to figure out how things had turned out this way. Her husband had suddenly started talking about Clonia, and evidence of Alberto's attempt to murder Anna had also surfaced, but her brother had clearly said he had taken care of everything. Could all her problems really be because of this Saintess named Ariel? But how did she manage all this and expose Rose's crimes? If her fake pregnancy was revealed, the Empress would be finished. These thoughts made the Empress tear at her hair in a frenzy. Rose couldn't hide her anger and fury towards the Saintess, because it was because of her that her plans were falling apart. As the Empress's status declined, her crown also symbolically fell to the ground. The next day, the Saintess's carriage arrived at the Imperial Palace. The girl went inside and blessed His Majesty, and the Emperor said that he had not invited the girl today for no reason. He hoped Ariel could bless his pregnant wife and the child in her womb. Seeing the look in the Empress's eyes, the girl understood that her situation was not good. The atmosphere in the palace today felt suffocating to her. There were no high-ranking nobles or servants here, only knights. All of this must mean that the Emperor was very angry about something. To congratulate the Empress on her new baby, the Saintess brought a gift. It was made from a clodum stone she had prepared in advance to commemorate the birth of the prince. However, the Saintess didn't see the prince himself and wondered where he was now. The emperor called him a scoundrel, and the girl was very surprised by such a reaction. She sensed from the emperor's state that it was somewhat different from usual, and Rose explained that the prince was busy right now, so he couldn't be present. Then she decided to apologize for the incident with the fake Saintess from Tiago. Ariel smiled sweetly and asked her not to mention it again. After all, she was here today to bless the child. Today's empress was the loveliest person in the world, but beneath her mask hid a real monster. Rose also said that she had heard about what happened at the temple recently. Ariel saved the dying handmaiden and displayed her divine power. Just then, the Saintess heard the sound of a sword dropping behind her. Fear of what was beginning to happen before her eyes appeared in her gaze. All of her people began to fall to the ground under the effect of a dangerous poison. Even Dwayne was powerless and also lost consciousness. The Saintess told everyone to flee, but no one could escape anymore. Ariel realized that this had all been the Empress's plot from the very beginning. The vial of poison in the woman's hand dropped, and she laughed triumphantly. She wondered if the Saintess could simultaneously heal dozens of people who had been hit with an unknown poison. Just then, the vial rolled to Ariel's feet, and its contents seemed very familiar to her. She had read about it while researching Clonia. This substance only takes effect after a trigger agent is used. No wonder she found the Empress's state strange, because the poison had already been spread everywhere before her arrival. This meant the Empress had chosen to go down a path of no return. However, Rose was still waiting to see if the Saintess could do anything. Although Ariel was protected by divine power, the poison continued to spread. However, even a Saintess is ultimately mortal and began to run out of strength. In the end, Rose was convinced the girl couldn't withstand the poison. It infuriated her that everyone was fawning over a pathetic Saintess. But today, thanks to a cunning plan, all of that would end. Rose wondered if the girl had recognized her place before she died. The Empress wasn't afraid of being caught because she had already prepared a story. The Saintess, in love with the crown prince, decided to poison everyone. But by a stroke of luck, the Empress survived, protected by the child in her womb. Therefore, this future prince would become a legend for his deeds. Since things had turned out this way, it would be great if Rose could live out her life as a ruler. Ariel was shocked by the woman's hatred, and now she only wanted to know where Kyle was. The Empress was surprised that the girl was still worried about him on the verge of death. By now, he should be with Alberto, and they had prepared something for him too. Rose's brother was planning to poison the crown prince with a potion. He had likely already drunk it and lost consciousness. But the Saintess didn't need to worry because she didn't plan to kill Kyle. The woman only wanted to seal his energy and turn him into her puppet. After everything was over, Rose planned to pin all the blame on the Saintess. Then she would turn the temple upside down and restore her brother's honor. She would finally get rid of the handmaiden Anna, just as she had originally intended. But the Saintess stood up and said that her Anna was not a servant, but a divine maiden. The look on Rose's face was something to behold. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Ariel explained that the Empress had conceived a brilliant script, but it was a script written by the Saintess. After saying this, she told Dwayne to get up and joked that nap time was over. The man stood up, looking as if nothing had happened. Then he told the Saintess that she was a truly terrifying person. Even Hesed, the god of knowledge, agreed with the knight's thoughts. But in this situation, Ariel took it as a pleasant compliment. The girl thanked Dwayne for playing his part brilliantly, but at first she had felt so bad for him that she could barely watch. The Empress couldn't listen to their conversation any longer and told them to shut up. Although the Saintess had pulled some trick again, she was prepared for it. If one vial of poison wasn't enough, then she would use a second one. This deadly poison was different from the first, so no one could escape. But Ariel replied that this time, the Empress wouldn't succeed either. After all, this poison only paralyzes, it isn't fatal, and the one in the air doesn't matter. The knights and His Majesty would wake up in about an hour. This was all because the Saintess had prepared them for this performance in advance. A few days ago, Kal had informed Ariel that Clonia had been found in the Empress's chambers. This time she had no way out and would surely come up with a new plan. The Crown Prince had already captured one of her confidants and needed to narrow down Rose's options. He planned to arrange everything so that the Empress would buy the poison through this. person. Although it seemed like a provocation, Rose always had a choice. Ariel agreed with Kyle, because everything depended on the Empress herself. So she had to choose between two options, which wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, it would be easier to prepare for the consequences this way. In that case, Ariel suggested disguising a paralytic poison as a deadly one. She had recently read in a book that there was a good antidote, but it was difficult to obtain. But if Kyle could make good use of Rose's confidant, everything should work out. The Crown Prince began to smile, because the Saintess's plan was more vicious than that of the villain herself. Ariel explained that her safety came first. Kyle told the girl that she was better suited for the Imperial Palace than the temple. Just then, Ariel heard Rayhouse's voice behind her. The High Priest turned to the Crown Prince and said that they had already discussed this. After all, the temple's Saintess and her. Private conversations about happiness should not be held alone. Kyle should also discuss this with the High Priest. And now that everything had happened, it turned out that the Empress had received a deadly poison. So now she should give up because she had fallen into a trap once again. Just then, Rayhouse entered the palace with a squad of knights. But the Empress still refused to give up, shouting that His Majesty had lost consciousness. She demanded the Saintess be captured and blamed her for everything that happened, claiming that Ariel, on the Crown Prince's orders, intended to put everyone to sleep and then kill them. Just then, Rayhouse activated the orb that had recorded all of Rose's words. In it, the entire story she wanted to fabricate to accuse the Saintess could be clearly heard. Rose was in genuine shock at this turn of events. She hadn't expected to be so publicly exposed in front of everyone. All the Empress had left was to deny what was happening before her eyes. However, this recording orb was the very one she had once donated to the temple. Who would have thought it would come in handy right now? After this, the order was given to guard the Emperor and arrest his wife. But this wasn't the only surprise awaiting the woman, and pure terror appeared in her eyes. Right at her feet, Kyle threw down the head of her brother, Alberto. Rose couldn't believe that this man was no longer among the living. But she had been so looking forward to her brother's arrival that Kyle couldn't help but bring him. After she became Empress, Alberto killed 17 people. And before that, he had taken the lives of another 8 innocent people. If the Empress's plan had succeeded today, there would have been many more victims. But as of today, Alberto's atrocities were over. The Empress went completely mad because Kyle had taken everything from her. So she cursed the Crown Prince for all her failures. And Ariel began to wonder what had made Rose so cruel. At first, she thought it was just her bad relationship with the Crown Prince. Although she was called a villain in the novel, why did she become this way? Where did this hatred Rose had for the Crown Prince come from? Just then, Ariel received a notification that the God of Mercy had taken a liking to her. Then, everything was illuminated by a bright, blinding light. 1 second she was next to the Empress, and now she found herself at a ball. After that, she saw a girl hurrying to get somewhere. In her hands, she held a pocket watch that was meant for His Majesty. The girl ran up to Kyle and hurriedly returned his lost item. It was then that Ariel realized this girl was Rose. However, these people looked a little younger than the girl knew them to be, and it seemed their relationship was normal right now. Suddenly, Ariel heard Rose's voice and realized these were her thoughts. At this moment, the girl thought that one day she would definitely stand by Kyle's side. After all, when she was 14, the Saintess received an oracle. The oracle said that Rose would become the Empress and live in the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in the palace, they were demanding that the Emperor make some kind of decision. A long time had passed since his wife's death, but the position of Empress was still vacant. A new Empress had to be found, at least for the stability of the country. At that moment, Kyle decided to recommend a good candidate to his father. Rosa, the eldest daughter of Count Michael, would be the most suitable choice for the empire. Although her brother didn't have a very good reputation, the girl herself was well-mannered. Moreover, there had been an oracle that Rose would one day live in the Imperial Palace. And so, the Empress got her position on Kyle's recommendation. But why did they hate each other so much? And did Rose really want the Crown Prince himself? Just then, Ariel saw the girl's disappointment with Kyle's actions. She had remained unmarried until now only because of that prophecy. All her life, she had believed that she would marry someone from the royal family. But Kyle replied at the time that he didn't see any problem with that. He knew that Rose had approached him only for the sake of this prophecy. And after she got what she wanted, she now dared to accuse him of something. After all, it was the Crown Prince who helped this prophecy come true. After hearing these words, Rose lowered her head and began to smile. It seemed the rumors were true, and a terrible monster sat in the crown prince's place. The girl thought that it must have been fun for Kyle to destroy her world, but she swore that one day the crown prince would regret it. After these fragments of the past, Ariel returned to reality. Now she understood what had really happened in this family, and where Rose's furious hatred for the crown prince came from. Traveling back to the past and realizing the Empress's pain, Ariel felt a headache coming on. In her own eyes, the Empress was not a villain who had ruined everyone's lives. This girl from her memories was just a tragic female character. Just then, in her despair, Rose snatched Kyle's sword and stabbed herself. The shock the crown prince experienced could not be described in words. Ariel also hadn't expected such a desperate act from the Empress. The Saintess fell to her knees and closed her eyes from the tragedy she had witnessed. After that, Kyle demanded that the girl heal the Empress. She shouldn't die just like that, and everything must be done to keep Rose alive. This woman had attempted to kill the Emperor and shaken the foundations of the Empire. She had also taken the lives of the Crown Prince's men and must now pay for it. Kyle wanted the Empress to live and then die in agony. But Ariel refused the Crown Prince and had no intention of healing the Empress. After all, he himself had said that it was Rosa who made the final decision. And this path was her choice, albeit such a cruel one. So Ariel would not save the Empress and would let her die. These were the last words Rose heard before her death. After that, she closed her tear-filled eyes, ready to leave this world. And it was enough for the Saintess to realize that she had done everything right. Since then, what happened has turned the entire country upside down. Anna couldn't understand how the Empress dared to plot a coup, but she felt sorry for the unborn heir who also died that day. To avoid chaos, they decided to remain silent about what happened in the imperial palace. The people were told that the Empress was planning a rebellion, and the Emperor, after learning everything, developed an incurable mental illness. Anna also reported that Rayhouse left immediately after receiving an unknown message. Since then, he has left the temple and hasn't even sent any news. The handmaiden was worried that Ariel needed his support, but the Saintess reassured her. Suddenly, the girl heard a familiar male voice behind her. She turned her head and saw the Crown Prince standing before her. Kyle said he had come specifically to visit the Saintess. He had a conversation that was worrying him greatly. The Crown Prince didn't want to beat around the bush, so he decided to ask directly. He wanted to know why Ariel didn't save the Empress that day. The Saintess couldn't believe that Kyle still didn't understand what had happened. After all, she had simply seen a memory of Rose when she wasn't yet that way. But the Saintess had no right to say anything about it. Let remain a secret, which Kyle considered to be the will of the gods. But the duty of a Saintess is precisely to follow this will steadfastly. After this, Ariel decided to ask how the Emperor was feeling. Kyle replied that despite all his efforts, his father's health was still poor. The doctors were trying to help the Emperor, but there had been no improvement yet. The Saintess explained that the cause of all this was the Empress's potion, which she had used to poison her husband for a long time. However, the girl asked the Crown Prince not to blame himself for this. After all, the Emperor was ill because of the Empress, not because of his son. Kyle was silent at these words, and Ariel thought she had said something wrong. But the Crown Prince was just glad that the Saintess was still the same, with strong nerves. And this was the perfect quality for living in the Imperial Palace, where Kyle hadn't invited the girl for a long time. However, Ariel decided to change the subject and talk about the good weather. At that moment, the God Seal played a prank and covered the blue sky with clouds. Ariel realized with frustration that she wouldn't get any help from the gods. After this, Kyle said that he still couldn't understand this girl. However, he was very grateful to her for not letting him become a monster. Just then, the Saintess experienced a strange feeling that usually only the real Ariel from the novel would experience. Kyle added that now he would come to the temple more often. The girl's heart was pounding, and the gods couldn't help but comment on it. Now, they decided to add the Crown Prince to the list of the Saintess's suitors. The gods even called an emergency meeting for this, where opinions were divided. And Herman even suggested adding all three to the Saintess's harem list. Ariel told them to shut up, not noticing she had said it out loud. Then she explained to Kyle that, after the Empress's death, he didn't have to come so often. However, the Crown Prince had his own reasons for visiting the temple. Besides, the Saintess had changed a lot recently, which intrigued him. Even though their common enemy had been defeated, Kyle still wanted to keep seeing Ariel. He moved closer to the girl and wanted to know what she was thinking. But Kyle got too carried away, and he was about to kiss the Saintess. However, Ariel couldn't allow this to happen and pushed the crown prince away. The girl explained that it was time for her to go, and Kyle should do the same. Besides, he was a crown prince and must have many important things to do. But before Ariel could finish, someone bumped her shoulder from behind. The girl turned around and first apologized for the accident. Before her stood a man with white hair, who felt guilty for his clumsiness. Ariel accepted his apology and wished him a good journey, preparing to leave. However, no matter which way the girl turned, the man blocked her path. The Saintess was already starting to get angry about this and asked him to stop such jokes. And the man explained that he was a little sad, and just then, something strange happened. Ariel received a notification that her connection to the blessing had been severed, and an ominous black light appeared around her. Suddenly, she saw a familiar ancient coin, the very one that had belonged to her not long ago. The Saintess then understood that the person before her was the president of the Digimon Guild, but she didn't understand what the leader of the Dark Magicians had forgotten in the Ilium Temple. It turned out the man had come to complete the investigation into the collapse incident. Then, Ariel heard Kyle say a familiar name. Vesta. The girl's surprise was immeasurable when she realized this man was standing right in front of her. After all, if he was Bester, then he was the last person she should ever meet. He was the wolf in sheep's clothing who had pushed the real Ariel to her death. And now, this man was saying that the most important thing on someone else's territory is to show respect. A short while later, the Saintess had Anna make sure no one would disturb her. Ariel ran into her room like a madwoman, trying to calm her breathing. She was terrified, unable to believe this was all really happening to her. Besides, how could Diego Bester be the president of the Digimon Guild? After all, not long ago, she had been standing before a descendant of the Demon King. But even if she hadn't realized it then, at this rate, she wouldn't live much longer. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind the girl, complimenting her on her comfortable bedroom. Moreover, the Saintess was also taking care of the egg she had bought from the Pennsylvania Guild. But Diego wasn't sure if a Saintess could allow herself to do such a thing. With that, the man placed a magical barrier on the door and told the girl not to call for help. After all, it would be futile, not to mention she had to pay the price for her deception. The Saintess had used Diviamon to drive away the Empress, and now she would be punished. But suddenly, the blessing of the gods function activated, greatly shocking Diego. Ariel then explained that it wasn't her fault he had failed to see through her plan and made a mistake. But Bester never expected the Saintess to have such a powerful backing. Judging from the girl's reaction, she was well aware of his true identity. At that moment, Ariel amplified the flow of her divine power, while Diego tried to resist her strength. The girl went on to say that she didn't know what the uninvited guest was talking about. He would probably be backstabbed more than once in his life, so he should just forget about all this. But after hearing these words, the magician called out the girl's full name, confusing her. Diego believed their meeting was a gift from fate itself, not a coincidence. Therefore, he was prepared to collect his payment from Ariel unhurriedly, as they now had all the time in the world. The magician activated his magic again and told the Saintess not to be in a rush. After all, the guild president promised to meet her again in the near future. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the room, and the man disappeared. In his place, only a small dot emitting a black light remained. After it was all over, Ariel fell to her knees, grateful to be alive. She felt a great sense of relief, even though just a minute ago, she had thought it was all over. However, the gods were now demanding she explain everything that had just happened. Ariel told them how she had turned off the live broadcast and gone to the Diviamon Guild. The girl tried to justify her actions, saying the gods were always worrying about her. So, she had no choice, but was met with only silence. Ariel felt guilty and promised that nothing similar would happen again. Suddenly, the gods ended the meeting and announced the opening of the fourth stage of the blessing of the gods. The Saintess found herself within the pages of a novel she had once read. It was a world she was familiar with from her previous life, the very world she had been reincarnated into. In the book, the protagonist was a Saintess beloved by the entire empire, but she had a special romance with 3 men who were crazy for her. But suddenly, everything changed, and the novel was consumed by a dark magical power. Our heroine noticed the girl in the story accepting an apple from a demon. However, Ariel had never read this scene in her past life. She pleaded with the girl not to take anything from the demon, but it was too late. Just then, the image of the world with the three heroes began to dissipate. Suddenly, Estes, the god of justice, joined the blessing of the gods. After that, the girl's vision disappeared, and she decided to ask the gods about it. However, they were busy welcoming the arrival of a new god and didn't notice. Ariel. She was annoyed that at the most critical moment, the gods were acting like children. The Saintess was certain that the first part of the vision contained information she already knew, but what happened afterward didn't match the novel's content at all. And this ominous energy reminded her of Diego Bester's magic. However, the girl decided not to jump to conclusions. First, she should prepare thoroughly to solve all her problems. In this situation, Ariel sincerely hoped for help from the newly arrived god. A few days later, darkness enveloped the entire temple. There was chaos inside the temple, and someone needed a doctor. Ariel heard someone request that the high priest be treated first. Then, she saw Rayhouse lying in bed in a miserable state. This man had been away from the temple for more than 10 days, and now he had been brought back in this condition. Ariel decided to find out what had happened to the high priest. When he arrived at the Ares mine, the entire village was already engulfed in flames after an attack by demonic beasts. It was the first time Rayhouse had felt such concentrated demonic energy. After entering the mine, the high priest saw everything with his own eyes. At first, he could only guess and pray that it wasn't true. But inside the mine, Rayhouse saw a huge rift leading to the demon world. After that, Ariel saw Diego's face again, promising to meet her soon. The girl's eyes flew open as she tried to wake up from the nightmare. Ariel broke out in a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. She had just had a nightmare, and the gods decided to comfort the Saintess. They supported her with comments, trying to distract her from her stress. There were many things to worry about now, especially the rift in the mine. After all, according to Rayhouse, it could be seen as a bridge between the human world and the demon world. Now, two spaces that should have existed independently had merged, and the tombstone the Saintess had purified was supposed to have reduced the rifts in the Kinston Mountains. The situation in the settlements near the mine was now dire. They had been overrun by demonic beasts, and 200 people were already dead. The temple decided to summon the priests of artists and henna to maintain the barrier around the rift. But in the end, some priests were seriously injured, and others were sucked into the rift. After this, Ariel proposed going to save these unfortunate people by entering the demon world. However, the high priest reported that this was impossible. The Saintess also remembered why it was impossible to save those priests now. Diego Bester received help from above and successfully held off the demonic beasts. But entering the demon world was pure suicide. Furthermore, Rayhouse worried that this might be just the beginning. After all, it was the first time in history that demonic beasts could move about freely. Rifts were scattered all over the world, usually considered mere energy leaks. To expand the rifts and enter the human world, the demonic beasts had made a deal. However, this world was protected by 9 gods, and the power of the demonic beasts was limited. That was why there had never been any particularly big problems before, but now everything had changed. If the portal wasn't closed, the demonic beasts would be able to escape on their own. But if our heroine's appearance had distorted the original story, then even this outcome was hard to comprehend, and she didn't remember the people in the original story suffering such a heavy blow. At this point, Ariel decided to ask Rayhouse about someone else. She hadn't seen Dwayne and wanted to know how he was. The high priest apologized to the Saintess and reported that he had failed to escape. Dwayne had fallen into the rift and couldn't make it back. And now, waking from her nightmare, the girl thought that everything that had happened to Anna and Dwayne might be her fault. The more she tried to survive, the more danger the people around her were in. While the girl was grieving, she received a notification that a hidden quest had been activated. Ariel had to close the magic gate and prevent the world's destruction. The girl couldn't comprehend this message, as it was the first time she had received such a quest. The next day, Ariel met Rayhouse somewhere other than her room. Since the man's injuries were lighter than others, he immediately decided to return to his duties. After all, he now had to solve the problem of the Ares rift. And what Ariel wanted to talk about was precisely the barrier near the rift. It turned out that they could now only prevent the rift from expanding. In this situation, Ariel suggested using divine power. After all, Ares was the hometown of Saintess Camilla, and she must be somewhere there right now. If the rift started to expand, Camilla's settlement could also be in danger. This could be a point of no return, and Ariel requested permission to go to Ares. But Rayhouse didn't want to let the girl take such a risk by sending her into a den of demonic beasts. However, the losses were mounting, and maintaining the barrier was becoming more and more difficult. If the barrier were to suddenly collapse, it wasn't hard to guess what would happen next. Ariel added that she didn't want to go to Ares out of some strong desire. It was just that at this rate, it would be difficult for her to achieve her goals. With that, she took the collar from Rayhouse's neck and promised to return it when she came back. The Saintess also guaranteed she would definitely return and told the high priest not to worry. After that, Ariel began to receive notifications from the gods. The quest was issued by them, so the girl couldn't handle it without their help. Furthermore, the Saintess now needed to come up with a plan to save Ares. The journey there would take 15 days, but if they hurried, they could make it in 10. This would be the longest journey she had ever taken in this body, and Ariel wasn't confident in her abilities. Suddenly, a strange tapping sound started coming from her room. The girl noticed the egg and realized the sound was coming from inside it. Just then, the egg cracked and something was about to hatch from inside. The next morning, Anna went to bring the Saintess. There, her lady had been very tired lately because of the Ares situation, and a dessert might cheer her up. But upon entering the room, Anna was surprised to find that the Saintess was not alone. When she saw the cute creature in Ariel's arms, the girl couldn't believe her eyes. She was very curious where this beautiful little puppy came from. However, the Saintess explained that it had just hatched from the egg. It was a magical creature, though it looked like an ordinary dog. Just then, Ariel gained knowledge about the rare creature, Yggdrasil. In ancient mythology, this was the world tree, which the universe once took the form of. She told Anna about this, explaining that she had just read about it somewhere. This magical creature can freely change its form. It appears in the form its master is most attached to. Ariel had dreamed of having a puppy since she was a child, and now her dream had come true. But then it turned out that the magical creature didn't just appear in this form. Apparently, it had changed its appearance because of the Saintess's desire to have a dog. But Anna didn't think there was anything wrong with that, especially since the puppy was so adorable. However, the thought of what Rayhouse would say about this was frightening. To make the creature less conspicuous, Ariel asked it to turn into something smaller. For example, instead of a puppy, it could become a small hamster. In that very second, the magical creature turned into a hamster. Ariel and Anna were so surprised they were almost speechless. The girls couldn't even find the words to describe how cute the creature was. How could such a cutie with adorable eyes and cheeks exist? Just then, Anna decided to pet the hamster, but Ariel stopped her. The creature began to glow, looking as if it was about to attack. Apparently, one shouldn't be fooled by that cute little face, because in the future, it would become stronger than any magician. In Ariel's hands, the magical creature was calm and acknowledged her as its master. From this day on, the cute hamster would be called Pi. After some time, the Saintess prepared to head to the location of the rift. She packed her suitcase, putting in the necessities. These things should be enough for her for a month, but Anna disagreed with her lady's assessment. The Saintess should take her along so that the girl could serve her. But Ariel had no intention of starting this topic, as she had already explained everything to Anna. Ares was very dangerous, which was why she wasn't taking her maid with her. Even though the girl was in tears, Ariel didn't want to risk her safety, so she patted her on the head and told her not to worry about her. The Saintess promised to return soon and eat cake together. But Anna wanted to stay by her mistress's side so badly that she couldn't hold back her tears. Afterward, she threw herself into her arms for a hug and promised to pray every day. Since the Saintess promised she would return, she had to keep her word. Suddenly, they heard some squeaking and found a hamster on Anna's shoulder. The maid couldn't see anything clearly through her tears, and it was apparently Pi who had climbed on her to see his mistress off. Ariel took him in her arms and apologized for having to leave. The girl petted the magical creature and told it to listen to Anna. Then the Saintess thanked her servant and handed the hamster to her. After that, she turned her attention to the priests who would be accompanying her on the journey. There were 30 people guarding the luggage, which seemed like too many to Ariel. Just then, the high priest appeared, noticing the Saintess's anxiety. His arm hadn't healed yet, but the man looked healthier. Rayhouse announced that he had gathered the best of the best for Ariel. The girl thanked him, but felt he didn't have to go to such lengths. He went on to reveal that he had been exposed to demonic energy for too long, so his recovery was slower. Since not even the Saintess's blessing was working, he would need more time than usual. After that, Rayhouse became melancholic, as he would soon be separated from Ariel. What scared him even more was that the girl was going to a dangerous place. He sincerely hoped the Saintess might still change her mind and not go. But Ariel asked him to believe in her and not to be so. Worried, the girl promised she could handle everything. Her first promise in the name of a true Saintess. Before Rayhouse could answer, a man's voice interrupted him. He reported that the Saintess was right, and he had been worried she might be late. It turned out to be Cass, who was glad that everything was on schedule. But Rayhouse was displeased by Lloyd's uninvited appearance. However, the Marquis was also going to Ares and was prepared to combine his 100 priests with the temple's people. After all, the stronger the force, the more at ease the high priest would be. Therefore, he requested formal permission to accompany the Saintess. But Ariel hadn't expected Cass's sudden appearance. Rayhouse supported her, also confused by the Marquis's sudden visit. The high priest intended to find out why Cass was going to Ares. It turned out that hordes of demonic beasts had caused significant damage to Lloyd's property, and it was said that many people had died there, which Rayhouse was of course aware of. Therefore, Cass was prepared to check on the situation and begin repairing the damage. Ariel was about to refuse the Marquis's help, but the high priest interrupted her. Rayhouse turned to the man, his voice softening. The high priest pleaded with the Marquis to take care of the Saintess. A short while later, the temple's people and the Marquis's people set off on their long journey. The procession consisted of 10 carriages and couldn't move quickly. During the tiring journey, Ariel was lost in thought. Cass noticed the Saintess looked dejected and decided to ask her about it. He thought the girl was unhappy because he had to interfere in her affairs. But even the gods approved of Rayhouse's decision, and Ariel told them to stop talking about it. However, the Marquis heard her and asked her to repeat herself. At this, Ariel explained that she felt a bit awkward about the current situation. After all, she was originally supposed to embark on this dangerous journey alone. Hearing her words, Cass told the girl not to worry, as the feeling of awkwardness would soon disappear. But Ariel didn't understand where he got such confidence, and besides, she didn't need that kind of happiness. Just then, something else unexpected happened to the girl. A blue-winged bird, the very one she had saved, flew in from out of nowhere. Ariel couldn't forget this beautiful little bird with a mark on its head. Back then, in the temple garden, she had used her divine power for the first time to save it. Afterward, the Saintess had worried whether Cass would take good care of the bird. Fortunately, the blue-winged bird was fine, because animals are better than people. They never betray and return the love humans give them. Cass took this to mean that many people behave worse than animals. Hearing this, Ariel didn't answer, silently agreeing with the man's words. Then she decided to ask the Marquis if he traveled often. Cass used to be quite close to his lord and traveled with him for several years. However, Ariel was sure that, even with such experience, a 15-day journey would be very tough. But the Marquis replied that what ensures safety and speed is what's best. Moreover, he was familiar with every road in the empire and could get the girl to her destination within a week. The Saintess was ecstatic at this news, but the Marquis had one condition. A moment later, he found himself sitting in the same carriage as Ariel. The girl was very annoyed that she would have to travel with Cass. She didn't understand why things always turn out this way. While the god smiled at the romantic atmosphere, Ariel was suffering in silence. Then she asked how long the shortcut would take, and the Marquis handed her a map. This route was designed for the rapid transport of goods. On the map, 2 places were marked with stars, followed by Worf's magic circles. With their help, one could instantly move to another location. Of course, this wasn't cheap, and Cass had only bought a few locks. Now Ariel understood that great merchants manage their finances in a completely different way. This was to the Marquis's advantage, as he now owned the mining rights to the Ares mine. And now, the magic circles were the shortest path. In a week, they would reach one of them, and the journey itself consisted of 3 parts. Ariel was so carried away by this good news that she thought Cass was incredible, but she hoped the Marquis wouldn't ride in the same carriage with her for the whole week. Then Cass realized he was causing the Saintess some inconvenience. He promised that as soon as his back stopped hurting, he would switch to riding a horse. Hearing the word hurting, Ariel offered to heal the man with her divine power. Cass agreed, but the girl asked to do it during a break. The man started laughing, and Ariel didn't understand what she had said wrong. And Lloyd simply replied that this girl was a very interesting person. He agreed to be treated after they stopped for a rest. The journey was very long, and Ariel didn't even notice she had fallen asleep. The girl opened her eyes and realized they had arrived. However, she was very surprised to find she had been sleeping on the marquee the whole time. Ariel jumped up from her seat, realizing how embarrassing what had just happened was. Had she been sleeping on Cass's shoulder all this time without even knowing it? But now that they had arrived at the inn, she wanted to get out of the carriage as soon as possible. However, the girl suddenly stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Cass was nearby at that moment and caught the Saintess. She fell into his arms, and Cass reminded the girl to be careful. Ariel felt embarrassed again and promised to be more careful. The Marquis, however, stated that the Saintess need not worry about her safety here. He then extended his hand, asking to escort the girl to the inn, but she ignored the man's request and walked past him. Ariel explained that she, alone, shouldn't trouble so many people. However, in Cass's opinion, if it were him, he wouldn't refuse a reliable escort. Just then, he pulled something out of his breast pocket, much to the girl's surprise. In his hand was a magical creature belonging to Ariel. Fortunately, Heast had neutralized the hamster's lightning, and it was now different from an ordinary animal. It had tried to bite Cass the entire way, even though he just wanted the girl to lean on his shoulder. But Ariel noticed that the relationship between Pi and the Marquis was very tense. The Marquis then decided to introduce Pi to his blue wing the next day. The following 4 days flew by, including the rest time at the inn. After that, Cass often rode in the Saintess's carriage with Pi, and their relationship became much closer, although the hamster still tried to bite him from time to time. And so, bit by bit, they arrived at Urfa, where something terrible was happening. The Marquis reported that, judging by the tracks, these unfortunate people had been attacked. It was dangerous to get out of the carriage, so it was best for the Saintess to stay put. Suddenly, one of the people lying on the ground made a strange sound. He was the sole survivor, and Cass ordered his men to bring a potion. Ariel offered to heal the man herself, but the Marquis refused her request. Instead, he ordered that the injured man be given a potion that would help him. After that, the man felt much better and thanked his savior. Cass, for his part, was concerned with who exactly had attacked these unfortunate people. The survivor replied that the men looked like mercenaries. They wore black robes and moved as if they were flying. Ariel tried to eavesdrop on the conversation, but she was too far away. She felt sad that people around her were being hurt again. First Anna and Dwayne, and now these innocent people. Afterward, Cass approached her and told her that the survivor was now sleeping and in good condition. It would be better for Ariel to save her strength rather than trying to heal him. Besides, what worried Cass now were Worf and the Magic Circle. The Magic Circle could no longer guarantee safety, as the mercenaries might be on the other side. In response, Ariel wondered who these bandits were after. She guessed this assassination attempt might be related to her, but Cass stated that his guild had far more enemies. Therefore, the Saintess shouldn't blame herself or wear such an expression. Now the Marquis intended to go check on the safety of Worf and then return. The Magic Circle could be used to travel up to 4 times a day. After he checked, there would be 2 uses left for the Saintess and the priests. But Ariel wouldn't let Cass go, because then no one would be there to protect him. This outcome would only benefit the Saintess, while he would be all alone. Was the Marquis doing this because he was worried about the girl? However, Cass explained that he was responsible for the Saintess and needed to maintain a good relationship with the temple. It turned out that the chosen method was also beneficial for him. Ariel and the Marquis had spent these 4 days together and seemed to have grown closer. But he was the cold-blooded heir to the Empire's largest guild. So Ariel agreed to do as Cass said. No matter how long they were together, the Marquis would always be that same cold person. A moment later, Cass stepped onto the Magic Circle to prepare for travel. He ordered them to depart once everyone was ready. At this, the priest set up a defense and activated the Magic Circle. Afterward, everything was illuminated by a bright light, and the people in the circle began to disappear. In that very second, they vanished completely, leaving only an empty trace where they had been. The Saintess and her people were all surprised at how quickly it all happened. Afterward, the girl remained with the others to wait for the Marquis, but she was nervous, as it had been a long time with no news. Just then, she heard Cass's voice telling her not to worry. The man reappeared inside the magic circle, safe and sound. Afterward, the Marquis reported that the other side was safe. The magic circle was activated again, and people were teleported to the other side in batches. After some time, it was Ariel's and the remaining priest's turn. The Saintess was filled with an anticipation she couldn't hide. But for the modern world, calling it teleportation magic was a bit of an exaggeration. Afterward, the magic circle was activated again, and the Saintess stood inside it. Suddenly, the girl felt that something was wrong. It felt like the magic circle's power had no effect on her. Ariel tried to tell the others about this, but everyone had already disappeared. As a result, she found herself all alone, not understanding what had happened. Fortunately, Cass was nearby, and he too was confused by what had happened. Noticing the Saintess's state, he immediately stepped out of the magic circle and remained on this side. Perhaps the magic had failed because of the girl's divine power. At that moment, Ariel finally understood what had happened. She hadn't taken off the pendant that blocked magic. Cass also noticed the strange item on her neck and became interested in it. Afterward, while looking for a place to spend the night, Ariel had to tell the Marquis everything. He was confused as to how the girl could think of using a magic circle while wearing such a pendant. Ariel simply hadn't expected the magic circle to count as an external attack. But Cass didn't blame the girl, telling her that if she was going to be angry, she should only be angry at him. After all, he was responsible for her safety, and this choice was his own. Now he couldn't leave the girl here. At the same time, she shouldn't even think that the Marquis would be angry. Ariel thanked Cass, and the gods were also surprised by his calmness. But after a while, it began to get dark, and the Marquis used a magic wand for light. It was a magical item Cass carried with him, just in case. At this moment, Ariel felt that in this atmosphere, it was time to play a game of truth. One just had to say things a person normally hides. Cass was very curious about what secrets she would now have to reveal. So the first thing he asked was whether the Saintess liked someone. Ariel was surprised that the Marquis had started the game so quickly. Afterward, she asked if he had heard any rumors. Everyone knew about the girl's one-sided feelings for the Crown Prince, which was why Cass asked about it. However, he could see clearly that the girl wasn't in love with anyone. Ariel agreed with him and explained that she didn't know who to trust. Then she asked about the Marquis's private life, as he was surely experienced. Cass confirmed that he had indeed met many people, but it was only a necessity for him, and Ariel asked him to explain. It turned out that they were relationships of convenience that ended quickly. But recently, Cass had encountered a problem he couldn't handle. Now, there was only one girl on his mind, and it bothered him. And the strangest part was that he didn't even understand why he needed her. Ariel found this really strange, even though she herself had never been in love. But the only explanation for what was happening was that Cass liked the girl. The Marquis thought for a moment and said nothing. Why did the man explain that this was absolutely impossible for him? However, he thanked Ariel for listening to him. Afterward, he told the girl to sleep, as the sun would be rising soon. At this, Cass went off alone to think about everything he had heard. He felt it was impossible for him to feel sympathy for anyone. However, now the thoughts of love wouldn't leave him. Sometime later, events unfolded at the Estes Temple. Ariel visited the Temple of the God of Justice, which was an honor for the priests. They hadn't expected a noble lady to come to such a desolate place. Although, due to the Saintess's mistake, she arrived at the temple a day late. Afterward, a priest explained that the situation was not good. Even the priests from the surrounding Ares region couldn't help them cope. The situation had reached a point where the rift would only continue to expand. The Saintess suggested going there now and asked for the Marquis's opinion. He explained that the mining rights in the Ares mine were very important to the Lloyd family. Therefore, he would go there with the Saintess as soon as possible. After that, Ariel received the god's blessing for this mission. Meanwhile, in Ares, there was destruction and chaos everywhere. The situation was even grimmer than imagined. The entire settlement was experiencing a surge of demonic energy. This made it difficult to breathe, and the sunlight couldn't penetrate here at all. Communication with the gods was cut off, further complicating the situation. After a while, our heroes arrived at a place near that mine. This was where the rift had appeared, and Ariel couldn't stand this demonic energy. It was clear that the situation was very bad, and even the barrier was of no help. Suddenly, a giant magical bat flew straight toward the girl. Fortunately, Cass was nearby and split the monster in two. At that moment, someone asked Ariel to transfer her power to the temple's servants. This way, the enemy would be eternally doomed. Afterward, a barrier with a rift appeared before the Saintess, maintained by the priests. The girl asked if everyone maintaining the barrier was all right, but the men told the Saintess to stay back, not understanding what she was doing here. Ariel's gaze was drawn to something she was seeing for the first time. But if the rift was destroyed, the chasm would become even larger, and she couldn't just stand by and watch all her future plans turn to dust. Ariel ordered the wounded and the fallen to be carried to a safe place. She, along with those who still had strength, would close this chasm. The Saintess used all her power, and she looked incredibly powerful. At this, a priest noticed that the rift was gradually being repaired. They were amazed by the energy the Saintess possessed. The rumors were indeed true. Ariel's power was comparable to that of the first Saintess, Brigitta. Indeed, no one had ever seen such powerful energy. The rift was gradually shrinking, but it wasn't enough. Although thanks to the gods, the Saintess could do the work of 10, it was still of little use. Cass had been nearby the whole time and noticed the girl's concern. At that moment, she requested more people for the barrier. The priest couldn't hold on for much longer, and the defense had to be constantly maintained. The Saintess had no intention of stopping. She felt she just needed a little more time. However, Cass demanded she stop as her body couldn't take it. Just then, everything before her eyes began to blur, and her head started to spin. The last thing the girl saw was Cass's worried face. After some time, Ariel finally opened her eyes and tried to recall everything. She was lying in bed, and Marquis Lloyd was right beside her. Although the girl's head was splitting, her first concern was for the barrier. Suddenly, the Marquis hugged her tightly, pressing her to him. Ariel had no idea how worried Cass had been for her. Afterward, the Saintess pushed the Marquis away, telling him to keep his distance. Cass explained to her that she was now on the Lloyd family's territory in Ares. After the girl collapsed, the Marquis decided to bring her here to his place. And as the Saintess wished, there were now more people maintaining the barrier. Ariel decided to break free at once and head to the chasm. But Cass wouldn't let her go, and it wasn't even because it would harm her. Right now, the Saintess had not recovered and had a high fever. She needed to take her medicine and rest until she was better and stop being so stubborn. However, Ariel disagreed, as she hadn't hired Cass to be her bodyguard. He had helped her get to this place, but he had no right to protect her. Suddenly, the Marquis covered the girl's mouth with his finger and leaned toward her. Ariel felt something enter her body, and Cass explained that he would have to overstep his authority. Everything before the girl's eyes blurred again, as the Marquis had given her some kind of medicine. After that, the Saintess fell asleep, and Cass covered her with a blanket. He couldn't let her leave in this state. He had to make her sleep for a while. Now he understood what the girl meant when she spoke of misplaced priorities. But he didn't understand why she had to sacrifice her own body. At that moment, Cass felt someone's gaze on him. The hamster bit his finger, and he's neutralized the creature's lightning. Afterward, a bite mark from the disgruntled creature was left on the Marquis's hand. But Cass tried to explain to the hamster that its owner had simply taken some medicine and gone to sleep. She couldn't move in her state anyway, and it shouldn't look at him like that. The Marquis then left the hamster with the Saintess and asked a reliable warrior to protect her. As for the man himself, he intended to do everything in his power. He left the room and met a priest. Cass explained that the Saintess was sleeping, guarded by a little knight. However, it was important for the priest to know when the girl would wake up. After all, the chasm could soon expand again and cause trouble. But the Marquis promised that the Lloyd family would provide the temple with everything it needed. Unfortunately, all the priests in the region were already involved. There was nowhere else to get strength from, nor could any high-level priest be found. Cass told the man not to worry and promised that nothing would happen to the rift. He swore on the Lloyd name and would do everything to make it so. Sometime later, our heroes were once again near the mine in Ares. The priests greeted the Saintess, as they had been waiting for her here for a long time. The girl apologized for her lateness, feeling ashamed, but it couldn't be helped. as she had exhausted all her strength. The Saintess was so exhausted that she had been unconscious for 2 days. During this time, Pi had stayed by her side, protecting his master. And so, another 5 days passed until the punishment for using a large amount of divine power ended. Presumably, during this time, the size of the rift should have returned to its previous state. But one can imagine Ariel's surprise when she saw that the chasm hadn't changed. And yet, before her intervention, the rift had been constantly expanding. There was no time to think now, though, as the priest needed help. The block on her divine power was finally lifted, and Ariel received the god's blessing. After a while, the demonic energy in the city finally decreased. To mark the occasion, all the nobles arranged a lavish banquet. The Saintess had shrunk the rift by half, and at this rate, the chasm would soon close completely. The men raised their glasses to her and admired her for possessing such immense power. Ariel also attended the banquet, and the god Monty looked at the wine and licked his lips. Just then, one of the men noticed that the Saintess was too sad. The Lord explained that the girl hadn't touched her food all evening. If it weren't for her, the people would have been in great trouble, and everyone was very grateful to her. And all the Lord could do was hold a banquet in gratitude. He hoped the Saintess would have fun and get some rest, but she was more concerned about why the situation hadn't changed after she fainted. For the past week, only the Lord and his soldiers had been to the mine, while Cass was nowhere to be seen. It was important for her now to know where Marquis Lloyd was. The Lord began to turn pale, and Ariel heard the people around her whispering. Judging by such a strong reaction, they were clearly hiding something from the girl. Therefore, she permitted him not to answer the question, since it was so difficult. Eliam had risked the lives of the priests to help Ares, and the Lord should be ashamed for hiding secrets. With these words, Ariel prepared to leave, but the Lord tried to stop her. He had no intention of keeping any secrets, but this time, the territory of Ares could be affected. Just then, Ariel realized it was the high priest who had made the man keep quiet. Therefore, the Saintess expressed her understanding, and the Lord thanked her for it. In 5 days, the crown prince would arrive there, and the Lord invited him and Ariel to the celebration. But the girl didn't understand the reason for his visit, as there was already so much to do at the palace. However, she agreed to accept the invitation and would arrive at the Lord's place in 5 days. After the banquet, Ariel returned to her carriage, but now she intended to go not to the temple, but to the Lloyd estate. The girl explained that she was simply interested in seeing Cass. After all, he hadn't even appeared at the celebration, and it had been a long time since he had come to see her. The Marquis' sudden disappearance worried Ariel, and after a while, she drove to his mansion. Afterward, she was told that the Marquis had been in bed for 3 days. Since he was very tired, visiting him today was not the best decision. But a full day had passed since they last met, and Ariel intended to see him. The girl rushed into his room and softly tried to wake Cass. At this moment, he was lying in bed, barely conscious. Although the maid said his condition was improving, it wasn't apparent from his appearance. Ariel stroked his cheek, remembering Cass's words telling her not to overexert herself. But he himself had decided to sacrifice himself without considering his own physical strength. The girl decided to use her divine power to help her friend. However, she noticed that her power had no effect on the Marquis. This could only happen in 3 cases, the first being a broken heart. The second case refers to the complete depletion of divine energy. The most difficult third option is the curse of a high-level demon. Since Cass was getting better, it meant it wasn't a demon's curse. So the problem was either with the divine energy or with emotional trauma. Afterward, Ariel informed the knight that she would be staying with the Marquis tonight. Although everyone objected and advised the Saintess to rest, she still insisted. She couldn't leave Cass alone in this state now. This way, the girl could repay him for his kindness to her. But Cass still didn't wake up and continued to sleep. All night, Ariel didn't leave the Marquis' side and monitored his condition. Suddenly, she found that his fever had broken and his breathing had become steady. She had used an alternative healing method by releasing her power into the air. The Saintess was glad that this could at least help him recover a little. It couldn't be said that Cass had fully recovered, but for now this was enough. Why did he do such a foolish thing? Because the Marquis has a family, unlike Ariel. Cass's life was completely different from the scene of her own funeral that she had once dreamed of. The girl had heard her stepmother's whispers, who hadn't shed a single tear. That whole thing had seemed like a lonely scene that didn't evoke any emotion. So Ariel asked the Marquis not to do anything. Foolish again. Suddenly, the man replied that the Saintess has strange conversations in her sleep. At this point, the girl had already fallen asleep by Cass's bed, not yet realizing what was happening. He asked her again who she was saying all those words to. Then Ariel finally realized that the Marquis had regained consciousness. Her surprise knew no bounds, and the girl even jumped up from the bed. But what worried her most was how she had ended up sleeping in the same bed as Cass. It turned out Ariel had been sleeping uncomfortably, and the man had carried her over. The gods commented on his actions and gave Cass a very positive assessment. Apparently, the Saintess had gotten the wrong idea, and there was a bit of a misunderstanding at first. And now she hoped that Cass wouldn't overexert himself like that again. In any case, the girl was glad the man was feeling better and planned to leave tomorrow. Afterwards, she wanted to leave the room, but Cass wouldn't let her go. After all, he still had many questions in his mind that he wanted answers to. For him now, it was important to know why Ariel had suddenly decided to take care of him. The girl explained that she was just doing her duty and was worried about the man's condition. Unfortunately, she couldn't find better words and could only describe her intentions in moral terms. The girl hoped her relationship with the Marquis would not become awkward because of this. Cass was surely expecting to hear something else, but he only received a cold reply. Afterwards, he apologized for blocking the exit and let the girl leave. Then, in the silence, he once again tried to understand just what kind of person this was. The first impression was that she was a sincere Saintess, but she had shamelessly tried to sell the stolen items to the Marquis. However, the girl was also sharp enough to see through his intentions. At the same time, Ariel also had the kindest heart and could become strong to protect others. Because of all this, Cass didn't know how to act around her. Afterwards, he looked out the window, watching the Saintess leave his house. Her words about moral principles came to the Marquis's mind again. But this was clearly a lie. The truth was that the Saintess was just soft-hearted. At this moment, Ariel was preparing to get into the carriage to continue her affairs. She ordered that she must be taken to the mines. The Saintess didn't even have time to return to the temple, as she needed to hurry. The girl planned to finish what she had started in Eris today, and this rift, the rift that had taken so many lives, must be closed. After some time, Ariel arrived at the mines, where the priests were still maintaining the barrier. They were overjoyed that the Saintess had come to their aid again. Surprisingly, the rift had become much smaller, with only a little left. Perhaps after her efforts today, everything would be over. Ariel had to speed up her affairs because of Kyle's arrival. After all, she didn't want to influence the course of history in any way again. Although she had lost contact with the Oracle, she could use her divine power without any problems. So Ariel decided to cast aside her worries and get back to work. Now her main goal was to finish this as soon as possible and go home. The rift began to heal slowly, and the priests prayed tirelessly. Just as the rift was about to close, something strange happened. Ariel felt a terrible sense of fear wash over her from head to toe. The ground beneath her feet began to shake, and she didn't understand why. Within seconds, the earthquake intensified, which worried everyone present. The rift began to widen, and someone begged the Saintess to leave this place. Just then, a powerful demonic energy enveloped the girl. Ariel tried to resist it, not understanding what was happening. The barrier was clearly fine, and then suddenly, something went wrong. Suddenly, she saw something unimaginable. A huge monster was trying to escape from the rift. The Saintess understood that no matter how history changed, this was too much. The girl ordered everyone to be taken out of the mines. However, the priests had all lost consciousness. Apparently, thanks to her divine power, the Saintess had not yet been affected. If so, could she leave after a while without losing consciousness? At this moment, the spider-like monster was already looming over the girl. The creature had a terrifying human face with an equally evil smile. And so, the Saintess came face to face with one of the terrible monsters. She realized she was in grave danger and used her divine power. The monster immediately writhed in pain and jumped back. But Ariel had no idea what she was truly up against. In a rage, the monster kicked the ground, throwing the Saintess aside. The girl fell to the ground, realizing that if she had fallen any further, she would have been in trouble. At that moment, the stalactites in the cave began to shake from her fall. One of them fell, crashing to the ground next to Ariel. If this continued, the girl would die in this cave, and the monster still remained, as if nothing could be done about it. Before this, the monsters had all been low level. But looking at this monster, one got the feeling that the demon world was about to go to war with the human world. In the face of death, Ariel had to think of something. Now she needed to do everything possible to get out of here alive. Suddenly, the girl noticed the monster had stopped moving towards her. It seemed to have frozen, and it was unclear what was happening. Just then, someone's footsteps and a man's voice were heard in the cave. He told the Saintess that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and that time had stopped. The girl turned to the man and recognized him with horror. It was Diego Bester, the last person Ariel wanted to see right now. He had come right out of the rift and asked the Saintess how she was doing. It was unclear what he was doing here or how he had gotten here. At that moment, Ariel realized it was Diego who had made the rift bigger. But the man clarified that his father had done it, and the Spider Queen was his assistant. The Saintess was furious that Diego was ignoring the chaos this had caused. However, the man had no sympathy for what had happened. After all, he didn't care at all about pathetic human lives. Although Diego looked no different from anyone else on the outside, inside, he was a true demon. The son of the Demon King, Rado was the sole heir to the demon world. Ariel decided to apologize for using a man against the Empress. After all, if all this was to get revenge on the Saintess, then she was willing to sacrifice herself. However, Diego explained that Ariel's conclusion was wrong. This was his father's doing, and he never intended to take revenge on her. He only stopped time to make a contract. The Saintess understood that it was dangerous to go down this path and cooperate with a demon. After all, the cause of Ariel's death was a contract with Diego, but if she refused, everyone in the mines would die. So she replied that betting on other people's lives was typical of demons. But she had too many reasons to be forced to agree to this. After a while, the priests gradually regained consciousness. One of them saw a small spider next to him and was terrified. But luckily, the monster was already dead and posed no danger. So who had dealt with these creatures, and why didn't these people's bodies hurt at all? Just then, they found the Saintess standing before them, with the dead Spider Queen beside her. Afterwards, people began to exclaim that it was the girl who had saved everyone. Furthermore, the rift had completely closed and there was no longer any danger. Then Ariel received a notification that the oracle had been activated. The gods were very worried about the Saintess, afraid that she would get hurt. Suddenly, the priests reported that there were many more survivors in the mines. They turned out to be prisoners who had returned from the demon world. Ariel saw Dwayne, who was injured but alive. She had been worried she would never see him again. Now that the rift was closed, it was safe to go home. Ariel was already missing hot baths and the delicious food of the temple. At the same time, she received a notification that a hidden quest had been completed. This was the first time the girl had completed such a quest, and she was interested in the reward. But suddenly, a prince on a horse appeared, riding in a hurry. However, due to the bright light, Ariel didn't immediately recognize who it was. The man said he had rushed over, but the Saintess had once again done an excellent job. Although he was the crown prince, the girl was too greedy to give him a chance to shine. While she was still wondering why he was here, all Kyle could think about was the battle. The man had heard that the monsters had reached the barrier, but what he saw was a closed rift. Ariel explained that everything was easier than she had imagined, so there was no need to worry, but Kyle pondered for a moment. Afterwards, he grabbed the girl's hand without her permission and raised it. At this moment, Ariel was trying to figure out what Kyle wanted to do, and the prince began to shout loudly that the Saintess had prevented a war with the demon world. Thanks to this girl, they were able to go home unscathed. Everyone began to praise the Saintess and the 9 gods she served. However, the surprises weren't over for Ariel, as Kyle lifted her onto his horse. He looked into her eyes and told her that the girl had exceeded all his expectations. He was even curious what surprise she could bring him next time. However, Ariel didn't want to ride home on the same horse as Kyle, but he saw nothing wrong with it, as this was not the first time for them. Moreover, the prince was eagerly awaiting a detailed story about the Eris mines. The Saintess heard Kyle's cheerful voice and saw his warm smile. But if he knew the whole truth, would his reaction change? After all, the hero who closed the rift was not her at all, but someone else. Diego had offered to make her the true Saintess, which was the condition of the contract. However, The girl didn't understand what the catch was in this offer. It was so simple and posed no danger to her. Diego explained that she had been an imposter all along, dreaming of a life of freedom. Moreover, Ariel wanted to give her position as the true Saintess to Camilla. At this point, the girl was shocked that Diego knew everything. Apparently, the son of the Demon King had also read the original story. Or more accurately, he knew the contents of the prophecy. Our heroine had only read the happy ending version of the novel, while the second part was a complete disaster. Perhaps this was a chance to finally learn the full prophecy. Ariel decided to ask Diego exactly what it said. However, the man didn't want to talk about it. For him, it was enough that the girl continued to be the true Saintess. But he was willing to reveal the reason he proposed this deal. First, this rift was supposed to lure the Saintess to Eris. Only Ariel could handle such a big problem. As a result, she would fall into her father's trap, where what awaited her would be death. All of this was to prevent the Saintess from interfering with the implementation of the plan. Darkredo wanted the prophecy to come true and did everything to make it happen. But Diego, on the contrary, intended to stop the prophecy from coming true. Ariel was sad that a dark demon had his sights on her. On the other hand, Diego was trying to prevent Camilla from becoming the true Saintess. So she was curious to know how long their contract would last. Since a man had proposed a contract, he shouldn't shy away from answering. Diego realized that Ariel was very rational and decided to tell her his plan. First, he was preparing to rebel against his father. As for the duration, the contract would remain in effect until he achieved his goal. Ariel understood that her role in his plan was very important. She needed to maintain her status as a Saintess until that moment came. Now behind her were the giant spider minions and the lives of many people. She had thought that if she could just get out of this story, everything would be over. But once again, things didn't go according to plan, and Ariel decided to agree to the contract. The dark demon wanted to kill her for the sake of the prophecy, and she couldn't just sit back and wait. Afterwards, Diego said he would take care of the girl in the future. They shook hands, thereby sealing the agreement. The man also added that he couldn't use his powers in the temple. If Ariel broke the contract, she would pay with her soul. However, she was angry that he hadn't mentioned this from the beginning. Diego hadn't forgotten. He had just kept quiet about this detail from the start. But since that was the case, she also had something to say to her partner. Before she closed the rift, Diego had to return all the prisoners to her. Ariel also added that this would allow her to solidify her position as the Saintess. That evening, a feast was held at the Lord's mansion to celebrate the victory. The tables were laden with all sorts of delicacies that one couldn't take there. Eyes off, Ariel was seated at the main table under everyone's gaze. She felt very uncomfortable there, unsure if the food would end up in her mouth or her nose. And the culprit for all this was the Lord, who had also heard the gossip about Ariel and the prince's relationship. Meanwhile, the girl received a reward from the gods, and the duration of her blessing increased. But for some reason, the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Although it was a special festival, no one even wanted to dance. Everyone just looked around. Just then, the girl realized this pattern of behavior was familiar to her. These people were like employees waiting for their boss to leave. Ariel even felt guilty for them and suddenly heard Kyle's words. The man said he was tired and wanted to go to sleep as soon as possible. He suggested Ariel have fun and then come back. The Lord was surprised that the prince was leaving so soon, but Kyle asked him to mind his own business. The Saintess was surprised that even the crown prince knew what tact was. Since that was the case, the girl decided to spend the rest of the evening in a different atmosphere. Everyone had worked hard to prepare for this party, so enjoying it was a must. It was a victory banquet, so they had to have fun. It wasn't until late in the evening that Ariel left the house after a wonderful feast. Just then, she heard someone's voice behind her and turned around. Before her stood Kyle on his horse, who had been waiting for the girl to return. But Ariel explained that the prince himself had suggested she have a good time. Kyle admitted this, but he still found it hard to be patient. However, he now had one matter to settle with the Saintess, so she needed to go with him. Ariel agreed, and they set off on their journey together on one horse. The girl once again found herself in a very cramped position with the prince. The gods also remembered the time the girl had put her hands in the wrong place. But now she wouldn't make that mistake again, and she asked Kyle where they were going. The prince thought the girl was scared, but Ariel believed she had the most reliable ally by her side. Kyle even laughed at these words. He really liked the girl's answer. After traveling for a while, our heroes dismounted and walked. The prince explained that this way it would be easier for them to admire the stars in the sky. Ariel marveled at the sight of the night sky immersed in the reflection of the lake. First, Kyle had shown her the rose fields near the temple, and now this. The prince was glad the girl was happy and now wanted to get to the point. He needed to know what really happened in the heiress mines. After examining the bodies, he realized it was definitely a brutal attack. Their strange scars indicated that the creatures had been cut to pieces. A clumsy lie wouldn't work on the prince, so the Saintess had better tell the truth. To this, Ariel replied that she had the ability to destroy monsters. However, she wasn't sure if she should tell Kyle about Diego. What if the prince found out the girl had contact with a demon? Just then, the man touched Ariel's face with his hand and asked her to be careful with her secrets. After all, if something happened to her, he would have to get to the bottom of it. He was ready to learn all her secrets, as long as the Saintess was not harmed. Ariel thought Kyle had called her out for a fight, but he was genuinely concerned about her. But the girl didn't even notice what danger was lurking at that moment. A monster appeared out of nowhere and attacked Ariel. At that very moment, the girl received a blessing from the gods and destroyed the creature. The Saintess was shocked by what had just happened, as she hadn't expected such a reaction from herself. Kyle was also surprised by what he had witnessed. Startled, Ariel unleashed an unconscious burst of divine power, tearing the spider to pieces. It was clear that thanks to the reward, she had become much stronger. Kyle now understood what the girl had used to destroy the monsters. But she tried to justify herself, explaining that her work in the mines was very different. Just then, Ariel accidentally touched a nearby tree with her hand. In that very second, it disintegrated, demonstrating the girl's power. This was the first time Kyle had seen such an ability, and Ariel realized she had messed up. Now the prince understood what had really happened in the heiress mines. But for him, one key question remained unanswered. Kyle had been trying to figure out who Ariel really was all this time. The next day, the Saintess woke up in the Lord's mansion where the banquet had been held. Early in the morning, the girl decided to take a walk and went to the garden. But Ariel was disturbed by the events of the evening and couldn't even sleep because of it. The girl persistently tried to explain to Kyle that the broken tree was also a manifestation of divine power. But the prince was very pleased and intended to hold a tournament after returning to the Empire. In the end, the Saintess couldn't give Kyle any useful answers. In the novel, our heroine knew Ariel was an imposter. But after that incident, she overthrew Camilla and decided to become the true Saintess. Suddenly, the girl was distracted by a strange conversation nearby. One of the men was demanding compensation for half the damage caused by the monsters. He turned to Cass, who had already paid more than enough. The Lord tried to justify himself for the bandit attack on the Marquis' shops. However, if the workers didn't get paid, they would turn to the dark side. At this point, the Lord, hearing such a revelation, wanted to swallow his own tongue. Cass explained that, as stipulated in the contract, this case was a natural disaster. But if the Lord was having difficulties, he could stop supplying from their lands. Although this would be disadvantageous for Eris, as a third of its income depended on the ore. Meanwhile, Ariel chuckled to herself that Cass would say such things even in this situation. But she decided not to get involved and intended to leave before being discovered. However, it was too late to escape as Cass called out to the girl. He wanted to know why Ariel was running away so quickly without even approaching him. The Saintess didn't even turn around when the Marquis said he saw a familiar face. Cass was very happy about this meeting, saying they hadn't seen the Saintess in a long time. Ariel justified herself by saying she had walked too far during her stroll and was about to head back quickly. She had no intention of eavesdropping on the conversation and didn't understand any of it. Then the girl asked about the Marquis' health, and he replied that he had fully recovered. The man had already heard that the Saintess had closed the rift and destroyed the monsters. But recalling her conversation with Kyle, Ariel wanted to end this topic as soon as possible. Afterwards, she told Cass that she hadn't seen him at the banquet at the Lord's mansion last night. He replied that he was actually at the banquet, but had arrived late. However, Ariel was sure the Marquis was still unwell, but he needed to find someone, so Cass decided to attend the celebration. And to our great regret, that person was not at the banquet. Ariel had done nothing wrong, but the look on Cass's face made her feel guilty. Afterwards, she announced that she would return to the temple tomorrow. But Kyle would be busy eliminating the remaining monsters, while Cass would be busy with his own. affairs. Ariel asked the man to be careful, and he gently touched her fingers. The Marquis also asked the Saintess to take care of herself, especially when he was not around. The girl's heart began to pound uncontrollably, unable to hide her emotions. So Ariel decided to run away, so as not to reveal her feelings. Meanwhile, Cass, as usual, simply watched the departing Saintess. The next day, Ariel headed to the temple, accompanied by the knights. She felt free and was glad that Cass and Kyle still had business to attend to here. Going back with them would be too awkward. Besides, she loved to travel and wanted to enjoy her time on the road. Since it was the first time the girl had been alone in so long, it was time to get some proper rest. But suddenly, her peace was interrupted by the Lord, who caught up with the carriage on horseback. The man was displeased that the Saintess had left quietly without saying goodbye to him. The Lord was in a hurry to give the girl her reward. After all, he couldn't just let the benefactor of Ares leave. Although Ariel hadn't come for a reward, she couldn't refuse the man. Besides, the bag contained a sacred stone, Ristium. It was considered the stone of the gods, capable of bringing anyone back from the dead. Moreover, a person resurrected with the help of Ristium would receive the protection of the great gods. This treasure had been passed down from generation to generation, and now the Lord decided to gift it to the Saintess. After all, if it weren't for her, the demonic beast would have long since destroyed the lands of Ares and all its people. The Lord also asked her not to forget him, no matter who she chose in the future. He was clearly hinting at something, but Ariel promised the man she would remember his kindness. After that, the Lord returned, wishing the Saintess a safe journey. Just then, one of the knights noticed that the girl was in a good mood. Dwayne also asked if Ariel liked the Lord's gift. Perhaps she would decide to auction it off when she got back. The joke clearly didn't land, and perhaps it would have been better to leave Dwayne to rot in the demon world. After that, he began to worry that the Saintess might not be able to pass through Wharf's Gate again. But Ariel told him not to worry, as it would make him look 10 years older. This was indeed a problem for him, as everyone used to praise the knight for his youthful appearance. Ariel realized she had never cared about his age before. Since he said he looked young, it meant he was probably around 35. However, Dwayne replied that he would be turning 21 this year. Ariel was glad she hadn't spoken her thoughts aloud and suggested they do a face mask together when they returned. A few days later, the entire Ilium Empire was welcoming the Saintess. The girl came out to the people, who praised her for her great deeds. Now she had become a real celebrity in everyone's eyes. Just then, the Saintess met Rayhouse, who was glad to see Ariel safe and sound. The girl also noticed that the high priest had recovered his health during this time as well. After that, she handed him the collar she had promised to return. Taking the item in his hands, Rayhouse said he had been very worried about the girl. Then he put the collar back around his neck, even though Ariel hadn't asked him to. After that, he reiterated how happy he was to see the Saintess at the temple again. And Ariel still didn't understand why he was wearing the collar. Rayhouse also said he wanted to introduce the girl to someone. Ariel's vision went dark at the sight before her, as she had not expected this meeting at all. After all, standing before her at that moment was Camilla, the very person she had replaced. The girl stated her name and said she was from Ares. During lunch, Camilla explained that she had also been in the mines helping to save lives and was studying the power of blessings. At that time, she couldn't even imagine she would meet the high priest there. Now Ariel understood exactly how Rayhouse had met Camilla. The incident with the rift had twisted the novel's narrative progression, which explained the girl's early appearance. But if this had happened earlier, Ariel would have calmly packed her bags and gone to live the life she wanted. However, now the girl was bound by her contract with Diego and couldn't escape her role as the Saintess. Rayhouse asked Ariel how she was feeling after depleting her divine power. The girl told him not to worry about her, as she had fully recovered on the road. But the high priest insisted that the Saintess rest and let her body get healthy. He even ordered Dwayne to ensure Ariel did not leave the temple. She could go out, but only under supervision for 7 days. Ariel reminded Rayhouse that she could take care of herself better than anyone. Besides, Dwayne had just returned from the demonic beast's nest and also needed rest. However, Rayhouse was worried about the Saintess's health and was happy about her return. When the high priest made that face, Ariel couldn't even look him in the eye. But the man had indeed been very worried about her after she left. After that, Rayhouse said he wanted to stay a little longer, but he had things to attend to. As per the Saintess's request, he would try to arrange a vacation for Dwayne. But the ban on her leaving was still in effect, and now the man wished everyone a pleasant meal. Just then, Camilla noted that the high priest cared a lot about the Saintess. She also wanted to get closer to him, but Rayhouse was too cold toward her. Ariel told her not to worry, as the high priest was actually a very kind and bright person. However, he had almost killed Camilla in the mines, and she was still scared now. At that time, the girl was hiding from a demonic beast and was covered in blood, which was why the misunderstanding occurred. After Camilla defeated the creature, Rayhouse targeted her and then suddenly collapsed. He was seriously injured, and the girl wanted to help. The man, according to Diego, the Demon King wanted the prophecy to come true. But then why did his minions attack Camilla? And what was mentioned about her in the prophecy? What if Camilla's story was twisted and Ariel still knew very little? Just then, the girl decided to ask the Saintess an unusual question. She wanted to know if Ariel had a special relationship with the High Priest. This question frustrated the Saintess, and she tried to prove that they were not close. And Camilla was glad that Rayhouse and the Saintess were just friends. After that, she decided to ask Ariel when she had received her powers. The girl replied that it was about 2 years ago. Camilla was very surprised that after the incident in the mines, Ariel's power was being compared to that of the first Saintess. But in Ariel's opinion, she also possessed amazing abilities, as she was able to heal the High Priest. However, Camilla was sure that her powers were nothing compared to the Saintess's. Ariel realized that the girl's divine power had not yet manifested. But if Camilla's abilities manifested earlier than in the novel, it would be difficult for her to keep her position. She had already reached a point of no return and was destined to die because of her contract with Diego, just like in the original novel. After these thoughts, Ariel decided to go out for a bit, and Dwayne wanted to accompany her. But Ariel replied that it seemed the knight had left his brain in the demon world. Camilla supported the girl, saying that even a Saintess needed a little freedom. She was glad to have met Ariel and hoped to see her again. Meanwhile, night fell upon the Empire, and everyone prepared for bed. Ariel returned to her room, but her thoughts were a mess. The girl was about to rest when she heard a man's voice from behind her again. The man turned out to be Rayhouse, who had found the Saintess alone. Previously, he thought her heart was closed off to others, not letting anyone in. Therefore, it was normal for him that the Saintess avoided him. But today he saw her with Dwayne and was interested in the girl's true feelings. However, Ariel was shocked that the High Priest was jealous of her in the night. Because of the alcohol, this conversation could be dangerous. So Ariel replied that she greatly respected Rayhouse and his work. It turned out the girl only saw him as the High Priest. After these words, the man decided to end the conversation and, for some reason, drew a sword. Was he really going to kill Ariel because she didn't answer him correctly? But he focused his gaze and told the girl to wait a moment. Rayhouse had noticed a rat hiding in the temple, spying on them. Just then, a priest emerged from behind a pillar, saying he had just stopped to rest. It was Haynes, who had originally entered the mines and somehow survived. The priest defended himself by saying he hadn't heard anything and that his presence here was a pure coincidence. However, Rayhouse knew very well that Haynes's quarters were on the other side. He would determine for himself whether the priest was eavesdropping in a private conversation. Rayhouse took the priest away, while Ariel returned to her room. She just wanted to get some fresh air, but ended up feeling even more tired. Besides, Ariel noticed another strange thing that she hadn't considered due to all the events. She had only just noticed that she hadn't received any notifications from the gods in a long time. If everything were as usual, the sight of Rayhouse would have flooded her with comments. Could it be that the real Saintess had truly appeared and the gods had stopped contacting her? Despite the contract with Diego, in the original novel, Camilla was the Saintess. It seemed the oracle now belonged to her, and there was no other explanation. At that moment, Ariel began to feel truly lonely. She wished she could at least say goodbye to the gods, as she would miss their noise. Suddenly, Ariel's hamster appeared out of nowhere and clung tightly to her hair. The girl took him in her arms and understood that he was worried about her too. Realizing she still had Anna and Pi, Ariel felt much better, since the gods had abandoned her. Soon her divine power would also disappear. This meant that now was the best time to act. After that, Ariel decided to visit Camilla, despite the late hour. Ariel apologized for the sudden visit and said she was just feeling bored. Camilla was praying to the god Reed and was not yet ready for bed. The Saintess noticed that the girl's room was much more modest than she had imagined. But this didn't bother Camilla, as she only needed a place to rest and pray. This was very touching, considering Ariel was more interested in money and entertainment. But since the topic had turned to faith, the Saintess decided to probe whether something blue had ever appeared before Camilla. The girl thought for a moment, having no idea what she was talking about. Ariel continued to hint, hoping to find out if Camilla was receiving notifications from the gods. But at this point, the girl was only thinking about how the people from her hometown were bothering her. She had to leave them to study in Ilium, but this evening seemed less boring. Ariel was surprised to meet the main character and now understood why men would fight for her heart. But it's impossible to know a person completely in one day, so the Saintess invited her to be friends. However, Camilla didn't think she was worthy of being friends with the Saintess. So Ariel decided to joke that one cannot refuse a request from a servant of the gods. After that, she suggested they have tea together tomorrow evening. Ariel was glad that Camilla was just like in her favorite novel. As night fell, the girls went their separate ways, and the entire temple rested before the arrival of the next day. The next morning, the Saintess met Noah, who was overjoyed at her return. He reported that the prince had restored order in the palace, but the emperor's condition had worsened. Even the most capable priests in the temple couldn't help him. Most likely, a formal request would soon be received from the Saintess. Kyle also accused the Empress's family of treason and had them executed. But even so, the atmosphere in the palace was quite stable. No more turmoil was planned for the near future, except for one rumor. His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to marry the Saintess. This was being talked about everywhere, especially after the Empress was overthrown. Duke Shane Rockford believed this was the best news to stabilize the people. But Kyle knew very well that it was the Duke who was spreading these rumors. In the past, rumors about the Saintess's love life were a big problem, but she saved the boy and helped overthrow the tyrannical empress. And after the girl closed the rift, everyone in the empire loved her. The crown prince was no exception and harbored tender feelings for the Saintess. Ever since they started dating earlier, even his facial expressions had changed. It had been a long time since Shane had seen the crown prince so happy. He suggested carefully considering marrying the Saintess as his wife. If Kyle used this marriage, it would help stabilize the situation. But the prince disagreed that his position should be strengthened through marriage. Therefore, he would not rush things, as there was no need for it. And from the way Shane was talking today, he had absolutely nothing on his mind. For this, Kyle promised to keep him busy upon returning to the palace. Meanwhile, discussions in the temple continued about the Saintess's return. The priests were glad that Ariel was found safe and sound. Although several days had passed, interest in the girl had not waned. Ariel came to the sacred statue for the first time, as the gods had always been by her side before. She thought she should have tried harder, but then she was distracted by someone's scream. A priest was very upset that there was a scratch on the statue. He berated the person who was supposed to fix it. This priest was dissatisfied with the state of the temple and threatened to make the blonde man lose his position. Just then, Ariel suggested that the man climb up and fix the statue himself. If it seemed so easy, then he could handle it without any problems. A person who serves the gods does not eavesdrop on conversations and insult young priests. And to berate the high priest behind his back was the height of disrespect. So either this priest fixes the statue himself, or Ariel will report everything to Ray House. After that, the girl left, promising to come and check on the work in a while. Meanwhile, she herself was frustrated because even a quiet prayer couldn't connect her with the gods. According to Camilla, she had prayed to a statue in her room the night before. Perhaps even the Saintess should get a small statue like that. Now Ariel decided to go for a walk. Just then, an interesting picture caught her eye. In the garden, a girl was admiring the Lotunia, which was stunningly beautiful. It was Camilla and Ray House there, admiring the flowers. Ariel was surprised by the harmonious communication between the man and the woman. On second thought, they actually looked good together, and she considered herself superfluous in this, as she had become a true saintess. Not wanting to interrupt their conversation, it was time to end the walk. Just then, Ray House noticed the girl and didn't want to let her go. He was surprised that she didn't say hello and even left Camilla because of it. He had been waiting for Ariel to appear all this time and hadn't noticed his guest. The Saintess was worried that Camilla was about to leave, but Ray House was only concerned that the girl had been avoiding him. Ever since Camilla came to the temple, Ariel had been with her every evening. This made the high priest think that the Saintess Like the girl, Ariel never expected Ray House to be jealous of her because of Camilla. But the man was convinced of this, as the Saintess always refused his dinner invitations. After that, Ariel finally decided to agree to have dinner together. She decided to make a joke and asked to bring Camilla as a third person. At this, Ray House decided to transfer the guest to another temple, and the Saintess agreed to have dinner together. It turned out the high priest was also joking, but he wouldn't refuse a dinner for two. He would be glad to finally spend time together and was already looking forward to it. After that, Ariel continued her walk, and evening finally came. She continued to walk around the temple, with various thoughts running through her head. The girl had been wandering around all day, and time passed extremely slowly. Her walk in the garden didn't happen because she ran in a Ray House. But in the temple library, there were only incomprehensible books, and the last entertainment was unsuccessful cookie baking. This was strange, as it was much more fun to do this with Anna. If it weren't for the ban on leaving, Ariel would have found something to do long ago. After that, she went to check on the head priest's work and saw him yelling at Camilla. They seemed to be talking about something serious, and the expression on the girl's face was strange. If Haynes dared to bully Camilla, the Saintess could not allow it. Just then, Ariel intervened in the conversation and spoke to the head priest. She decided to ask what the two were discussing with such serious faces. Camilla replied that Haynes had asked her about her conversation with the high priest. Now, it was clear that this man was aiming for Ray House's position. However, he was still responsible for the task Ariel had given him. If everything was in order, then it was time to check the extension, which also needed repairs. Since this priest had so much free time, he could do it right now. After Haynes heard the threat of being exposed to Ray House, he left the room in a rage. Camilla started joking that the head priest had met his match. If the Saintess was done with all her work, then she would be happy to have cookies with her. Camilla smelled the sweet aroma and wanted something tasty. She even offered to teach Ariel how to bake cookies that were better than store-bought ones. It would be fun, and they could spend time together. And after cooking, the girls could have tea together. Ariel happily accepted the offer, and they got ready to start. When Anna returned, it would be worth preparing some treats with her too. The next day, Ariel was glad to finally enjoy the fresh air. The week of confinement in the temple was over, and now Dwayne could accompany her on a walk. However, he was curious why the Saintess decided to buy a statue. The girl replied that she intended to use it to pray to the gods. But Dwayne thought the Saintess was up to something despite her words about the righteous Camilla. Just then, our heroes noticed something strange nearby. Several nuns began to whisper, clearly worried about something. The Saintess approached and heard the women call it an ominous sign. On the ground, Ariel found dead copper birds, which were the messengers of Estes. These birds rarely got sick and could live for over 100 years, but now they had died within an hour. The god of justice, Estes, was clearly angry that this had happened. But Ariel explained that any living creature can die. First, we need to report everything to the high priest and deal with the situation. Just then, Camilla appeared there, shocked by the situation. She often petted these little ones when passing by. Just yesterday, they looked healthy, but now they were suddenly dead. Camilla felt very sorry for the birds and took their bodies in her arms. At that moment, Ariel began to have a strange feeling. It seemed that the Camilla before her was not the person she knew from the novel. She felt she had encountered this energy before. It was the exact same feeling she had when she met the Spider Queen. Suddenly, she heard a voice cry out in surprise. The bird in Camilla's hands had come back to life, and there was no doubt she possessed divine power. Ariel had also developed powers while being a fake Saintess, but the appearance of two Saintesses at the same time was an impossible event. There is no doubt that the plot of the original work was becoming more and more twisted, and with it came problems. Ariel decided to find out if the birds were really dead. She demanded that Camilla explain to her how she had awakened life. This required a huge amount of divine power, and the girl had better be honest about who she was. But from fear and such pressure, Camilla couldn't say a word. After that, she began to lose consciousness and fell to the ground. Everyone ran around Camilla, demanding a doctor be called. Meanwhile, Ariel couldn't understand where this sense of deja vu was coming from. Many questions also arose about what was really happening here. After a while, our heroine found herself at Camilla's bedside. The girl finally regained consciousness little by little and opened her eyes. Ariel tried to soothe the girl and told her that it was Dwayne who had carried her into the room. The Saintess apologized for her actions, as she simply didn't know how to handle herself in such a situation. Camilla explained that she had also acquired these abilities only recently. After that, she secretly helped her suffering neighbors and worked at the temple. Now that they were on this topic, Camilla wanted to confess something. Ariel had once asked her about the blue thing, and she had started seeing it on Aries. Camilla hadn't said a word about it, only because she didn't know how to receive an oracle in front of a living Saintess. Ariel placed her hand on the girl's, trying to offer her support. It seemed our heroine's feelings were wrong. This was the same Camilla she knew. Since that was the case, Rayhouse should be notified to test her divine power. For this, Ariel was even prepared to postpone her embroidery class. Afterwards, the Saintess left the room, feeling overwhelmed by everything that had happened. She needed to find a way to calm down and sort out her thoughts. Although unexpected, what Camilla had displayed was undoubtedly divine power. Until now, there had never been an ability that could resurrect the dead, and its appearance was becoming more and more important. However, Ariel had already lost the oracle, and her power would also soon disappear. If that were the case, her contract with Diego would clearly affect her fate. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice saying she had been looking for the Saintess for a long time. Ariel was very surprised to see this person at this moment. Appearing before her was Anna, who had missed her mistress dearly. Every night, she had prayed to the gods for Ariel's safety. Overjoyed to see a familiar face, the Saintess rushed forward and hugged her handmaiden. The girl said she had simply missed Anna too much. However, the handmaiden hadn't expected such a warm welcome from her mistress. She responded in kind, saying she too had been deep in sorrow. But it was late now, and Ariel should rest. They could talk properly tomorrow. Besides, the Saintess had to meet the high priest tomorrow and needed a good rest. After Anna left, the girl felt incredibly lonely. Just like in her past life, she now felt there was no place for her here. But she herself longed to live here, though she didn't realize it. Afterwards, she turned to the statues of the gods and asked them how they were doing. By the way, they looked nothing like how people depicted them. They had left without a word, which made her feel very scared. The gods had left her without hesitation, and now she wanted to convey a message to them. She wished them happiness, but she missed them very much. However, what was the point of wallowing in self-pity in front of these stone heads? After all, they were just statues that couldn't respond to her. So it was time to stop feeling sorry for herself and go to bed. But suddenly, Ariel heard the sound of a notification, a sound that was very familiar to her. She saw that the gods were trying to send her a notification, but the connection to the oracle was interrupted. The only thing she could make out was that someone was influencing her. Consciousness. It turned out the oracle hadn't disappeared. It just couldn't connect with the Saintess because of the demon's energy. But Diego had warned that he couldn't use his power on the temple grounds. The next day, Ariel had dinner with Rayhouse. He had prepared all of this elaborately for her, just to spend time together. However, the Saintess didn't approve of him going to such great lengths. Just then, Rayhouse mentioned that he already knew about Camilla resurrecting the bird. Ariel confirmed it and asked the man to test the girl's power. But to Rayhouse, she was still the one and only Saintess. The girl was grateful for this concern, but such kindness could also be harmful. After all, they had to think of each other first, and one day she would have to leave the temple anyway. Now, a perfect opportunity to draw a line had presented itself. But for Rayhouse, he had long since decided that Ariel would always be his Saintess. Therefore, he planned to send Camilla to the Temple of Reed in the near future. Behind everything that seemed too perfect, something deeply twisted was hidden. This girl, like Rayhouse, was hiding a huge secret. Therefore, Ariel should be very careful with Camilla, because one day she might harm her too. Meanwhile, their entire conversation was being eavesdropped on by a magic sphere. Diego observed the girl's actions, finding her a bit ridiculous. But now was not the time for his chained interlocutor to respond. The son of the Demon King had chosen this girl and pulled her into the void. But if his father didn't adapt to the changes in the prophecy, he would be left behind by the times. In any case, even he couldn't overcome this great torrent. Meanwhile, in Ilium, everyone was talking about the appearance of the new Saintess. Even Ariel, who had closed the rift, couldn't compare to her in terms of power. Now, the Saintess couldn't even take a peaceful walk in Anna's clothes. Just then, the girl noticed a boy crying over his pet. Ariel approached and tried to understand what was happening. The puppy Ron was looking after seemed to have eaten rat poison. But the boy explained that Harry was his dear friend. Hearing this, Ariel offered to help and wanted to see the puppy. The boy recognized the girl as the Saintess and begged her to save his friend, Harry. Ariel asked him to trust her and began to use her power. An amazing miracle occurred, and afterwards, the puppy was restored to health. The Saintess had also nearly lost a friend once, and she urged the boy to be careful in the future. Hearing these words, he promised it wouldn't happen again and thanked Ariel for her help. After she stopped thinking about Anna, she had finally done something meaningful, and using her divine power felt like being touched by the sun's rays. Just then, she heard a man's voice who had happened upon the girl out for a walk. Ariel explained to him that she had grown tired of sitting in the temple and decided to go to the market for a stroll. On the way, she ran into Cass again. He was disappointed that the girl hadn't invited him for a walk. Afterwards, he left, and Ariel followed him, not understanding where they were going. The Marquis warned her to be careful, yet he himself led the Saintess into a dark alley. Suddenly, the girl's gaze fell on a man bound by ropes. Cass explained that this was the very priest who had been stalking the Saintess, and he had to catch him. But the man explained that he was just taking a walk, and it wasn't his fault that he ran into Ariel. The Saintess recognized him as the young priest who had argued with Haynes. Cass didn't believe the stalker's words and searched his belongings. Now, the man would have to explain why he was carrying a knife and rope with him. One wonders what he needed these things for on a simple walk. Just then, the priest exhaled as if preparing for something. He began to call out loudly to the Great One and asked for his will to be done. Suddenly, his jaw began to clench, and blood seeped from his mouth. The man fell to the ground, and no one understood what had happened. Ariel decided to use her power to save the priest, but Cass stopped her. After all, the stalker was no longer breathing, and helping him would be useless. Afterwards, our pair stopped in a quiet place to discuss what had happened. If it weren't for the Marquis, Ariel would have been in danger. He handed her an envelope as evidence. It belonged to the dead priest, and Cass had found it among his belongings. There was actually nothing written on it, making it difficult to identify the letters. Author. The Marquis thought Ariel might have some idea about it. It seemed the girl really did understand something, as she asked Cass not to send the body to the temple. She wanted to keep the priest's belongings in his body for the time being. It seemed Ariel had made some enemies, even though she really didn't want to. And Cass was surprised that after several incidents, the girl still possessed divine power. It turned out that the Marquis's mother had also been a saintess. She passed away 7 years ago, and it was said her power was incredible. During her service at the temple, his mother met a man, and that's how Cass was born. She hid it from everyone, gave birth to a boy, and sent him to his father. Ariel had never encountered these details in the original story. This was the first time. She had heard of it. Our heroine was also an illegitimate child, and people always looked down on her. Perhaps Cass lived a life similar to Ariel's, which was why he seemed so cold. It was strange, but the girl hadn't fully understood him before. The Marquis must have endured many hardships in his life. His mother married Duke Rockford, who to this day still doesn't know she had an illegitimate child. It turned out Cass was Shane Rockford's brother, and Shane was Kyle's friend. However, no matter how you looked at it, the two didn't resemble each other at all. Afterwards, the Marquis decided to return to the pressing issue. He explained that there was a reason why there couldn't be two Saintesses in the same generation. After all, with the appearance of a second Saintess, the first would lose her divine power. But it was unclear why Ariel still possessed her abilities. If the rumors were true and Camilla was really a true Saintess, then this was simply inexplicable. So much had happened recently that only one assumption could be made. The problem wasn't with Ariel at all, but with the girl who called herself the second Saintess. But our heroine was convinced that Camilla had nothing to do with it, because if there was truly something wrong with this situation, it was only because of Ariel. The answer had been obvious from the beginning, as the girl had always been at the center of events. And now, it had been decided to hold a ceremony to test the divine power. But Cass hoped Ariel could prove to everyone that there was nothing wrong with her. After all, even if the new girl had power, she wasn't worthy of being called a Saintess. Besides, Ariel herself knew who she really was. But for some reason, she had been very unconfident lately. Ariel realized that even after making contact with the gods, she had been running away. A powerful force was hidden within her, and the wounds on her body glowed. They refuted all the evidence, calling her an imposter so they could get rid of her at the right time. And now, the moment Ariel had been waiting for had finally arrived. But as it turned out, she had fallen in love with her current life. Meanwhile, Camilla went to the library to help Ray House organize books. The chief priest had sent her, but the man assured her he could manage on his own. Then Camilla offered to make tea, but the high priest got angry and told her to reconsider her attire. The sky blue robes could only be worn by the Saintess, and this could hurt her feelings. Now Camilla understood that it was because of Ariel that she was being sent to the Temple of Reed. But she didn't want to leave. Perhaps her power would be stronger than the current Saintess's. Hearing this, Rayhouse's anger grew, and he advised the girl to watch herself. After hearing this, a sad Camilla left the library. She didn't understand why. The high priest was so cold to her. After some time, Cass informed the Saintess that the dead priest's name was Vados. Apparently, he had assisted the high priest and held a low rank. But why would one of Rayhouse's subordinates try to attack Ariel? Most likely, his actions were actually too obvious. After all, the Saintess wasn't treated like an ordinary person at all. Now all that was left was to track down the mastermind and catch him. Ariel didn't want to involve Rayhouse, so she asked the Marquis for help. Cass agreed to do his best, and in exchange, he wanted a promise. He asked to be allowed to protect Ariel, so that not a single hair on her head would be harmed. After some time, the Saintess communicated with Cass using a magic sphere. She thanked him for his help, as his support was priceless. But the Marquis didn't even know the Saintess had a magic sphere, as the temple didn't welcome such things. This was thanks to Baron Bester, who had suggested how to contact Cass. However, the Baron was usually busy, and the Marquis was glad they could contact the Saintess. But Ariel, of course, knew that the Baron was usually busy with entertainment. Yesterday, she was very surprised when the magic sphere suddenly lit up because someone touched it. She wondered if Diego would take her soul if Ariel violated the terms of the contract. Continuing her conversation with Cass, the Saintess promised that everyone who had offended her would have to pay the price. The Marquis liked her answer and added that the prince would arrive in the capital tomorrow, and he had already informed the prince of everything. Ariel was very grateful for Cass's help, but words were not enough. When everything was over, he would tell her his little wish. Ariel hoped the Marquis wasn't dreaming of 10,000 francs. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the handmaiden announced that she had brought sacred snacks. Afterwards, Ariel decided to turn off the magic sphere and promised to contact Cass later. Anna entered the room and asked the girl who she was talking to. Ariel explained she was talking to herself, and the handmaiden told her some news. Lady Camilla had requested 2 handmaidens for herself, and Anna was so angry she spilled the coffee. She didn't like how everyone was paying so much attention to the temple's new guest. Ariel realized that Camilla had already started making her move, and everyone was talking about her being a new Saintess. If that were the case, she would soon have to retire and make way. Anna started to cry because she didn't want to stay in a temple without Ariel. But the Saintess explained that she had done great work in service of the gods. Ariel simply conveyed the will of the gods, and if she needed to leave, then so be it. Nevertheless, she thanked Anna for everything she had done for her, so she should stop crying and not worry about the future. But Anna still didn't want the Saintess to leave her, because in the entire empire, she was one of a kind. Just then, Dwayne entered the room, apologizing for the interruption. It turned out that Mr. Rayhouse had asked him to pass a message to the girl. Ariel opened the letter and was stunned. She had always trusted Anna, and now she wanted to ask her for a favor. The Saintess wanted to take a walk alone and promised to be back soon. Meanwhile, Ariel went to Camilla's room. She said she had come to see a friend and asked for a moment of her time. Ariel had received a message from Rayhouse telling her to go to the 5th pillar in the ceremonial hall. Now she wanted to know what would happen if she went there. But Camilla replied that she didn't know what they were talking about. However, the girl had said she was hiding from Haynes and Ares, but Cass's words contradicted hers. He claimed that Camilla, as a confidant of the chief priest, had always been by his side. And among Vardos's belongings, a receipt from Haynes for Ariel's murder was found. Even today, they wanted to use Rayhouse's name to harm the girl. It was time for Camilla to reveal the whole truth and say who she really was. Just then, Ariel began to feel a familiar energy. The current Camilla, with her cruelty and hatred, was just like the Ariel from the original novel. Suddenly, the girl took out a magic dagger, ready to tell all. Her real name was actually Camilla Ibel, and she was the true Saintess. Hearing this, Ariel was glad the girl had shown her true colors. But suddenly, the high priest entered the room, interrupting their conversation. Full of hatred, he tried to figure out what was happening here. That night, the temple was in chaos as Rayhouse tried to kill Camilla. While the knights restrained the high priest, Saintess Ariel disappeared. As dawn broke, she finally emerged from a dusty pit. If this tunnel had become so dusty, when did they dig it? But just then, she noticed where she was. From the looks of it, Ariel had reached the very edge, and her speculation was correct. The oracle was immediately restored, and the Saintess was in contact with the gods again. The secret passage of a past Saintess, which Cass had told her about, helped her get away from the temple. From the gods' comments, it was clear they had missed the Saintess very much. She immediately wanted to know how they had been all this time, but the gods protested this turn of events and demanded the system intervene. Meanwhile, Camilla was rummaging through her documents, trying to find something. She was furious that the documents she needed were nowhere to be found. How could Ariel have discovered everything and ruined the girl's plans? Afterwards, Camilla took an interest in Ray House, who was tied up in the room. Despite the priest's displeasure, the girl demanded an urgent meeting with him. After all, now was not the time for rash moves. It was better to stay in the shadows. The man told Camilla not to worry and promised to do everything possible. Meanwhile, the girl held a grudge against Ariel for interfering in her affairs. She considered her an imposter who had escaped and not fallen into her trap. At the same time, Camilla could have dealt with her personally that night, but she was interrupted by Ray House, who had appeared out of nowhere. He had burst in at the very moment when all could have ended. Now they needed to act quickly, and Camilla demanded that Ariel be put on the wanted list. She also demanded not to worry about the fact that the Saintess was still highly praised. After all, how to justify all this was not for the priest to decide, but for her. One could say that in Ari's mind, the Saintess had the support of a demon and had persuaded Ray House. However, Camilla explained that she was not yet ready for such an event. The problem was that the 4-year acceleration had side effects. To compensate for these side effects, she needed what Ariel had taken. At this moment, Ariel opened her eyes in an unknown place. She realized she was inside the system, and someone was talking to her. Rin and Pen, the guardians, appeared before Ariel. She was glad to be here, as she had accumulated many questions. Last time, the guardians hadn't given her a proper explanation, so everything had become confusing. Now, they had to explain everything clearly and try not to